there is a conceptualism that's not realistic.
Well, how the concept of a triangle exists is by there being like all these particulars.
No.
Concepts of triangles exist only when minds hold them.
The concept of a triangle just is a mental particular.
This is what I was trying to get to. Selene thinks that you have to start with these particulars if you're an anomalist, which you don't have to do.
Yes, they do. But that's all that they think exists fundamentally, and everything else constructed fictionally from them.
No, but there need not be any particular to have a mental particular about it. That's the point.
That's right. We've got mental particulars. We've got concepts of unicorns. There are no fucking unicorns, but we still have that mental. The point is that particulars stand in relations with other particulars, right? So I don't actually believe in intrinsic properties, but most people do. So according to most people, they would have intrinsic and extrinsic properties, right? The point is just that it's extrinsically the case that they stand in a relation with a certain concept, which is also a particular, and so does this other thing, right?
Properties are universals.
What do you say?
Well, properties are universals. They would have tropes, not properties.
I'm using property talk in a deflationary sense here, so I'm not talking about some reified notion of properties anyway. But I can just not say property. The point is that
the same with relations and resemblance. They would need to be clarified to be a class of tropes. So a resemblance between my concept of a triangle and Judd's concept of a triangle is a totally different resemblance. The resemblance between one chair and another chair. Those are two different things, like a ball and a tree.
The resemblance between the two mental states? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the resemblance also needs to be a trope.
I'm just saying that the two mental states, when you think about a triangle, you guys have these two mental states, each have a mental state, right? And we want to say they have something in common, or something like that. They're the same in a certain way, and how do we understand that? Right? And the point is to understand that by saying there's this other thing, which is the concept of triangle, or even just the concept of thinking about a triangle. Okay? Something like that. So it's a concept about a mental state, right? Certain type of mental state, right? And the two mental states in question stand in a satisfaction relation with that, concept.
And how to do those two meta concepts? How are they the same concepts? Because there's a third level.
Nobody's saying they're the same.
Connects them.
They're close. They don't have to be the same. It's close enough.
Which two are the same? There aren't two. I only have three things here so far, right? So we have your mental state and Doug's mental state, right?
Yeah, and you're saying
I have a
thing that connects them, but that thing exists also for other.
There's a third particular, right? Now, if you were to ask me about some other similarity, I am just going to say the same thing each time. You can say it's an infinite regress if you want to.
Yeah, we're just going to mention it. It seems that it's just going to go into infinite regress.
Yeah, I don't think it's a benign regress.
What's wrong with that?
In this case, it's a benign regress because the question is answered at each step. It's not like it's not like an IOU. It's just that at each step you're just repeating it's technically a new question. But it's given an answer every time. So the fact that it's a regress is I don't see what the problem is, but there are vicious regresses where the point is that the question can't be answered without moving to the next step, and then it's never answered.
But didn't Selene say that in order for Sully to have a particular of a triangle, mental state of a triangle, and not Jude to have a particular mental state of a triangle, it has to be triangles?
Yeah, he did say that, which doesn't make any sense, because we both have concepts of unicorns. There are no fucking magical horned horses. That doesn't mean we can't generate a concept of it. Right? But it's also going to be true that your concept of a unicorn isn't going to be identical to mine, but they're both going to satisfy magical horned horses.
And they're both in,
or be satisfied by it.
and they're both in, under at least Sully's view, they're both mental particulars. Right?
Well,
Yeah,
what
I
I'm-
agree.
what
Right?
I'm
They're
saying is
just
that
mental states, right?
there are there is the abstract object of a unicorn that's instantiated both
No, there
your
isn't.
mental
Like,
state and in my mental state. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a basis for correctly calling them both a unicorn, but not calling other things.
No, I know you think that, like,
No, but see, like,
object.
our
Sully,
basis,
I just-
they're just, no, wait.
What?
Our basis is always still going to come down to having a concept of that abstract object. It has nothing to do with there actually being an abstract object.
Yeah, again, but the question is, how do you know that you're applying general terms correctly to that higher order concept? And you're going to say, well, because there's a yet a higher order concept. Well, how do you know
No,
that?
the point is that there being abstract objects doesn't give you an answer to like how you know about them or how you know you're applying terms correctly.
Well, the answer is there is a property of the object that accounts for why you call it red. Like there is actual property of redness in this ball and actual property of redness in this chair, and that's why we apply the term to both, because the redness as a universal exists in both.
Anyway, Bills, you can go. Fuck you, idiot. Go ahead, Melissa.
I mean, Zeleny, it sounds like you're just saying nah, right? Like, I don't see. Yeah, it doesn't. It sounds like you're just
Oh yeah,
purposely
you
like.
didn't make an argument there, so.
There are no unicorns if I do not believe there are unicorns. Dead
Yeah,
and
it's just
them.
nah, right? Basically.
What are we talking about dead and them?
Maybe you
You
don't
repeat
see like
the
it's.
claim that you need a universal for blah blah blah. But you didn't.
Yeah. So like, maybe you don't agree that things like you could have a concept without like there being some abstract object like actually existing. But like you're not giving a reason to think it's impossible other than just saying it's impossible.
I'm literally like pointing out the fact that when you say this ball is red and this chair is red, there is nothing that's shared by these two chairs. Like there is no thing that they both have that accounts for why you're calling both of them red, according to you. Like there is no.
They both satisfy the concept.
Present in both.
Yeah, they both satisfy like the concept.
The same thing applies to the concept. Why are we calling this concept in your brain like Harry Potter and this concept in my brain Harry Potter? Because, and according to your view, there's going to be nothing inherent in either of those two concepts that they both share that accounts for why we're calling them Harry Potter. You're just going to say, as Sally said, well, there's a higher order concept called the concept of having a concept of Harry Potter that accounts which is why we're calling these two things Harry Potter, even though anything like inherent to themselves, like that makes them both Harry Potter.
Well, I don't know what you mean by inherent to themselves, right? Because the thing that is going to be the reason that will say that your concept is the same as mine, right, is just going to be because like the relation between the concept and the referent, right, the thing that's being called, this has the name, right?
That's
And
just what
let me
was
finish my
explained by.
sentence.
That's not true.
Yeah, but what's the problem? I don't even understand. Like, you didn't point out an issue. I explained why, like, even if it turns out to be a regress, it's a benign regress. You know?
But like, are you just upset because like it's the relation is the thing that's making us say that they're quote unquote the same and not like something in the concept itself? Is that your problem?
Yeah, that's the straightforward, common sense way that realism solves it. Like, why are we calling this object red and that object red? Because they both have the property of redness. That's it. But your answer is like, no. They don't have anything that they share in common. There's no like this common thing between them, this universal thing that they both have.
Yeah.
There's this third thing called, we made up that like we're gonna call both of them red, and this accounts for us calling them red, and that makes it true that they're both red. Okay.
This requires bringing in a lot more like metaphysical commitment than what I'm saying, because like look, if you want to say like you know, red is a genuine, you know, object item that can be multiply instantiated, and it's like instantiated in red objects. You know, all the other properties of said object are also like instantiated in that object, and then they can be taken apart. You know, as in like you can say, here's this red property, and that's not identical with the red ball or something like that, right? So like for any object now, you just have this like enormous set of object items that are its property instances that somehow like inhere in it, and they can be like distinguished from the object itself, or you can say like so then you have this question of like, okay, do you have to go all the way down to like a substratum or like a bare particular where you have like the object, which like because it's distinct from all of its properties as an object item, you know, it's a bare particular because, you know, taken apart from all its properties, like
Yeah, that's a secondary issue. Like
it.
you could have a notion of bare particular, you could have a notion of an object as a bundle of its properties. It doesn't matter either way.
Yeah, but okay, I don't. If you do a bundle, if you do a bundle theorist view, right? Now you have like questions about composition, right? It's basically like you're saying every object is like a bundle composite of properties, which are themselves like distinct individual, you know, existing objects, right? And then I can talk about the property, you know, the properties of the properties and so on, you know. And then I get some crazy like gunk thing going on for like every object. It's like its own little gunk universe.
There's no hierarchy. You just get a hierarchy. You just get a hierarchy of categories, like which is like all of this is common sense. Like people will understand properties right away. People will understand higher categories. Like if you say like, oh, this is a dog. Dogs are animals. Mammals are animals. Animals are physical objects. Physical objects are concrete. Everyone understands that you're doing a nested hierarchy, like of concepts, and you're going to get to some root concept of like a thing or whatever, like existent. Doesn't matter. Like, okay, why is that like weird? Like there are like these nested abstract objects.
Well, they're not themselves. I don't know. Well, you're saying that if you're a bundle theorist and you're saying properties are abstract objects. Okay, so concrete objects are like made of abstract objects. Is that right?
Well, they would be instantiations of abstract objects.
Okay. So is an instantiated property an abstract object or no?
So if that happens to you and you want a second go at it, feel free to raise your hand. Time permitting, you will be invited back up onto the stage. Unlike many of the other rooms in Clubhouse, in the Critical Thinking Forum, we speak one at a time, we don't interrupt one another, and we do our best to treat each other with a degree of decorum and respect, even when we vehemently disagree, and for that I thank you in advance. And if I or a moderator asks you a question, it's not an attempt to start a verbal fisticuff. It's just a question, a dialogue, so please take it as intended. So welcome to the Critical Thinking Forum. We're waiting for our guests while they fairest to arrive. So while we are waiting for that and for the top of the hour, I want to welcome also to the room Mary, L.S., Annette, the other Mary, Maher, Met, the other Larry, Pop, Anon, Dark, Les, Austin, Matt, L, Rico, David, Book. Welcome to the room. We'll get to those whose hands are up in a moment. Kowarski, Madi, Montserrat the Maestro, Olga, welcome to the room, Mirag, Sue, and Pro, Danica, and Progressive Liberal, welcome to the room. Okay, if Waleed is not here in the next 30 seconds, which will take us to the top of the hour, I will start as normal until he arrives, and then we will invite him up. I'll ask Scott to keep an eye out, help me keep an eye out for his arrival in the room to make sure we invite him up in a prompt fashion in case I miss it. Just seconds away from starting officially at the top of the hour, ladies and gentlemen. And we are now at the top of the hour. Welcome to the Critical Thinking Forum. We are here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time. Today's guest is not yet in the room. Waleed Ferris, he's maybe having difficulty. He's never been on Clubhouse before, but for those of you who don't know, he is a former foreign affairs advisor to the President of the United States. And I invited him here to discuss the situation in Iran, which all of us are very obviously not just interested in, but concerned about. And so he has agreed to do so. If we haven't seen him here yet, means he's having difficulty getting into Clubhouse, which we all understand the problems of trying to figure out a new application as he is doing right now. So while we're waiting for his arrival, let's talk about a little bit what's going on in Iran. And I used a term today that is seemingly contradictory. I used increasingly diminished options that the president has. That's how I view it anyway, that his options are increasingly diminished because everything he's trying seems not to be working so much. They're pretty, the administration that is, pretty transparent these days, which is not something that we've perhaps enjoyed so much in the past, about this current strategy, not the original strategy, not the various iterations, but the current strategy. It's pretty obvious that the current strategy is the carrot and the stick. They are offering the carrot, and when the carrot isn't accepted, they hit him with the stick. And the theory here is, and the press secretary just said so yesterday, the theory here is if you hit him with the stick soon enough, you beat that horse into submission. To continue the analogy, here comes Waleed. You beat that horse into submission. We invited you up, Waleed. But I don't see you appearing on the stage. There he is. Hello. I knew we could make this happen. How you doing, buddy? So I was just giving a little introduction to what's going on, and I told folks who you are, former foreign policy advisor to the president, an expert on the situation in the Middle East, with a particular interest in the threat that jihad has on our society, and not just our society, but globally, of course. And I was suggesting that I've been using recently a contradictory term. I say increasingly diminished, or some variation thereof, that the president's options are increasingly diminished. And my observation, for what it's worth, which may not coincide with yours, of course, is that the president is trying both the carrot and the stick, and when the carrot doesn't work, he hits them with the stick. I think the press secretary suggested that yesterday. That's actually the current policy, trying to get them to the negotiating table, trying to get Iran to agree to something. Most importantly, I guess, immediately for the president is the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. First of all, am I correct in my analysis? And secondly, is it really what you would advise him to do? Were you still in that position at the White House?
It's exactly what you're saying, but let me put it in perspective. Increasingly shrinking for the president is basically the time he has, if you consider the midterm elections, would be important for the future of the operation inside Iran. And most of us from all sides believe that certainly if one of the houses, one of the assemblies is gone, House or Senate, it's going to be extremely difficult for the president to carry on the war. It's not impossible, but it's going to be difficult. If he keeps even thin majorities, then the sky is the limit regarding what he wants to do with the scenery in Iran. Certainly, the regime knows that. The regime knows that very well. That's why their battle since January, since the first wave of strikes, then they offered negotiations. Not that we offered negotiations, the brokers offered negotiations, which means the regime. The goal has been basically to gain time. I've repeated on national TV maybe 60 times that the goal of the regime is to gain time, and that's what they're doing. I even put July as the benchmark. And July came, July gonna go, and that's why I feel, I presume, that the president now is going full steam. I am not sure what is the plan. I know that they have to degrade more and more, but the missing link, ladies and gentlemen, the missing link is the Iranian people. I am not sure we have a full plan. Our agencies may have contacts, stuff could be done, but the full plan starts always by recognizing the interim or the transitional government of the other Iran, the Iran to come. And that, apparently, because it has to be public, was not done, which tells me that we can still do it. We're going to have to arm segments of the population. And let me say more, that there are some weapons that are already inside. Many of the millions, actually, of the Iranian youth have gotten training in their high school, military service, and they could be, but I don't see yet the strategic connection as the Allies had with General de Gaulle when he was in exile, and he had the Force Française Libre on the inside. We're not at this level, so that's why it's crunching. It is really crunching for the president.
Well, I've often suggested that I do not profess to be an expert, but I do profess to be someone with great interest. I'm well read on the situation. I do have contacts, although of course lately limited inside Iran. I have a lot of contacts in Israel. And so I may be a little bit biased based on the perspectives that I'm getting from those folks. But I've always felt, and not just with this administration, but with previous administrations, that there's been a misjudgment, a misunderstanding of the mindset. Did we lose him?
Yes, we did.
That's not good. Especially in the middle of my most excellent question. Let's give him an opportunity to maybe come back up. Let me tread water here just for a couple of seconds. Well, at least we got one good soundbite.
Can you contact him back channel on his phone or something?
Well, I'm sure he's trying to come back in. I can check the back channel here in a second, but I'm sure he's trying to come back in. Look, guys, I said in the beginning, this is an experiment. I know they used to do this on Clubhouse all the time. They bring brand new people in, famous people in, interesting people in. That was how Clubhouse got its initial reputation. And for some reason, that kind of went by the wayside with Clubhouse. I don't know. People find different platforms. I have no idea. I still think for this kind of interaction, this is still the best platform. And I gotta presume that those folks went through some of the same issues, growing pains, if you will, as we are having right now. So let's continue the conversation without Waleed, and then he can jump right in as soon as he comes back. So Scott, I was going to ask Waleed, well, you know the question I was going to ask, and that had to do with the misinterpretation, not just by this government, the misunderstanding by this and previous governments of the mindset of the Islamic fundamentalists who are running Iran. And I was going to ask him, at least his opinion, about where he thought we can actually even go vis-a-vis negotiations, because I think, at least from my perspective, there's a trust issue.
Yeah, you know what's interesting, Gary? I don't know if this is on topic. You can flag me if I'm committing the cardinal sin. But when I think about that, about misunderstanding the mindset, right? And I used to talk ad nauseum about the liberal society stuff. What's funny about that is, if you look at Trump's speech, which I'm sure he didn't write, no president writes their speeches, but I mean, he signs off on it and stuff. In Saudi Arabia, right? That was a speech that recognized this was not a sort of George Bush, Barack Obama, everybody loves freedom, the world wants liberal values sort of mindset. It was, hey, you do things differently. We're not going to come here and tell you how to run your culture, your society. You're prosperous and you've done it without Western do-gooder values. I'm editorializing a little bit, but, and if you look at his security document that came out, we talked about it last year, that was also very multicultural in its awareness, and it was a kind of a Huntington Clash of Civilization sort of framework where, again, it seemed to recognize that there were significant differences in the world and illiberal differences and cultural differences, and that was going to be taken seriously, that Western civilization, it talks about Western civilization in that document, and again, in kind of a Huntington way, which is, as I get older, there was a time in my life when I hated that book, and now as I get older, I find it more and more compelling. But, yeah, I mean, I thought what your friend Waleed was saying, too, was great about buying time, right? You got these people that don't buckle the way we would buckle. As we were talking about yesterday, just don't buckle the way liberal democracy would buckle, right? When you have to take poll numbers and stuff about a war, it's not the kind of operation they're running. And so, yeah, I think that it is interesting to misunderstand the mindset. And again, we're giving them time, which I think is an interesting thing that Waleed said. That's the time is on their side. It's not ours from Waleed's perspective. I found that really interesting. Okay, I don't know what else I have.
Well, I want to jump on something that he said about his perspective, and I'm certain as a former foreign affairs advisor to the president, he has the contacts, some of the same contacts that he had while he was in office. These guys and gals tend to keep back channels going after they leave officialdom. And of course he has his contacts in the Middle East, long-standing contacts in the Middle East. And he suggested, I think the direction he was going in was that there may be attempts for a support of a popular uprising in Iran, and we hear Alan and other expat Iranians raise this issue often. But I, for one, sometimes think Alan, Amir, maybe he could speak for himself in a moment here. Is this just wishful thinking on your part? Or is this something that actually can occur? Remember, you're starting from a baseline of 0 weapon. I cannot imagine, with the number of weapons that are available to the populace here in the United States. I mean, I'm from Michigan, and I know when it's hunting season, there are more armed individuals in the woods of Michigan and forests of Michigan than some countries have standing armies, you know? So there are a lot of people with weapons. I don't think it's possible, and I would say, thank goodness, for a popular uprising in the United States. I don't think it's possible. You can have skirmishes, you can have whatever one wants to interpret that happened on the Capitol, or in the Capitol, on November the 6th. You can look at all that, and say, look what's happening. But in reality, an actual popular uprising, I think we would all agree, is pretty much, let's just say, impossible here in the United States. Now, you're starting from a big planet 0 in Iran. Although he suggested that there are weapons that have been secreted into the country and put in the hands of the young Iranians who are fed up with this regime. But, God, I gotta wonder, is that even possible?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I mean, in the United States, like, despite all the guns we have, right? I mean, you'd have to have tanks and surface-to-air missiles, and I mean, look, it's just the sheer firepower, right? I mean, starting from where they're at, and this is what my Second Amendment advocate friends always remind me, right? Like, you can't stuff to stage a rebellion without guns. Yeah, no, I think that's, yeah. And also the fear you have, I think, not just guns, but the fear that not only does the regime have such asymmetrical force, such radical asymmetric force, but they're not knowing in your consciousness that they're not afraid to use it.
Sorry.
Right? That they'll kill tens of thousands of their own people in a weekend. By the way, I missed those protests, as you noted yesterday, Gary. I guess I just dialed that on social media. I missed the protests on campus. I'm sure they happened up at NYU. I just didn't see them.
Right. Very, very well said. Waleed, I'm glad you're back. I hope your technical issues have been resolved.
I'm so sorry. It's a technical issue. It's a new
I knew it. Look, you're brand new to Clubhouse. Some of us who have been here a long time sometimes have technical issues. So no apologies.
All the time that I promise, I'm with you, gentlemen.
Yeah, I know you are. And also, believe me, all the people who are listening are absolutely understanding, because at one time or another, we've all suffered similar issues. So don't worry about it. I want to get back to the point that you were making, and that is that I was asking Scott that, and I'm sure you know where I'm going with this. They're starting from basically a baseline of 0. There's no Second Amendment there. How do you actually have optimism that there could be some kind of a popular uprising in
Well, input number 1 is I'm deeply connected to the various elements, not just one major element, various elements. Should it be the older ethnic, territorial, regional uprisings? Of course, everybody mentions the Kurds, but I also have been interacting with the Arabs in the Ahwaz or Khuzestan, with Baluchistan, and that for the last 10 years. It's not only yesterday or the day before. And it seems to me that those components have already prepared themselves for a form of a guerrilla, but they have expected. See, at the end of February, they have expected, when the president made those posts asking all Iranians, including the Persian majority, which is the most important, that they need to continue to march. They need to identify their oppressors, which means, in diplomatic language, there will be trials, there will be courts for mass killings and war crimes, so on and so forth.
And obviously the term, help is on the way. All of this was basically convincing the Iranians, millions of them, to take to the streets. They did. 52 or 53,000 people were killed. That's, in sociology, that's the ultimate indicator that the population will rise. There is no way they're gonna coexist with the regime. The problem is that the regime has immediately went to Qatar and to others and told them, let's offer something so huge to the administration. And the administration, obviously, when they decided to negotiate, the president said, okay, we're going to give them a chance, thinking that it will be resolved in a few weeks. What did the regime do? They went back to the population and crushed the cadre. They have been executing almost 2 or 3 a day, or 4 a day since then. So they did a big maneuver, which is to calm down the clash with the United States, obtain that negotiation, which took too long, many months, made some mistakes, because I think their lobby in the United States is telling them, look, everybody wants the deal, Democrats and some Republicans wants the deal, so therefore don't just get the minimum, try to get the maximum. And that explains why the brokers, our brokers, will come back to the administration and say, well, they are determined, they want to do business with us for $300 billion. That's dizzying. And it took that long to realize that the regime is not in the business. The regime was in the business of pushing us to July, and now, of course, they're working on August to get us weak. Us meaning the supporters of the president weak before losing the election as they thought. That was their plan. Now, it's critical between now and, I would say, mid-September, what the decision in the Oval Office is going to be. And the president said that we're going to crush their ability, strategic ability to recover. That's what they're trying to do now. And we know a few months ago, the administration was saying we destroyed the Air Force, Navy. I made that statement earlier on in the winter that they lost the strategic weaponry. What they have are about 475,000 militiamen, the IRGC and the Basij, and some of the mukhabarat, meaning the intelligence services. That is a continental problem, meaning, yes, we took out all these weaponry systems, and yes, they said, okay, now land here and fight us. So this is how they convince themselves and us that the American public is not ready for a fight on land. And on the other hand, they are disarming, or they are deterring the civilians. It's going to take the president to decide that he's going to send our forces to destroy the remnant of the strategic ability. And meanwhile, as I said, the missing link, which I think is going to happen, but I'm not sure when, what day, what week, we're going to engage with the Iranian opposition and people and have them take to the streets.
Why? And the first question is, why did he? And the second question is, should he have? Why did he take the foot off the gas after giving so much hope to the Iranian?
Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I can't even answer the question because I'm not inside the wall. But I have my connections with the administration. I served as an advisor early on, so it doesn't count much now. But from simple analysis, as I have analyzed the Obama-Iran deal, because we have now the information, we don't have the information about the negotiations now. I do trust the president that when he feels that he has been betrayed by the negotiators, with the Iranian or the regime negotiators, he's going to explode, and he is exploding. So whatever the regime now think they have to do to take back the confidence, the confiance of the president, I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. But at the time, follow me, and that's something very logical. Those who put pressure on the administration are of two kinds. Those companies and the insurance companies for the boats who were trapped in the Gulf during the last clash, they put humongous pressure on the administration, and the president is close to these milieu. He knows them well. They put pressure, saying that we're going to have a serious crash in the economy, and that would translate into a economic problem here, not at 3-4 months from the election. That's number one. But number two, probably more important, is the fact that the same companies, the same financial interests who got engaged in the Obama deal have approached the regime. This is between information and assessment. I would say more assessment than information, but it has merit. Approached the regime and told them, look, we are ready because companies have no policies. They don't care if it's Democrat or Republican. And the numbers that we see, we can convince the administration and those close to the administration to present is close to $300 billion. That's twice the size of the $150 billion of the 2015 deal. Now, when you have that force, it's a lobby by itself. It's a lobby by itself, meaning it would present the case that the regime is going to moderate, that we killed, 2/3 of 2 generations of leaders. We have, or the analysts who made that conclusion said, we killed many of their leaders. They are afraid. They are on the run. And that's what mainstream academia and media have been trying to convince us. If you tell them this is a good deal, you'll survive, we'll make money together, then they may come. They came. And when they came, they barely signed the MOU. And the MOU did not do much details, but they revealed to us what was behind the MOU. It was $24 billion go straight to the regime. We assume with $24 billion, they're gonna immediately calm down and not go to war because they'll lose that cash. But the most important one was the $300 billion. So with the imagination, what we can do with the $300 billion, well, we will have time to see how we can convince the regime to accommodate the population. I mean, that's where the theoreticians of that option have thought and were told by the academia. But the regime itself has a pressure group on the inside. The IRGC radicals, the Basij radicals, they fell, meaning those negotiators on the Iranian side or on the Republic side felt the radicalization that took place over the past 46 years. So there is a chunk inside Iran, and that chunk is in the IRGC mostly, that told their negotiators, yes, we will do a deal, but we don't want to appear as we have lost. So the narrative started in Iran by the regime. We're going to sign a deal with the Americans. The Americans have lost. That's why they are offering a deal. And we found out, actually, our intelligence first services, and then the president. The president is very pragmatic. They don't give a deal, we're going to give them help. And that's what's happening now. But having said that, if we strike the remnants of their forces, and I'll repeat maybe for the 4th time, the only segment between us and victory is to mobilize the Iranian opposition. And to conclude very quickly here, we may also count on weapons that have been sent by the Artesh, which is the classical army of Iran, smaller in size, but they're still inside the country, and they would close in. That would be the equivalent of the French resistance and the Allies meeting mid-distance.
Well, it's interesting that last comment, while you mentioned the French resistance and the Allies, the president actually did not put together what one of his predecessors called a coalition of the willing. Was this something unattainable, or was this something that he miscalculated, thinking that we could do it alone with the help of Israel? What's the story about that? Because I've always felt, and I may be wrong in my assessment, that if he had been able to put together a coalition of the willing, this might have had a different outcome by now.
That's the greatest question. Here's a timid answer to that, because we still don't know much about the details of what happened, but one can imagine, one can project it. We know how these things function. We know the lobbying. We just spoke about it. The coalition of the willing this time was more than enough. The sheer power of the United States is huge. And the sheer power of Israel. Israel is a small United States, but on the East Mediterranean coast, and both together, our 2 aviations and navies and missile force have, without putting troops on the ground, been able to destroy what I call the strategic ability of that regime. We were very close. In my own numbering or quantitative analysis, I would say we were at 75 to 80% of the win. To a certain point where some officers of the IRGC have been trying to negotiate through third parties, including Oman, including at the time Qatar, to see how they can, the message actually, the administration saying, okay, if we break away from the regime, if we bring down the regime, they were lying obviously, but they were concerned at the same time. What would we have once that regime will go and we come. And you remember, some of our officials, including the administration, said, well, we're talking to the right people. Right people meaning those officers who sent messages and said they're ready to do it. They were psychologically very close from chaos. Imagine we had the demonstrations not happening in January, but the armed demonstrations happening in February or March. It would have been very different. Now, your question is very accurate. Do we have a plan from the beginning? And I agree with you. I think we had a will, but not the plan. How do we know? Because the component of that plan did not tell us that they have been contacted and that they are going, on the ground to organize. Whatever they've done on the ground, especially the Kurds and some of the Persian element, they've done it on their own. But I am quite sure that our agencies informed the administration that if you want it, we can make it happen. And by that time, the negotiators, I call them the brokers, may have been able to bring messages of good news, meaning the regime is ready. Didn't we hear from the president multiple times? We have reached them, they are messaging us, they are ready to sign, they are ready to negotiate, translate this into reality. I mean, he doesn't do the phone calls. Actually, his envoys are doing the phone calls. So the remnant of pieces of the regime told the envoys, tell your president, we're ready. And they did it at the time where they felt that their towers are going to go down. They waited till they lost all what they've lost. And then they have been crushing the population. They were really afraid that even after 52,000 people killed, multiply this by 5, imagine how many vendettas, probably about, you would have 200,000 to 300,000 Iranians on the front with their weapons. It doesn't matter if they had missiles. Missiles can win a revolution. AK-47s, individual weapons, especially from when Israel, at the end of that confrontation, started to target the checkpoints, the security checkpoints of the besieged, the lower militia, the lower SS, I call them, and the IRGC are the higher SS. They started to have losses, and the Israelis sent those birds, the drones, the mini drones or the medium drones. Every time the security, the Khomeini security would shoot against the population, the demonstration, the mini drones will go down and will eliminate besieged in the middle of Tehran. That was almost the pre-collapse, the pre-chaos, and we kind of saved them by giving them all these chances.
So I'm going to ask this question that will probably reveal my bias, and so I apologize for that a little bit in advance, but it seems to me that the president has been unsuccessful based on the pronouncements and all these quotes, especially from the Republican side, while they are anonymous, but they come from credible journalists who cover the Hill on a daily basis. That they're telling, not just the Democrats, but the Republicans are telling those seasoned journalists who they trust that the administration, even though they've been coming up to the Hill and having closed-door sessions, hasn't made a case for the funding of all of the above that you have mentioned. Is that a roadblock?
It's a roadblock, but I have followed the systems of the Islamic regime, since it started. I was at dinner with my brother, I was like a kid in Beirut, and so for all these decades, I followed their system, how they do it. They are very strong if the population hasn't made a decision to go against them. We could send all the missiles we have, short of nuclear, obviously. We could send all the the bombers that we have. Yes, they will incur more and more and more losses. But like North Vietnam, as long as they will be receiving from China and Russia and others resupplying, they would continue. They have two enemies. If we put troops on the ground, they will collapse. But our public opinion has been so much radicalized against the idea. Okay. But if we arm the population basically, if they start a revolution, our public is not going to say, oh, stop the population because this will affect us. No, then that would be legitimate. So their fear, the extreme phobia that the regime has, is not a super arming of the just clashes inside Tehran and 5 cities. Just clashes in Kurdistan in Arabstan or Khuzestan or Ahvaz, or in the southeast in the Baluch. It's enormous. Baluchistan is as large as almost as France or maybe Spain. If other communities start to go in, if dissidents from the Artesh, imagine just two regiments, one regiment from the Artesh, which is the regular army, which doesn't like really the militias. If all of these at the same time, and we are bombarding, just imagine the scene, which didn't happen yet. We are on the air, in the air, hitting, and every time the RGC is coming close to a neighborhood that would have, let's say, been taken by the guerrilla, then Israelis and Americans from the air will hit them. They will. The revolution, it won't be alone this time. The revolution will be marching with smaller weapons, lighter weapons, but up in the air we'll have the heaviest weapons ever that could destroy. So we will be doing, I don't like the comparison, but what we've done in Libya, I don't like at all for other reasons. We've done it for the wrong reasons. But nobody could stop the population with AK-47 and then having, you know, B-2s in the air supporting them. They will take them. That's what happened in Afghanistan. Afghanistan, yeah, I was about to say in Afghanistan, we were on horses, right? Some of the special forces were on horses, and then of course behind them the Northern Alliance was walking, and the mass of the Taliban and the other forces were withdrawn because we were hitting them from the air. We had our commandos or special forces in the valleys and the cavern, you know, the movies and the books on this, and then the Northern Alliance moving with very old equipment. And then they crumbled, the Taliban. They fled to Tora Bora, so on and so forth. In Iran, something similar but much wider and bigger in size. And I said something in the beginning, I think I'm going to re-emphasize that because I learned about it only a few weeks ago. So it seems that the regular army, the Artesh, in the essence, do not like those two militias, but will not move unless they hear one thing. And that's one of the missing links. President Trump, from the Oval Office, addressing the Iranian people, you know, for whatever, you know, connections they could have, it will get there, and telling them to march. Because they have marched when the president posted 3 little posts in the beginning of the confrontation. They marched. 53,000 people were killed. If he addressed them at the same time giving the orders for our air forces and bring in the Israelis, it has to be united. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu together doing this. You're going to have then an absolute support by moderate Arab countries. You're, you know, so not on this show, the other shows, discussing Saudi Arabia, the UAE, the Iranian opposition, the opposition inside Iraq, the Kurds. You will have the mother of coalitions, the feasible coalitions, to march at the same time against the regime. They will crumble, in my view.
Are the Gulf states developing an appetite to do something since they've been under attack?
I couldn't hear you well. Did you say the Gulf states?
Yeah, I know I set up my audio incorrectly today, and I apologize. And so, see, even I have problems with the technical aspects of it. I said, are the Gulf states developing an appetite for retaliation now?
They have the appetite. They have the history of aggression, especially Saudi Arabia, even more than the UAE or, you know, and Bahrain. Bahrain, there were attempts coups by the pro-Khomeinis inside Bahrain. Bahrain has a problem with 20% of its population, not just because they are Shia, but because they are penetrated by the Khomeinis and Hezbollah and etc. But let me address Saudi Arabia. It's a big square in this equation. Saudi Arabia was sandwiched between the missiles coming from Iran, the Khomeinis, and the missiles coming from Sana'a, from the Houthis. The Houthis are at 200 kilometers, maybe 100 miles or kilometers, I don't know, from Mecca, not from Riyadh, from Mecca. And the Saudis have suffered. But let me say one thing about the Saudis, because it's not well known within the American public. There are still struggles within the kingdom. There are still struggles. Remember, the Saudis have organized for President Trump in May 2017, the mother of all conferences, where they gathered for him, 52 Arab and Muslim countries. 52, minus Qatar, because Qatar had a different policy. But the bulk of the Arab and Muslim world was there, led by, at the time, the influential MBS, who was deputy crown prince. Now he's crown prince, and he is the prime minister of Saudi Arabia. And I don't know, but soon enough he will become the king of Saudi Arabia. So they have offered the U.S., and President Trump took that offer and delivered two things. At least one was the withdrawal from the Iran deal. It was huge. It hits the regime in Iran, it hits the Europeans, their companies a lot. And second, what is very important, it designated the IRGC as a terrorist organization, redesignating it. Plus, at the end of his first term, he eliminated the head of the Quds Force, Soleimani, which is enormous. We were on the offensive. They were with us. The Saudis even more than the UAE. Now, at this stage, because of the 4 years of Biden demobilized the U.S. support to the Saudis and the Gulf. The Saudis were under the pressure by the Biden administration, and they were asked to withdraw from Yemen and to stop the bombing on Yemen. It was a huge setback for them. They were asked also to disengage from their war, along with the UAE, against the Muslim Brotherhood. So what remained in Saudi Arabia, the faction that follows MBS. MBS is with us. He's with the West. I'm not concerned about anything they do with China or Russia or this little aspirin deal they did with the regime in Iran over the past 2 years. They want to be our allies. And to those who were not certain that Saudi Arabia will come to the Abraham Accord, of course they're going to come. Their ministers told me this when I was foreign policy advisor. We go back to 2016. Sat with them in New York, and they told me we cannot wait. The deputy crown prince, they cannot wait. But problem is, the 4 years of the Biden administration demobilized them. They were concerned because there are remnants of the Muslim Brotherhood in some quarters of Saudi Arabia. And it looks like some of them are, let me not go too much into the detail, but some of those quarters who operates from some agencies in Saudi Arabia are in connection still with the father, with the king. The king is ailing, but those classical, traditional, Islamist inclined who are against all these reforms are still around. So MBS cannot operate if we have not made a decision to bring down the regime. Because some of them told me over the past 2 months at least, see, we told you. You guys in America, you encourage us to confront the regime in Tehran, and suddenly your brokers come with a draft for a deal with them. We cannot play with our national security like that. So I would say at this point in time, the Saudis, though they have two wings, if we bring down, if we are serious, if we arm the Iranian people, if we mend fences with Israel, do that wide confrontation with the regime in the goal of bringing it down, not to bring it to the table of negotiations, Saudi will change. Saudi will be on the offensive. And I am interested, not interested, I'm surprised that the UAE has been engaged militarily. They have been doing most of the operations across the Gulf from the Arab side because they are the bankers. They have a lot of money which has been deposited by private sector in Iran. And they don't want to lose this ability. They don't want to see the regime coming and take it out that money. And then Dubai is all about stability. So they have more interest than the Saudis as well. So in a summarized way, yes, the Gulf will be marching not behind us, but to our sides if we decide that big overlord campaign, meaning the Normandy, meaning getting all the allies at the same time coordinating against the regime.
And before I let you go, you've been very generous with your time. I got two things to say. The first one shows my bias, and the second has to do with what you did up on Capitol Hill yesterday. I want to give you the opportunity to tell us about that. But you and I are in accord. This is Gary's bias here. You and I are in accord when it comes to the removal of the regime, because that's the only way you can stop these jihadists from terrorizing the Middle East. And as you point out, they're not just terrorizing Israel, they provide a threat. Look at Jordan. There's a huge threat to the Jordan kingdom there by those who would like to overthrow them. because they don't see them as being carriers of the Islamic torch in the manner in which they feel the Islamic torch ought to be carried. So I would just add, to me, I'm with the Iranian people. The solution to all this is removal of the regime, and I think the president maybe, hopefully, starting to understand that after all these failures at the negotiation table.
I agree with you 100%. I knew him, of course, I was his advisor for a period of time, and he's a, let me put it that way, he's a real estate strategist, not just to sell and buy and, building, but he sees it as a map. He understands maps very well. When I showed him, I'm just gonna give a little bit of something that happened when I was advising him the first time in a briefing in New York, before he wins. I brought a lot of maps. I love maps, and I put them, and he said, give me the information on the maps. He can see the balances of power. He can see where the oil is. He can understand, so he will be sensitive if he has, and sorry to say it, the right advisors at the right time. But then you have another pressure that comes, Mr. President, we can get the deal. He loves deals, but he knows the ground, and he knows when those deals are lying deals, that they're not gonna get him what he wants. So having said that, I would say that I imagine the president now, in his conversations with Pete Hegseth, with Secretary of State Rubio and others, and still the Israelis, he understands that this regime is not going to give him what he wanted, which is a partnership, business, etc. He knows that they're lying. So now he still hears, with one ear, he still hears what the negotiators are bringing, but the way he's giving those orders to destroy the regime, to do indicates that he's tilting towards engaging fully. I hope his advisors, I wish I can be an advisor now, I hope his advisors are presenting to him logical ways and very quick ways to mobilize the population, the people of Iran, and to close in with our military.
Well, I held you much longer than I promised to, so again, I want to thank you for your time. But before you go, please tell folks, because it didn't get the kind of coverage it deserved, yesterday's launch of the International Freedom Coalition on Capitol Hill, and what that has to do with our fight that everybody here agrees is necessary against global jihadism.
Let me begin with the conclusion. Thank you for giving me this window to speak about an enormously important event. I was there, obviously, but historically speaking, this was the launch of the largest, widest coalition of NGOs, popular groups, political resistance in many, many countries in North Africa, the Middle East, South Asia, and elsewhere, who have formed resistances against the jihadists. All kind of jihadists, Taliban, Hezbollah, Hamas, etc. It's the first time that globally, what they call globalize the intifada in New York, right? They mean globalize the jihadist intifada. There is a response by civil societies. This is unique. Obviously, they have Israelis, you have Lebanese, you have Druze, Alawites, Kurds, Yazidis, and then you move to Sudan, Christians and others in Nigeria, all the way. There are dozens and dozens of movements. This has been a very patient, strategic work we were part of for the last many, many years. It just accumulated recently, and a meeting was called upon by Charles Jacobs, also a veteran of human rights from Boston. He started 25 years ago by going to Sudan and by the freedom of black Sudanese, Southern Sudanese from their capture. It's a whole wonderful project that is now underway, and they have formed a confederation of all what they call the victims of jihadism. It has never happened before. It happened on a smaller scale. So like the Muslim Brotherhood or the jihadists have an international network, like the communists before, they had the Comintern, the organization of all the communist parties around the world. There is now a confederation of NGOs, of political fronts, of almost all those who are resisting any form of jihadi oppression, around the world from, guess where? From northern India to Afghanistan. Give you a quick example. Afghanistan, they are the remnant of the special forces of the Afghani army, which was trained by us. We're not going to let any piece of our resistance movers around the world, civil society first, but even, guerrilla if needed, be forgotten, be marginalized. So they're all coming. And actually they came yesterday, including obviously another dimension, which is those who have been victimized by the jihadists in Europe. So in Europe, civil society, how many community groups have been trying to stop, or not even trying to stop, expressing their views, and have been, under violence by jihadists already in Europe and of course in the United States. That big ensemble was declared yesterday. It received enormous support from the communities from the Atlantic Ocean till China. Coming together, and there will be a large number of plans and projects with the U.S. government, with the U.S. Congress, duplicating and connecting with couple caucuses, and as well as the European Parliament. So I hope we're going to have a lot of information to be shared with you, ladies and gentlemen, through this caucus as well, through your group.
So, I apologize for coughing. I didn't realize my microphone was open. That's a broadcasting 101 no-no, and so you can mark that down as the second technical faux pas on my part today. But the interview was fantastic. Folks, the main chat linked above on Facebook Messenger, I put a link there just now to the International Freedom Coalition website, which I encourage you all to go to right now and peruse. Wally Ferris, so thankful that you were able to overcome the technical hurdles that Clubhouse presented you and persevered. And this was a terrific presentation, and you're welcome here anytime that you have something to say. Just tap me on the social media shoulder and I'll set it up.
Thank you,
Thank you so
Waleed.
much.
Thank
Yeah,
you so
thank you
much.
all.
Thank you for
Of
the
course.
clarity and your commitment to tell the story to all of us.
Thank you so much for having me as a guest, and I'll be happy to come back.
We will be happy to hear from you anytime. Thank you, Wally. So, folks, you heard it from the horse's mouth, somebody who actually knows what he's talking about, unlike me, who pretends to know what he's talking about.
True, Gary. Come on.
But I was happy to know that he affirmed a lot of my observations. It's always good to hear that from somebody who we can trust as a source. So with that, it's your turn to speak, ladies and gentlemen. So we will start with Scott, followed by Marshall.
Yeah, can you come back to me?
Absolutely. Marshall, followed by Ed.
It was quite interesting. I think I found the machinations of the administration probably the most interesting part of that. He at least seemed to have an idea of what Trump was thinking. That's more than I have, so that's nice.
Yeah, I kind of like the anecdotal aspects of this presentation where he kind of pulled the curtain back a little bit so we can see what goes on in the Oval Office in the mind of the president. I had not heard, other than from our Iranian friends who join us on a regular basis, including Alan, that this popular uprising is something that is seriously being considered. He laid out a blueprint. I don't know how accurate it is, but he's obviously closer to this because he lives and breathes it. Wouldn't that be something if there were to be a popular uprising? I think he intimated that if there was a popular uprising, it would force the hands of Congress. He didn't say that, but I think it would force the hands of Congress to fund whatever the United States feels needs funding, Marshall, whatever the president does it.
Yeah, I imagine so, yes. If it turns out that way. I worry that it's Ahmed Chalabi all over again. Ahmed Chalabi persuaded us that Northern Iraq was good, the Kurds would come out, and we ended up betraying the Kurds. And so I hope what we have heard, it really does demonstrate the thought in the Oval Office. That would be very nice to hear.
You know, he says he wishes he was an advisor now and to the president. And I would say the president needs an advisor such as him to properly articulate to Congress and to the public the vision, because he agreed with my preparation that this administration has not been particularly clear in articulating that, and that's what causes the pushback, I think, a lot of it that we see. One of the other things that he talked about, and I was unaware of this, and I thought I was pretty well looped in. Maybe Abby knows about this, and let me go to this one.
Okay, I'm ready, by the way, after Abby. I'm good.
Okay, sure. Abby, you missed it, but he said that in the initial prosecution of this war, the Israelis were using medium-sized drones. Every time the Revolutionary Guard or the militias set up checkpoints, they got attacked by the Israelis. Every time they turned their weaponry on the populace, killing, as we now know, more than 50,000 people, the Israelis were there pushing back at the oppressors of the Iranian people. Now, maybe the people in Iran recognize that, and maybe you are looped in to a greater degree than I am, or most of us are, with regard to this, but to me, this was news.
I didn't hear a lot of it, but I do know that the Israelis had a drone factory in Iran, that they were actually manufacturing drones there for their use. So it could have been part of that whole operation. I don't know. I definitely would like to find out. I'm gonna yield to the next person because I didn't hear a lot of what he was saying, but that one would be interesting to discover if that's where those drones came from.
Thank you, Abby. We'll go to Scott, followed by El Normal.
Yeah, Gary. Yeah, great. I hope he comes back. I mean, it's interesting to have an expert like that. He was I give him thumbs up. He was fantastic. Very optimistic about the United States coming on board, I thought. I was just looking up, the most optimistic polls are that 60% of the country's against the war, right? It goes as high as about 70, depending on the polling sources. So, I mean, to say that if we saw an uprising, I mean, again, I think what you were saying is and I was just repeating you. The unlikelihood of the uprising with no guns. I mean, that's just it's just difficult, right? I mean, it's just when you have not just a heavily armed regime, but one that people know are not shy about using them, not shy about killing tens of thousands of their own people in a weekend. I mean, that's just a weekend at the office for these people. And again, as we noted before, I was thrilled to see all the protests at places like NYU when that stuff happened. It was wonderful. Students are very conscious of the justice these days. But I think that's it was interesting. I thought also you contextualized Trump very well. The match stuff, right? I think you want to get to show real estate, and that was a very interesting insight, right? That how different presidents think, and just how personality shapes people, right? Like how the team of rivals people versus the real estate people versus it doesn't matter the temperament of the person in the office, not just the information they're getting, but just the way they see the world emotionally, psychologically. That was really interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think that this is. I appreciate his optimism, right? I don't know that I share it. I don't know that I don't know that where we go from here. And again, this is not to diminish a significant weakening of the conventional forces of the Iranians, right? I mean, I think we could continue probably to do that, right? I think if Congress will fund it, which again, that's another question that we have to consider as we assess where the conflict's going. But if Congress would fund it, I think we could pummel them. But as we talked before, will that bring them to their knees and doesn't get us closer to the nuclear dust? And I call it the nuclear dust. Doesn't get us. I don't know that it gets us closer to that. I don't know that. I don't know what the end game is here. I don't know what a victory would look like. I'm not saying there isn't one. I'm just saying I don't know what it is, right? What is it? Is it regime change? Is it simply détente? I mean, is it after we've pummeled them, getting to a point where this regime is demoralized enough that it will deal, that it will be less of a pariah? I don't know. I mean, these are open kinds of questions. I mean, I think the president certainly seems to believe that's what's on the other side of the game for him, of the actions they're taking right now for him, right? That they're going to buckle and then they'll be willing to deal. And I mean, that would be great if we get a favorable deal. I mean, it's been costly, and I think, as we've said before ad nauseum, I think that the American people, I mean, the rallying around, this is post-Afghanistan, post-Iraq 2. Post-Iraq 1, I think the American people would have been in a much different place. That's not to say that you can't bring people along, maybe, but that's certainly not Trump's skill, right? I mean, of all the skills and personality quirks and strengths and weaknesses he has, this is not in his wheelhouse, right? Bringing people along, especially the unconvinced, the middle, the possibly persuadable. That's not who Trump is, right? Trump is a go to the base, rally the base. He's not somebody that's a consensus builder. So yeah, I don't know, guys. Those are my random thoughts. Great guests. Love it when you have guests. Keep them coming, my friend.
Thank you for that, Scott. We'll now go to El Normal, followed by Emir.
Hi there. I will keep it uncharacteristically brief. This was a coup, Gary, for you and for us, and for Mr. Fares, Mr. Walid June, which is a term of affection in Farsi. What an encouraging presentation. What a great perspective. I'm delighted to hear his inside view of the solidity of our coalition, including the United States and the Gulf nations and Israel, against jihad and against the Islamic Revolutionary Genocide Corps. The Persian people are a noble and brilliant and millennia-old people with wonderful art, wonderful cinema, wonderful food, wonderful culture, wonderful music and theater that are under the heel of this oppressive, bizarre, suicidal, apocalyptic regime. They're not even indigenously from Persia, these crazy people. And they need to go, and the Persian people need to be free, as do all the Iranian people, including the Baluchi people, and the Yazidi people, and the Baha'i people, and everybody else they've been oppressing. And the people of the region need to be free. Lebanon, Hezbollah, armed and funded and trained by this horrible regime. And Syria, they're already out of. Yemen, they need to leave. Iraq, they need to leave. The United States, they need to leave alone. Europe, they need to live alone. These crazy people need to go, this IRGC. And Gary, thank you for bringing this note of encouragement as we head into Shabbat. And thank you to Mr. Waleed June, who took his time to share this with us. And please, many more, Gary, and let's join that coalition for freedom against this horrendous attempt at worldwide jihad. Finally, some encouragement after the betrayal of my party, Gary, the Democratic Party, and the horrible mistakes made by both, unfortunately, Barack Obama, for whom I voted, and Biden, for whom I also voted. How they can be so wrong-headed and so treacherous, I do not know. But let's turn it around. I'm surprised to hear how highly he spoke of President Trump, but I am delighted to hear it. And I'm wishing us all success in this struggle against oppression. Thanks again, Gary.
Thank you for those kind words, Norm. It was tempered. He did point out diplomatically that this is not the art of the deal, buying and selling an apartment building or a hotel in New York City. You're dealing with a different type of mindset, and the president, he says the president went in and said, look, we can all win from this. And it sounds great. Anybody else would have grabbed it. It's actually a lifeline to them. But that's not how they think. And he's now the president, as Waleed told us, is now starting to understand that. And I think most importantly, when he characterized it, he basically said, not in these words, the president's getting pissed. And I think we all know what happens when the president gets pissed. And I don't think it's a pretty outcome for the people he's angry at. So let's see where this all goes. I will note that one of the things that Waleed Ferris points out is that this is not just about Iran. It's not just about Israel, as many people are trying to frame this. This is not even just about the region. This is about jihadism globally. It's a global network. And now we have formed, and I think he's at the helm of this, the International Free Coalition. There are representatives of jihadism, including Middle Christians, Yazidis, Kurds, Americans, Europeans, and other groups from across the world. This is valuable if for no reason that they may be powerful enough to take this message and re-educate people who have been led astray by propagandizing as to what we are dealing with. When, I remember covering a symposium at the United Nations, and somebody, the lady's name immediately went right. This the beautiful African woman. She was an international model who was forced into childhood mutilation. And with this, describe what it's like under this fundamentalist Islamic torture of people. I got sick to my stomach, and it brought tears to my eyes. That so many women are through all of this. This is the real genocide that's going on in the world. And the lies are repeated, and we learn this during if you tell the lie over and over and over and over and over again, It becomes the truth is in the people. Believe it. Your only real counter. We're not going to pick up arms. Norm isn't going to pick up a gun. I'm not going to pick up a gun to stop the jihadists. Our voices, all of us, whether people we associate with are oppressed, or more importantly, even if they are not, our people are being oppressed. Our voices are so important in the fight against global jihadism, because that's what it is. And I pray that this group is successful in getting that message out. And we're not talking about unintelligent people. They're not dummyheads. Some of the people who I've written about are lovely, lovely individuals. You would think that some of the words coming out of their mouths shows that they are full of hatred. No, it's actually, for many people, their misguided commentary is motivated by concern because they don't know any better. And in our liberal society, and I don't mean politically liberal, our liberal society, we hesitate to call things out for what they are. Maybe for fear of not being fair to groups of people. Well, here's the counter argument to that. The people these human rights violations in the name of their jihadist agendas. Who are they being fair to? They do not deserve our empathy. The people who suffer because of them deserve our empathy. If we as a society can redirect our attention a little bit to understanding what I just said, and I challenge anybody to show where I'm wrong about what I'm saying, I'll gladly accept the critique and acknowledge if I'm wrong, but I think everybody here knows I'm right. So, God bless him and his program. That's all I got to say. Thank you, Norm. Amir, followed by Dave.
Hey, Gary. I think you've got an intermittent connection problem on your mic, by the way. I could sort of interpolate between what you were saying, but you were breaking up.
I know. I screwed up. I apologize. I'm going to fix it while you're talking. Go talk for a couple seconds, and I will come back, and you will be able to hear me. And some people are going to say, darn, Amir, we were doing so well not having to listen again.
Right. Well, great guest. Thanks for inviting Walid. That was very, very informative. That was very good. I've just got a couple of points to make before I have a little criticism to what Walid was outlining as a model or a strategy. First point about what you said, it was actually the Basijis that were hit by Israel during that the first week or so, that window that I think was the second week actually. The issue was that it was not coordinated basically. What I mean is that Trump at that time had actually asked people to stay at home. Now, had that been done during January uprising, then the whole thing would have been very different. So the timing was not coordinated. When the Basijis were hit on the corners of the streets, the people were actually asked to stay at home. So that was the flaw there. The second point that I like to make was just something that Abby said about the drone factories in Iran. She's absolutely right. They were drone factories that were set up by Israel apparently. And during that, I think it was a week or two that these were flown, and they were launched actually from the back of trucks within Iran, which had taken everybody, with the officials, by massive surprise, because they couldn't detect them coming inside from external borders. So this was kind of similar thing to the sort of what was it called, the pagers scenario exploding in amongst Hezbollah members. It was a similar sort of technique which had been worked on for years and years and years, and then it was actioned again. It was actioned at the time that it wasn't coordinated with other things. So, and then I come to my main points regarding Walid June, as El called him. Now, what was missing, I think, in his model and in the strategy he outlined was the lack of solidarity, especially amongst Iranian diaspora. I mean, we have several sort of parties which are monarchists and constitutional monarchists and royalties and so on, as well as a couple of dozens of Republican sort of parties which do not believe in monarchy. And we have also the national parties and, the lefties and the Mujahideen Khalq and so on. And there is no effort at all to sort of coordinate or form some kind of solidarity amongst the diaspora outside Iran. And this is kind of reflected inside as well. So, if you manage to do a kind of create a solidarity outside Iran, then that will reflect inside as well. And that's very, very important. In fact, you cannot really recall a modern revolution that has been successful without having a solidarity, a solid solidarity amongst the diaspora. Think about the Islamic Revolution itself. When Khomeini came to Paris, just about every single party left, I mean extreme left, these guys were, the Fadais, for example, Fadaiyan Khalq, they were the Mujahideen Khalq, what they call Benli Mazhabi. They were people who were Islamic, but they were nationalists. They were people who were 100% Islamic. All of these guys, they basically put their allegiance with Khomeini, completely aligned themselves with Khomeini, and the technocrats were the spokesperson, the spokespeople for him. That is why we actually had the Guadeloupe in January 1979 amongst the French, the Germans, the British and the Americans. That is the time that they decided to back Khomeini. And why? Because they could see the revolution is getting out of the hands of Shah, and this is the potential of the countries to go to the Russians, the Soviet Union at the time. So they thought, let's back him. Now, if the solidarity had not been there, they would not have done that. Now, that's very, very important, and this is an important lesson for Reza Pahlavi, who is claiming to be the leader for the opposition during the transition period. Now, if there is no solidarity, Trump is not going to back you, and that's a very important message. And I think that is why Trump basically looked for someone within Iran to replace the current regime, rather than sort of put his chips on external, because there is no solidarity behind it. And if you look at other revolutions, more contemporary ones than the Islamic Revolution, you would see the same thing. I mean, we had the solidarity movement, the typical one in Poland, and in there, what you had the Communist Party, the Left Wałęsa, who was the leader of the workers, which released, this was a communist people which didn't even believe in God. They were in solidarity with the church, and Church of Poland is more Catholic than the Rome. So you can see, and everybody in the middle basically gathered together and gathered behind Lech Wałęsa, and that's how they managed to win that revolution. Similar sort of thing in Serbia, the Otpor movement. I remember that well because I used to be a student at the time, and they had their slogans all over the university. Enough, we want to live now. I think that was one of the main slogans that they had. And in Poland, they had the slogan that there is no freedom without solidarity. At the time of Islamic Revolution, we had the slogan, "Shah must go." Very simple slogan. And this is the sort of thing that you need to gather people around. And that's very, very important in a successful revolution. You need to have the right slogan, you need to have a solidarity and a leader and a movement, and that's how you're going to succeed. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Amir. I was referring to Waris Deary. She was a Bond girl, actually. But more importantly, she was an ambassador at the United Nations against female genital mutilation for a number of years, and that's when I met her. And she really touched me with her story. I put 2 links. One, a CNN report about her story. The other, the Wikipedia write-up on her in the chat, which is linked above. Thank you, Amir. We'll go to Dave, followed by Murad.
He lists who are the jihadists. These like Hamas, ISIS, Houthis, and Hezbollah. And then he also talked about the new formation of anti-jihadists. And they are from different parts of Middle East, Europe, North America, right? So if we look at the world map right now, if we exclude the war going on between Ukraine and Russia, much of the trouble in the world right now are caused by jihadists, right? And both in Nigeria, in North, in Middle East, but and the question is, this jihadist is anti-West, anti-America, anti-Jews, anti-Zionist, right? So once we get rid of them, we get rid the root of the problem, and we will have world peace. And the way how these jihadists work is, when they look at the map, they infiltrate the left, right? Many left are infiltrated by this. And we see this in what the Walid say, right? And also what El Norma said, right? He was, El Norma regretted that he voted for Obama, voted for Biden, and he said treacherous, right? So this is why we see when Trump come back second term, he fired a lot of people. And potentially these are infiltrated by the ideology of jihadists. And so basically, once we are clear that jihadist is the root of anti-world peace, and now we are anti-jihadist, we are talking about the beginning of the end of anti-world peace. So we have to help the left to wake up from all the indoctrination, infiltration by jihadists. And by doing so, we will end up an important step to, lasting world peace. And the Ukraine and Russian war will just a matter of time. But the root of all problem right now in the world, anti-Jews, anti-Zionists, all these are the roots of jihadists. And they infiltrated the left.
Hello?
Now you have to wait your turn, Miriam. Thank you, Dave. We'll go to Murad, followed by Nasser.
Thank you, Gary. Gary, unfortunately, I lost the precious speech of Mr. Forrest, but I try to speak to the point about the strategy. Gary, my heart is deeply saddened by 50,000 Iranians slaughtered by the Iranian regime in the past, and in the past few days, this pain has been renewed. The 4 young American soldiers killed in Jordan by the brutal Iranian regime brought tears to my eyes, especially the innocent eyes of Isabella Gonzalez. But yesterday we had two beautiful twin sisters in Iran, 20 years old, who were executed by this regime in Isfahan. But this is about the strategy. In my opinion, the further we go, the more or derange the Iranian regime's strategy will become a regime with a sick ideology that instills in its people that I am the successor to the promised savior, and perhaps in the rightful place where I am sitting, the promised savior will appear this Friday to help you and me. So I see no obstacle to bomb Doha, Dubai, Kuwait, Manama, Riyadh. Even if the US military soldiers enter Bandar Abbas, I will shell the citizens of Bandar Abbas and American soldiers together with a clear conscience. In contrast, President Trump recently confirmed my claim in his words. We have not yet shown the Iranian regime anything. We have not shown the Iranian regime anything. Let us not forget that the United States even has technologies that it has stored for the next 50 years to unveil. This is a step-by-step work by the United States. The Abraham Lincoln is grinning on the deck and lower decks on the IRGC's speedboats. Just a Musk team is capable of disabling the entire IRGC's communication equipment. What is Trump's strategies that tolerates this regime animalistic nature to such an extent? I think that this war will continue for various reasons in the next 18 months until America being a state of severe war, and ultimately with a glorious victory. On severe war status, the US Supreme Court is convinced to keep Donald Trump in power and postpone the presidential election due to war conditions. But now let us all get past the Democrats and maintain our unity for the victory of freedom over terrorism. That's what I wanted to tell you, Gary. Thank you very much.
Well, first of all, you had me until you talked about the possibility of suspending the elections, because we didn't suspend elections during previous wars. There's no way we're going to be, I hope, suspending elections this time. I apologize. I've not been
elections. We held elections during the midst of the revolution, during the midst of the Civil War. We will hold elections, come rain or hot water.
But I want to ask also, Murad, have you heard that the Rahimi girls actually have been executed? Because the latest I heard is that they were tried in a kangaroo court, I think as recently as yesterday. But they and the 14 other people who were also tried, there were fears that they would be executed, but I have not been able to find anything that shows that they have thus far. Do you have information that I have not been able to find?
I saw on Instagram yesterday the news of execution of those twin sisters.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to hold off until we know for sure. Maybe it happened. I hope not. I will read you this paragraph so that people know to whom we are referring, from Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty. And again, if I cough, I apologize. I don't know where this cough came from. Anyway, here's what they write. 16 people are facing charges connected to protests in the Iranian city of Isfahan in January, during which a colonel in Iran's Revolutionary Guard was killed. Rights defenders are raising concerns about the legitimacy of the case, including the charges against two young twin sisters, 20-year-old
Tarena and Romina Rahimi. Sources in Iran told RFE RL's Radio Farda, I think that's a Farsi broadcasting entity from Radio Free Europe, that authorities use torture to extract confessions from the defendants, and there are concerns that they might face the death penalty. Maybe they have already, and the word has not made it to the media as of yet. Let's they have not. Horrible. Thank you, Murad. The real genocide is against their own people in Iran. More people killed in a 2-month period than 2 years in Gaza. Think about that. And who's being called a war criminal? Nasser, followed by Miriam. Nasser.
Are you talking?
Sorry, my microphone was not opening.
That's okay, and I think a lot of people are suffering a little technical glitches today. It's okay.
Yeah. Yes, thanks, Gary, for the time and letting me to speak on this stage. And hello, everyone in the room. For the first and foremost sentence that I'm gonna refer to as the President Trump's recent words about people who are asking the foreigners or the foreign countries to bomb their own country. He says, I hate people who want their own country bombed. They're such stupid and idiot people. So unfortunately, we are dealing with those type of Farsi-speaking so-called Iranians, who unfortunately there are my country's people, and they come to your stage and they justify the war against their own country and their own people. Shame on them.
What are you talking about? No, sir. What are you talking about?
Oh, Miriam, you gotta wait your turn.
I'm also from Iran.
I know you are, and I want to hear what you have to say. But I will now, because this is our protocol, ask the same question. Nasser, what the hell are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about people who are justifying strikes and attacks to
Mariam. Let me handle it, okay? Please? I'm the moderator, not you.
Gary,
Nasser, go ahead.
I don't even want to talk to these kind of people.
Well, either you're gonna explain yourself, which I'm giving you the floor. Mariam,
I don't want to talk to traders.
Nasser,
these people are traitors to their own homeland.
Do the Iranian people who come here feel like they have to take over the moderation of the room, no matter their position? Do you want to take over? Do you want me to give you a hat? Nasser, do you want to run the room?
No, I don't.
Okay. Mariam, do you want to run the room?
No, not sir.
Okay. Wait your turn. Please. I don't think it's asking a lot. Nasser, please try to explain what you're saying, because I am as confused by your position as is Miriam, although I may not yet be as disgusted as her, but I'll give you the opportunity to bring me to that point. Go.
Yes, please don't let the people interrupt my words.
I'm not letting them interrupt your words. I'm asking you for your words.
Okay, please. Because when someone interrupts me, all those...
I don't want you to talk about how the room is run. I want to hear your point. Get to the point, please.
Okay, my point is, first of all, as an Iranian, and most of the Iranian people inside Iran, we haven't given any power of attorney to U.S. and the Israeli government, IDF and
Have
U.S.
you given
Army.
power to the regime that's killing people by
Now you are interrupting me.
I am moderating, Nasser.
I know, but...
Okay, so as the moderator, as the person running the room, I'm having a dialogue with you.
Okay.
Okay? Did the people of Iran authorize the Islamic Republic of Iran's mullahs and the Revolutionary Guard and the Basij to kill over 50,000 people in 2 months?
First of all, the number 50,000 people is a big propaganda that.
Okay, thank you. Mariam, followed by Soren.
Sir, you're lying like a bitch.
See, did I handle it okay, Mariam?
Yes, you did.
Okay, go ahead with your report now.
No, I don't want to, because he's so fucking.
Everybody who heard him knows that was bullshit propaganda coming out of his mouth.
This
Everybody
is
knows
a
that.
bullshit
No.
idea.
Right. But go ahead with your point that you initially wanted.
He just doesn't recognize that people were died. People that I know were died. And he's just saying, no, these were like people that we don't know who they were.
Right, but you didn't come up to the stage to talk about him.
I'm talking about the real realization that I have seen with my own eyes. Are you serious? What's your point?
What's your point, please, Miriam? When you first came up to the stage, this was not in your mind. Please tell us what was in your mind. I'm anxious to hear what you have to.
My point is that for the decades, this Islamic regime has ruined our life for ever and ever. Like from the beginning, when I was like a little kid, they ruined our life. They just implanted something in our mind that it's not true. Like death to America, death to Israel, death to whatever. And this man is actually the same people that I'm very scared of, because they are saying the same thing right now in front of my eyes. Even after 47 years, they are saying the same things. And it's not okay. You should not allow them to talk at all, because they are fanatics.
Right, but Miriam,
They are telling that
people have to reveal themselves to me. And as you saw, the minute the nonsense came out of his mouth, he was shut down. So you trust me. I'm not going to allow for that kind of propagandizing here. Not on this, not here. Maybe on other rooms on Clubhouse, or if he wants to open his own room on Clubhouse, he could do that.
I don't even know him. I'm telling you, I know this is the people that say this to America.
Okay, did you listen? I'm going to try one last time.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, did you listen? No, wait, Mariam, I'm going to ask you a specific question, if you don't mind, please. Did you listen? Did you hear and listen to Waleed Ferris, and what did you think about what he?
He's saying bullshit.
Waleed Ferris said bullshit too? How so?
All bullshit.
What did he say that was bullshit? One thing.
I actually don't want to comment on that.
All right. If you're gonna somebody of saying bullshit on the stage, and then I ask you what it is that you object to, I think you're obligated, since you made the accusation, to explain what upset you about what he said. Because if he misled us in any way, and you have knowledge that he did, then we would appreciate it if you had taken the opportunity when presented, set the record straight, but you just lost that opportunity. And hey, this is the group who listened to him, so this is the group who you should want to hear your voice, and I don't know why you did not take advantage of that, but I will move on to Soren, followed by Philip.
Look, I'd like to start.
Sorry to interrupt. Just 1 second. Gary, I think you misunderstood. She was actually talking about the previous speaker.
She was not listening carefully to me then, Amir. Soren, it's your turn.
Look, I'd like to start with sending the condolences to the families of innocent schoolgirls. Just recently.
I know, I feel the same way. Thank you for expressing your condolences. Philip, followed by him.
Hi, thank you so much, Gary. I really appreciate the way that you that you give all sides, an opportunity to speak and try and understand what the truth is, and the truth is not easy to find, of course. I am concerned though because I've heard several speakers in the room, including yourself, say that 52 or 53,000 people were executed by the Iranian regime. And I'm just wondering if you actually have fact-checked that, because it's not a completely verified true statement. According to the Iranian regime, around 3,000 people have been executed.
Okay, wait a minute, hold on, Philip. Are you going to go by the numbers that the perpetrators give?
No, of course not. I'm just saying they say. They
So.
say around 3,000, and they say 53,000 people have been detained. But I mean,
No. If you read Time Magazine, if you read Iran International, if you read the reporting of various different news organizations, if you read the independent verifications from a number of human rights activists, of course their numbers are going to be higher than the official regime figures. You are absolutely correct in saying the regime, the people who actually pulled the trigger, claim that they killed over 3,100 people because they were rioters and foreigners who interfered in the internal workings of Iran. Now, you can perhaps counterbalance the 50,000 figure with the Iranian figure. I would say probably the truth is somewhere in between the two, and I would give more credence to the outside observers who are trying, and of course it's going to be unverified. Who's your source? You want to verify how many people are dead? Normally you go to the government. When a plane crashes, you go to the cops and you say, how many people died in the plane crash? That's verifiable. But when it's the government killing the people, you close society, of course the numbers are unverifiable. But it's on the low end, they're saying 30,000 to 36,000 people in a 2-day period only. January 8th through the 9th were killed.
I appreciate you sort of clarifying and justifying, that's...
I'm not justifying, I'm just saying that what credibility is there in what the Iranian government tells us about the number of people who were killed? How can you go there?
I want to see you as a kind of a credible source, and not saying simply as a fact that 53,000 people have...
Okay, I will put it this way. Credible news organizations have quoted higher numbers on the number of people who were killed. The more moderate number that is being used by Time Magazine and Iran International is that 30,000 to 36,500 people were killed in a 2-day period, and this was verified. That's all the numbers that they could verify in spite of an internet blackout. So if you want to argue, no, it wasn't 36,000, it was 35,000, or it was 30,000, or it was 20,000. I'm going to quote Hillary Clinton. What difference does it make? They still perpetuated a genocide on their people. If in your country, your government killed, quote unquote, only 3,100 people who were protesting over a 2-day period, would you say, it's only 3,200?
No, of course not.
Okay, so why do you even bring it up?
Because I don't like the misinformation in this room.
Well, it's not misinformation.
It is if you state as a fact that 53 or allow other people to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to rewind And I would ask, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to disregard when I said 50 to 52,000 people were killed. And I would like you to readjust your thinking to believe that what I said, the proper wordage that I should have used, and Philip is exactly right, 50,000 people were reportedly killed. That is accurate.
And then my last point is just you can't fight fire with fire, and violence begets violence. So give peace a chance.
Okay, that's good. When the guy is pointing a gun at me, and he's gonna kill me, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sing, all we are saying is give peace a chance. Amir.
Phillips.
Remember how they clapped during that song? I'm still clapping because I can't remember the rest of the words.
Yes, you did very well. I think Philip's comment, if we were to follow his line, I think the world would be ruled by the Hitlers of our time. It's very simple that you cannot just have peaceful for without when a person against you is about to kill you. Anyway, that's that point. So that's just a romantic nonsense, if you don't mind me saying, Philip. So my 2 points about the speaker Nasser that came here. I just wanted to mention that I have come across people like Nasser quite a lot. They basically fall into two categories. The first category is the NIAC. It's a very famous National Iranian American Council. They are funded by the IRF. I'm not suggesting that Nasser is, by the way. You can give me thumbs down all day, Nasser, but that's a fact. NIAC is funded by the Islamic Republic, and they are lobbyists at the Congress, and they're very well placed people. I mean, these guys work at top companies, top multinationals in America as well. So they have a lot of influence. So beware of NIAC, National Iranian American Council. That's the first category. The second category are basically the people, Iranian people on the left, who are prepared to sacrifice the country and the people for their fight against imperialism. And they see America as the arch enemy. They're the same people who supported Saddam against America, the same people who supported Gaddafi, and anyone who rises against capitalism and imperialism, these guys come into the arena. And he cannot fall out of one of those two groups. It's either that or he's directly being funded by Islamic Republic. I reject both of those, except the fact that he is very much on the left, and he is prepared to sacrifice Iran and the Iranian people for his ideology, which is dead against capitalism and imperialism. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Amir. Mariam, I brought you back up to give you a second opportunity, but please speak to what I asked you about what Waleed brought to the table today. Waleed, the guest.
Sir, I have not been listening for the past half an hour. So
Okay.
So let me listen a little bit so I know what are you talking about at the moment. Okay.
Well, it's the end of the show for the week, but we're on this.
Is that okay for you?
We're on that. That's okay, but it's the end of the show for the week. But this is the kind of thing that we talk about every day almost here in the Critical Thinking Forum. So I invite you to come back, folks. We are here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time. So until 5 o'clock New York time on Monday, for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everyone be well, and as John Leno and Yoko Ono would tell us, peace out.
That's what's up. Awesome. I don't know who Fahim is. Will, you want to come up or you start?
Okay, so first of all, know the definition of what aboutism. Aboutism was if I'm bringing something to avoid your criticism, and I'm answering your criticism.
You showed me a video of random kids who had just, every single kid is homeless in Gaza.
We're talking about the Palestinians, as far as I know,
Gaza.
Palestinians.
You took some kids in Gaza which are irrelevant.
It's maybe irrelevant to this specific case.
Then
It's
don't
not
bring it
irrelevant to it's not irrelevant to education. No, it's not irrelevant to the education.
We're not talking about education now. We're talking about, forget the education part. You took kids that you're responsible for their safety. You took them into territory that they're not allowed in.
Okay.
And now, listen, it's not just that you endangered kids. It's not just that you're teaching kids to hate and kill. It's not just that. It's beyond that now. What they've done is they've taken kids to help them launch, to do a provocative event that is about to launch another front of the war.
Where I disagree. I don't
the
think it was a
Palestinians are going to
provocative
take
event.
this sitting down.
I don't think it was a provocative event. That's what you say. That's what your lefty mind tell you to say.
Adi, you don't know what's happening tonight? There's 15 villages on fire right now. Okay.
Wait. That's nothing to do with the kids coming. Now
Yes,
you're
it's
talking.
It's Nakama. You didn't see the WhatsApp group? You're not on it?
No, but it's
You
nothing
get the
to do
invite
with
to go burn down villages tonight?
nothing to do with the kids coming there. As in,
Nothing
nothing to do.
You guys let us speak, please. Could we just move on? Is that possible?
She's insisting talking about it. I didn't talk about it.
Adi,
You are guest in her room. You can leave, my friend.
No,
If she's talking to me, I will answer. Thank you.
No, you cannot come to the room.
Tan, I don't care.
Tell me what I can or not.
Tan, we're having a conversation here, okay? We're in the middle of a conversation. I think Adi really likes when we give agency to people who start attacks that end up spurring wars and lots of people die. So they took a bunch of kids to do a provocative act in a territory where they did not belong, with no coordination from the army or permission, right? And they did that. They went rogue with children to provoke World War III, and now everyone there is in danger, including you. You are sacrificing your own.
I don't know if you're kidding or not.
Zero agency for what they've done.
I don't even know how to react to
the severity of what they've done here.
Are you serious? Do you think they went there to what the hell? What the fuck
this shit is gonna come to your door.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Adi, this shit you guys just got before. Adi,
having the trip hiking in Judea and Samaria, provoking World War III. What the fuck are you talking about?
Adi, you said there's a sign you don't cross. They crossed the sign on purpose.
I didn't say they should go there. Listen to what I say for God's sake. If you have a brain, use it and listen and analyze what I think. If you have one. They should not go there. I never say they should. However, they did not go there in order to provoke somebody in his private land. First of all, I don't even know if it's private land. It's something you said, and I didn't see any proof for that. Second, yeah, they were hiking, and maybe not in an area they should, but it's not act of provocation. It's act of hiking. They came there to trouble.
Adi, you don't think adults that are responsible for them not going to Area A? So they don't get into conflicts with the residents there?
I think yes.
Okay, so Adi, here's the thing. Here's why it's not in your interest to frame this as a terrorist attack against Jews. Because what the result is going to be, Gaza used to be a problem for you, not anymore. West Bank, not so much, right? You have less problems with the West Bank.
Now, many terrorists in the West Bank.
Okay, now you've basically given them perfectly justification to defend themselves, to take up arms, because what you've unleashed now is a series of just like widespread pogroms across the place. And so this, because of these children, these innocent children taking a hike, it's going to come to your fucking door.
You think they need this?
No agency, no responsibility, just it's
what
like.
What about the terrorists? They try to murder us, and I'm talking only West in 2022.
It's going to come to your door, and it's going to be legitimate, Adi. Because of what they did.
What the hell are you thinking? They were trying to murder us for years now from the West Bank.
No, they weren't. They've been sitting ducks while you guys forced them out of the house.
Not true. You have no fucking idea what you're talking about. Read about the 23 wave of terror.
I mean,
don't have idea what you're talking
You guys made the claim that tons of Jews have died this week, and you found 0 Jews that died. So.
No, I didn't make this claim. It's
No,
norm.
you're blaming
There was terror attacks, and Jews were definitely injured, not killed. Yeah, and we're sorry the Jews were not killed.
But how
Yeah,
many?
we're sorry.
Well, do you know how many terror attacks there were the other way though? No, you don't, because you don't get that in your IV of propaganda.
Okay, and I'm not claiming to know anything in the Palestinian side. I care about my people.
I'm saying it hurts your people when this comes to your fucking door. It's gonna end up on your doorstep. You think you're far
When you
from
say
it,
to my doorstep, you mean they will do terror attack in Jerusalem and Tel
No,
Aviv?
I'm saying that eventually they're gonna need to protect themselves.
How? By attacking my
By
doorsteps
grabbing
and
guns away from your hands, yes.
by attacking me in
By
Rishon
grabbing
LeZion?
guns out of your hands, eventually they're gonna have to grab the guns away, yes. That's what people do to protect their families.
By coming to us, yes or no? By coming to us or Israel?
You came to them. You're in their
No,
space.
I'm asking you.
You came
you
to them,
said
and villages have been wiped off the map like the Holocaust.
They are living there. Yeah.
Adi, where my family's from in Lithuania, there's no Jewish villages left. They've been wiped off the map. That's what they've done in the West Bank. There's dozens and dozens of villages. Look at the map on my PTR. Wiped off the map, just like the Holocaust. Okay. They went door to door and wiped villages off the map, exactly like the Holocaust, exactly like they did to my family in Lithuania. There's nowhere to return to because of what.
Exactly like the Holocaust. Yeah, of course. Yeah. You're so dumb, honestly.
Maybe it's because you don't have ancestors who were in the Holocaust, but it rings.
Maybe if you were talking with your ancestors from the Holocaust, they were ashamed of you by saying that. And I have friends that they have family members in the Holocaust. Yeah, and I was in Poland and see the gas chambers. Yeah, exactly like the West Bank, right? Exactly like the West Bank. Of course, you're right. You know, you can say it's a wrong thing, and I agree. What I mean is wrong. It's a wrong thing without mentioning the Holocaust, like being cholat Shoah. You know what? The Holocaust seeker.
I get called a capo every day by the Zionists.
Yeah, but when you mention the Holocaust like that, of course people like to call you a capo. What are you expecting?
Adi, what is the practical difference between wiping off villages off of the West Bank and in broad daylight on social media where everyone can see? The only difference between that and what happened in Lithuania is that was done before social media and nobody could see and nobody heard about it until lately, until they got a telegram 3 months later. The only difference is it's being live streamed. And you think that, and you only see, and you're looking at it through like glasses that say, oh,
Bachelor of Science school ever.
And the sad part, I wondered, just to see the conversation, is my daughter, 28, soon to be 29, she has had Botox. She's dabbled around. She can't afford it, number one, so don't even go there. But what's so sad is that, I guess, is this the phrase looks maxing? She tells me, you have to start now, Mom. You have to start now.
So that's what they tell you. Now I will disclose to the room in a non-replay room that I had a couple Botox.
Oh my God!
But hold on. But it was interesting because one of the things it really helped me with is it's not so much for the looks part, but it helped in keeping my eyes from like drooping on the.
What is happening in the West Bank?
They're white. They're disappeared.
Not even close.
You know what? You have either you are willfully distorting history. Even you know that's not what's happening in the West Bank. So to compare the two, it's like apples and bowling balls. It's not comparable. Okay? You lose credibility by making that comparison.
So maybe it's apples to oranges. Let's together.
No, it's not. It's apples to bowling ball.
All right, Randy. So give me an example.
Whose
Give me an
credibility
example
when you
of
say
something
things
different
like that?
about it. Your word for it, Randy. Give me one
Right.
example, please.
Okay. They're not killing children in the West. Israeli
Yes,
soldiers
they are. You
are
want
not
some
killing
children
children.
who were killed?
No, they are not.
I'll show
Number
you some
two,
videos of children.
number two, Palestinians can go anywhere. They can leave. The Jews in the Holocaust would have loved, Anne Frank would have loved to have left. You know, the big crime that you say is that they're destroying towns and people have to leave. Anne Frank would have loved to have left Amsterdam and gone somewhere else. Okay? Some major differences, and you need West Bank. Because it sounds like you're really just shooting from the hip. You know? I don't know why you feel compelled to slander your own people like this. But you need some real research and thinking about what you're doing when you make these random actions. Why are you keeping that?
Now.
What kind of validation are you seeking?
Listen,
You
I want
need
to dissect the
validation
facts
from
with you,
these
Randy.
Muslims?
My friend, let's go through the facts, okay?
Yeah, let's slice and dice it.
I'm open to
What's happened in the Holocaust is a million times worse than anything that
fair.
I
You're right. There's always a scale difference. I never said apples to apples.
Okay,
But there are
okay. You know what?
similarities in
Why don't you focus on that scale difference?
Randy, let's have a conversation.
The scale difference.
Randy, my friend, calm down, please. I'm gonna read something from ChatGPT about the villages, okay?
Buttercup, my friend. Buttercup, my enemy. Okay? You want to call me your friend? You're my enemy.
He's going.
Okay, I'm gonna have to pee down. You're being really disruptive, honey. Alright, so 44 communities have been completely uprooted or forced to leave their homes since October 23. 13 additional communities were partially displaced during the same period. 117 total communities facing full or partial displacement pressures and restricted land access in Area C, according to Amnesty International data. And most of it is because of settler violence, nighttime raids, physical intimidation, outpost expansion, rapid and military measures that restrict movement. So those are the facts. While there's always no two genocides are the same, and there are always differences. Of course, there's differences in scale, right? In the Holocaust, 2,000 European Jews were murdered, but it doesn't change the fact that there are many common characteristics, and it's a warning. You know, anyone whose family experienced displacement on a systematic scale like this can see it. Knows it when they see it.
One more time, but give me again, man.
It's an unfair and ridiculous comparison. I don't believe it.
I understand, Pearl, but I feel that Pearl, there are some Jews that think it's taboo to compare anything to the Holocaust, and there's many of us, the way we interpret our Judaism and our culture and our shared trauma, Pearl, throughout our lives and in our Hebrew schools and in our communities, is we see the Holocaust as instructive about man's capacity towards evil, and it's a warning for the capacity of man to hurt other people, okay? And so many people, including the founding Zionists, saw in the militarization of Israel something that sounded familiar to them, to the people who had just survived the Holocaust. So I'm not the first person to draw this analogy, and I won't be the last. And part of the way we interpret what happened to us during the Holocaust, for all, is by learning lessons and being vigilant against this ever happening again.
Brain rot, bitch!
And we're not saying that person, but similarities would be a betrayal of our heritage and our family history.
And you live in US, right, Buttercup?
What do you say?
And you live in US, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I am really sorry that the country that I am coming from is hurting your bombs and your soldiers. I apologize for that.
What country are you
Emrose
from?
is back, by the way. Emrose is back. I think she should come back up on stage.
You're from Iran?
It doesn't matter. Like, I guess some Nazis killed your ancestor and we have to pay the price. And I'm really sorry that, we heard your bombs and...
I think he might be.
He's trolling.
So.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, so.
He's saying, why would someone like Randy take it out on Palestinians when they had absolutely nothing to do with the Holocaust? I think that's his comment. But that shouldn't be directed at you because that's not you're arguing exactly against Randy. You're saying we should treat the Holocaust as a lesson for all people. Never again applies to all people. That's Buttercup's position, which is the opposite of Randy, who's trying to use the Holocaust as cover to try and downplay the genocide of the Gazans. Just to be clear, that Buttercup is not agreeing with Randy. She's disagreeing. Well, I don't know where she stands with Randy, but he was trying to deflect, trying to use the Holocaust, classic Zionist tactic. We've all got to constantly, the whole world has to feel guilty about the Holocaust, and therefore nobody like the Palestinians can have any sympathy, because nothing could have been worse than happened to the Jews in history. That's his fucking argument, and many people are getting fucking sick of it, you know.
Hey, Bubbles, you want to weigh in on the incident this morning in the West Bank, or what?
No.
Okay, smart.
Ralph, I don't trust your intentions. I think you speak.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck what you fucking think, you stupid cunt, so shut the fuck up.
I'm so
My
sorry,
intentions
Ralph.
are my own fucking
You gotta go down.
Alright.
That was an easy one.
How did Pearl get mauled?
Pearl is my friend.
Talking about.
You,
Why wouldn't I? How can
Pearl
you?
and I
I'm just saying, like, I've known you so much longer, Buttercup.
No,
Yeah,
you
but
haven't. I've known her a while.
No, I've known Buttercup
It's not
longer.
about time.
I've known her. We've known each other around the same amount of time.
Oh, I didn't know you guys knew each
I
other.
also I'm also easily persuaded by two things in her profile picture.
I knew you would be.
I'm just kidding, Pearl. I'm teasing you.
No, I don't think shit.
The cross.
That was the third thing that I mentioned.
Her picture looks AI. You look hot, Pearl.
Thanks. Is that Samir? Why did Samir up?
I didn't see him.
What happened at the West Bank today?
Oh boy. We have to start this again. Basically, I'll just tell you the abbreviated version. A bunch of settlers brought their teenagers on a hike through Area A, area that they're illegal to cross into. Although sometimes it does happen with Army coordination if they're going for a particular purpose, but that wasn't the case here. They just went there willy-nilly into restricted territory, crossed over into someone's property. The guy, an unarmed farmer, there was a confrontation with some unarmed farmers, a Palestinian farmer who was unarmed, and then some settlement security guard joined in with a gun, and there was a scuffle, and the Palestinian farmer tried to take the gun out of his hand to protect his property, and one guy who had pointed the gun at him turned out to be like a big famous notorious terrorist, got shot and died. And that's what went all over Israeli newspapers and TV. Everyone's like, oh, there's a terror attack in the West Bank and a Jew died. What actually happened is 4 Palestinians were shot in the fallout. Our soldiers showed up. There's videos all over the internet about it. And you can see the scuffle where the unarmed Palestinian tries to wrestle the gun away and then shoots the guy who had attacked him. And because of that, Adi and others here are saying it's a terror attack against Jews. A guy that wrestled a gun out of his assailant's hands and then shot him. They're saying is murder. They're calling that murder. And because of that, it's unleashed a wave of
Actually, calling it terrorism. She didn't provide any proof it's actually private property. She's just saying that.
Even if it was public property, to wrestle a gun out of your assailant's hand and then shoot them is completely okay.
People fighting each other. It was not only the guy with the gun fighting.
He was an assailant.
Second, the Palestinian terrorist is the one shot first.
Yeah, he shot the assailant who had a gun with his own gun. He shot the assailant with his own gun. I don't know
He
how.
was on the
In
ground.
like action films, when you see the person being chased by the perpetrator, and they need to like be a hero and save themselves, they turn the perpetrator's gun on themselves. That's exactly how you save yourself, right, Eddie?
It was
Do
on
you
the
watch any
ground.
action movies like where like you have to like escape like bad guys? That's what you do. You wrestle the gun away like a hero, and then you turn it on the perpetrator. That's how you save your life.
If it was not hijacking, like taking the gun, no other gun was pointed at. The fact that an Arab.
By the way, the
taking
number
a gun.
of dead is not 4, it's 6. We killed 6 people.
Because afterwards there were rampages and 2 more people died or something, right? Anyway, so now, Mohammed, all over the West Bank, like 15 villages are on fire. There's been like a mass organization among these settlers to like burn down Palestinian villages in retaliation for what they consider to be a terrorist attack, which in fact was a guy wresting a gun from a perpetrator and then turning the gun on the perpetrator. But Adi, we've been fighting with Adi all morning because he still thinks that this is a cold-blooded murder, unjustified cold-blooded terrorist attack.
It is.
You don't watch enough action movies, Adi. Go watch some more action.
Yeah, I will watch Avengers and then I will.
Quentin Tarantino lives in Israel. You should watch some movies, see what happens when a perpetrator turns a gun on victims.
I'm waiting for Doomsday, and after that I will change my mind.
That's how it happens in every movie. That's how what heroes do. They take away the perpetrator's gun and they shoot him in the head. That's what they.
Yeah, honestly, you're just being un-American right now.
Who, Adi?
Yeah.
He's saying, like, if you're an Israeli and someone points a rock at you, that's fair game. But if you're.
Why were they bothering the hikers in the first place?
No, the hikers they took children into areas that were illegal and contested territory. Why did they do that, Bubbles? For a school trip? And then, while the shooting was going on, there's videos, Bubbles, of the kids laughing and cheering at the violence. The kids were excited. You saw the kids cheering and whistling? Mm-hmm. It's awful that they raise their kids that way, right? Their kids are celebrating a horrific bloodbath. But the most responsible are the parents that dragged them into that situation and is now going to set off like a whole.
These are weird settler kids in this video. These are not regular Israeli kids, I would say.
No shit. These are settlers, but they're terrorist settlers. They took kids, not teenagers, right? Like not the hilltop youth. These are children who are in school, who adults are responsible for, who took them into this contested territory on purpose for a leisurely hike. And then when they encountered an unarmed farmer and a scuffle ensued, they tried to shoot the farmer, and the farmer turned the gun on the perpetrator.
Yeah, we need more information about that.
He was not unarmed. The moment he took the rifle, he's armed.
That's how you fend off a perpetrator, you fucking dumbass. You shoot them in the head. That's what you do when someone's trying to kill you. You don't know that, Eddie? What do you learn in the army? You did basic training. What do they tell you to do if a terrorist attacks you? Do you take their gun away and shoot them in the head, or you let them live?
The moment he took the rifle, he's not an unarmed.
It's not like he's in handcuffs. You guys shoot handcuffed people. This guy is attacking him, and he tried to assault him with a gun. Yes, you're allowed to shoot someone who's actively assaulting with a gun.
After he took the gun from the other guy. And he was on the ground, by the way. He was not need to shoot.
I know. He should have taken his gun and give it back to him so he can shoot.
Adi, your soldiers shoot people in cold blood that are handcuffed.
Not taking the gun from the first place.
Adi,
People are fucking
yes, there's a famous case. Adi, who's that guy who there's a lot of protests because he's like the one Israeli soldier who was like arrested for shooting a handcuffed Palestinian detainee?
I know Azai was not handcuffed.
Yeah.
But
the people are very upset that he's been arrested.
Again, you're not telling the story.
They're trying to liberate. It's become a political touch point.
He was not handcuffed. He was neutralized on the ground, and he shot him.
He's trying to neutralize guy. So it's the same thing, same situation, right?
No.
No, it's better or worse what he did. Who did a worse crime? The guy who was an unarmed farmer, or the guy who was a soldier shooting a neutralized terrorist on the ground?
Well, Elor Azaria acted against the orders, and he was sent for jail, like properly so. He was not just sent to jail. However, I would should suggest he did justice with the terrorist. However, he should not take the law in his. What happened today is a Palestinian terrorist taking a gun.
You're not a terrorist if you come unarmed, Tati.
The moment he
see,
decided to shoot.
the problem with people like this, they would never ever admit that they did anything wrong. It's always the other people's fault.
Listen, anyone who's outside the situation.
Never ever. They would never look in the mirror and say maybe something is not okay. Is not right. Never.
Okay, so Bubbles is like half American.
You're bullshitting because just in this conversation today,
Israelis, they can't compute, right? Their brains can't compute. It's obvious to everyone except them.
Out of your ass, of course.
You're an Arab from Iraq. Sorry.
That's what you know to do. Talking out of your ass. Just in Israel.
I mean, I don't think that you can grab a gun out of a security personnel's hand and shoot.
He was being hit on the head with the gun, Bubbles.
That's not our problem.
He's a security personnel. The guy was a terrorist. He's a well-known terrorist.
He grabbed the gun away that he was being hit with.
He was not just a tackler, Benny Adam.
Yeah, because he was being rowdy and trying to yell at the guy.
He was responsible for the security of the. Fucking tackler, bro.
What would you do if you're in a crazy crowded situation, people yelling, someone's pointing a gun at you, telling you to get the fuck away? I would turn around and walk away. That's not what these people did.
That's not what's happening.
Bubbles, that's not. They trespass on his property.
No, this not the guy who shot people's property.
Of course, she's.
Yes, the farmer.
That's not the one who took the gun.
The one who took the gun is a farmer. That whose property it is.
She didn't
Who's being hit by some random security guard and a bunch of kids.
No, I just watched a video of it.
Babel, she didn't provide any fact it's a private property, and she tells you that like it's a fact.
I'm not reading that it has anything to do with the property. It was near a mosque.
Can someone put the link in the chat of the video, please?
Sure.
There are two angles. I've seen the angle from the Jewish side and the angle from the Arab side, because the Arabs also filmed it.
Wait a minute, you just went from his property to behind the mosque?
That's what this article says. Near a mosque. I'm just trying to figure out where it was. It says mosque. I don't know.
Well, Buttercup said it was his property, which obviously changes the whole thing.
It says a clash erupted near a mosque as dozens of Palestinians tried to push them out of Tel, which is the name of the town. I'm not seeing anything about a farmer. I'm not seeing anything about property.
Why did the word mosque come into play anyway? There was no mosque.
Because it's not the mosque. It's about like the where this occurred. It was, by the way, the person who shot the Israelis is just someone random in the clash who decided to take the gun.
No, it was not someone
do something.
in the clash. No, it was not.
Who is he?
He's a terrorist. They were on his land, on this guy's land. And he was smacking the guy on the head with the gun with the
It
butt of
doesn't
his
say
gun.
that they were on his land. It was just someone in the clashing.
If you read an Israeli narrative, yeah.
I read it 15 times.
It's gonna say a mosque, and it's gonna say terrorism. It's gonna say the usual shit.
It didn't. It said it was. It didn't say that.
Apparently, they tried to break into 2 houses.
Yeah, that I read as well.
The Fatah says that 20 to 30 settlers tried to break into 2 houses there. The residents came out to confront them and they opened fire. A half hour later, they returned and attacked the western part of town. That sounds
It
like
just said one of the Palestinians grabbed the rifle. It doesn't say who the Palestinian was. It doesn't say anything about the
Wait, I'm
Palestinian.
going to post this in the chat. I'm trying to read the actual reporting now that its time has passed. More details are coming out, okay? Times of Israel you trust, right, Bubbles?
It's a random guy who seized the weapon, so it makes him a terrorist. I mean, it makes him a...
No, okay, listen, you've never watched a movie where there's an assailant, so what do you do with an assailant? You turn the gun on themselves, you wrestle them.
Not an assailant. I'm sure they were yelling at them to get away and disperse, and they didn't.
Why are you sure about that? You don't know that they burned down
because that's what they would do in this situation, is yell at them all to leave,
you
to
didn't
go
know
away.
that they pour gasoline on babies? You didn't know that?
I'm talking about this specific situation where there was a group of very rowdy people and 2 guys with guns trying to tell them to go away. one of the random rowdy people took the gun and shot the guy. You can't do that. Just go away.
No, that's not what happened. They came into their property, but the kids, the settlers came into the Palestinian property, into town.
Property. There's like 30. There's 30 guys there yelling at the two guys with guns.
No, there's 30
Israelis with guns.
30 Jewish kids.
No, they're not kids. No. There's also 30 Palestinians standing there yelling and making a crowd. That's where this all.
This is the
Watch
town
the video. I
saying
just
stay out of our town because they broke in.
Can you have to take a gun and shoot the guy because of that? Just walk away.
That's called trespassing, Bubbles. Why are you trespassing on their property?
To a town?
Yes, an illegal town that they're not allowed to go to.
Okay, that's a problem. But I don't think it means you take the gun and shoot the guy telling you all to disperse because it's very rowdy right now. Yeah, that's crazy.
The guy hit him on the head with a gun, apparently.
I didn't see that. I just watched the video. Watch the video.
Well, he did hit him on the head. Then it's self-defense, right?
Yeah, because they're approaching them.
If the guy, they're approaching. Why are they crossing into territory without any authorization? Here, read the Times of Israel.
First of all, it's not clear if it's Area A or B.
Okay, I'm going to read the Times of Israel because it's taking. Just to settle this, okay? This is now all the facts are out, okay? 2 Israelis and 4 Palestinians were killed Friday after a Palestinian snatched a weapon from a group of settlers who had raided a West Bank village and opened fire, leading to fears of reprisal attacks throughout the territory. The incident began when several dozen settlers entered the outskirts of the village of Tel on what they claimed was a hike. The town is located in areas A and B, which are off limits to Israelis, unless they coordinate in advance with the army, something the IDF said the settlers did not do. After illegal entry by the Israeli group, including armed men and minors, a clash erupted near a mosque as dozens of local Palestinians tried to push them out of Tel. So they're in this town illegally, right? Assam Saifi, a local leader in the Palestinian Fatah party, tells Tel that he got in a call that 25 to 30 settlers initially attacked the eastern area of Tel and tried to break into 2 houses there. The residents came out to confront them, and the settlers opened fire. Half hour later, Saifi continued, the Israelis returned and attacked the western part of town, striking a miner with a weapon. They struck a kid with a weapon, okay? Around this point, a civil defense squad from dispatching Chabad Gilad settlement was dispatched to the scene, along with our artillery soldiers stationed nearby, the IDF said. Upon their arrival, footage taken from one of the raiding settlers showed an armed Israeli firing his weapon into the air amid shouts of revenge by young Israelis looking on. A pair of Palestinians was then seen confronting one of the armed Israelis. Chabad Gilad Civil Defense Squad member Benayahu Melet, 32. Unfazed by Melet pointing his weapon at them, one of the Palestinians grabbed his rifle and quickly opened fire as a gunfight ensued.
Yeah, you can't do that.
He had a gun pointed at him. That's exactly what.
No, if you watch the video, you can see that the 2 Israelis walk away, and those 2 guys that took the gun keep going towards them. You can't do that. Why are they pursuing these 2 guys with guns?
In an adrenaline situation, who knows why they shot the gun? But the confrontation.
No, I'm not saying why. I'm saying why were they?
Who started the confrontation?
But just watch the video. They were pushing into them. Their guys with guns, and then they stole their guns and shot them. What the fuck? You can't do that.
Bubbles, do you think it's normal for a group of 35 men and children and armed people to barge into a town and try to break into?
No, but I also don't think it's normal to steal a security personnel's gun and shoot them. I think that's also not normal.
If the gun is being pointed at you when they're invading
it's not
town?
I don't think it's being pointed. I think it was
They're invading their town. They're illegal. They're
holding the gun as they're approaching a gang of 30 people who are very rowdy. That's normal. They're not supposed to use their guns at all. Where's the gun supposed to be?
They're pointing guns at unarmed people.
Pointed to the ground?
They're pointing guns at unarmed people.
Because they want to go. But watch the video. I mean, it's all in the video. But everything I believe is in the video.
Okay, so why are the kids screaming Nekama?
I don't know. They're stupid religious kids who probably are.
Okay, so you don't think it was an act of revenge what they were doing in that town?
No, I think they're stupid religious kids.
They're stupid religious kids. So when they go into houses barging in with guns, it's not an act. It's not a crime. This is like an organized trip of 30 people. It's not just kids, it's kids and adults and armed people.
No, I don't agree with it, but I also don't think that you can steal someone's gun and shoot them.
This is like an organized educational program.
Yeah, I don't like it, and I also don't like the Palestinian
Yeah, it's an organized educational program. Let's go and see how we can kill some people and steal their shit and burn their homes.
I don't agree with any of it. I think it's all bad.
I don't even know the terms you're using is like an outing. This is not an outing. We don't go out on outings.
Right, they claim
We go out
using
to
a tongue in
terrorize
cheek,
people.
quote unquote, outing.
And they're idiots. They're like
claiming it was
stupidly
an
going into
innocent
this
hike, but they're
town.
barging into houses.
I don't agree with any of it.
Go for a
I think
hike,
it's
you
all
barge
bad.
into houses when you're on the hike.
It's all bad. It's both bad. It's all bad.
But who's the perpetrator? Who started it?
I guess the Israelis who were in the town. But I still don't think you can grab someone's gun and shoot them with it. I think that when they're just trying to disperse a rowdy crowd.
How do you know that's what they were doing? Do you know
because I watched the video 25 times and I read the article.
Have you ever been in a settlement? Do you know how they operate?
It doesn't matter. You can't, like, first of all, the guy was walking away, and then the other two Palestinians keep going up to them and then take the gun. Of course, if you're approaching people with gun, why are you approaching him if he has a gun pointed at you? It's weird. Go away. Like, that I don't understand. That I think is an act that didn't happen. Also,
If somebody walks in, hold on, if somebody walks into your house with a gun, you're just gonna walk away,
somebody
right?
walks in the house. There's Israelis who are
Excuse me, but
there
somebody
causing
walks in a house
trouble,
and
and then
points
they're
a gun
trying
at
to
your head.
disperse them,
If
and then
someone walks into your house and points a gun at your head and he hits you in the head with the butt of the gun, what do you do?
That's not what happened in this.
That's exactly what happened. That's exactly
No, it's
what
not.
happened. That's
No, it's
exactly
not.
what happened. You're
The
not
shooting happened
you
here.
don't know
The
what you're
shooting
talking
didn't
about.
happen in this house. That happened 30 minutes earlier. Literally says in the article. No, read the article.
Agenda, just
It doesn't matter. You can't take someone's gun and shoot them with it if they're trying to disperse a crowd. Just watch the video. It didn't happen in the house.
See how they're starting the story in the middle? It's always the middle. She's never mentioned how this is a fucking illegal entry, and you should start there.
Oh, we did mention that. Were you not listening?
Same way we
Okay, I'm looking at the video and here's what I see. I see the security guards charging at the Palestinians, and then I see the Palestinians grab the gun away, and then I see a fight, like chaos ensue. So I don't see a cold-blooded murder that Adi's describing, okay? I see chaos ensuing and people getting shot, and in fact, many more Palestinians died than Israelis, right? The only guy that died was the guy holding the gun.
Where's my link? Why did you get
typical?
Do you guys want to get an idea of what an outing is like for a terrorist settler, a bunch of terrorist settlers in those days? You know how it looks like? A bunch of settlers will walk into your house uninvited and sit around and do some damages. That's their idea of an outing. And if you say, what are you doing in my house? They say, fuck off. You get the fuck out of here. Or otherwise, this is their outing. This is their idea of outing. It's not like they come to your house. Hold on. It's not they come to your house, bring you an apple pie, they want to have coffee with you. They come and they roam around, they burn things, they steal things, they'll shoot your dog, maybe they'll kill your goat, or they'll mix the contents of your kitchen, and they just, that's the kind of stuff they do. They're very, very peaceful, they're on a fucking outing.
Listen, Jinder, as comical as you put it, I would really like to hear from Bubbles. Is this an Israeli guy's idea of an outing?
By the way,
if you call, who are you gonna call? Ghostbusters, or are you gonna call the Israeli army? And the Israeli army comes, shows up, and they surround the house, and they keep an eye on the settlers. They don't do anything. They're just waiting for them to commit more aggression, more acts of terror, more acts of shit. And if a Palestinian says, "Get the fuck out of my house," he gets killed, or he gets picked up and put in jail.
Bubbles,
That's the idea. That's the idea of an outing for a settler in the West Bank.
But Bubbles, you like living in Tel Aviv. You like your peaceful life far from the West Bank. Why would you not be upset by the unrest that's being caused by these people?
I am. I just said it's all bad.
All the people who are responsible.
But I also think there was aggression from these men who were going against the guys with guns. Like I don't really.
We're not aggressive. They were defending their property. I saw the video. They were charging.
You don't need to take a gun and shoot.
This is what I saw. I saw the video.
A security officer trying to handle a situation because you don't like the situation. That's not okay.
The situation was they were defending their houses. The boys were
no. The situation in this video is that there's these two, what do they call them, civil whatever,
charging at the Palestinians.
What do they call it? Civil.
The security guards or something.
Whatever. Civil secure. Okay, they're trying to calm the situation down, right? And then these guys are freaking angry. Obviously.
Is that how you calm the situation down? You charge at people with guns?
They got to get them dispersed.
With guns is not calming.
How are they supposed to calm them down, Buttercup?
Do you think pointing a gun at someone's head calms them down?
I think you gotta disperse the crowd and get everyone away, right? And they're holding guns because they're security.
Why aren't they dispersing the invaders, which are the kids who are trying to break into their house?
That's a dumb question. I think that in this video, there is clearly a group of like 30 men there and kids on the side, and they're trying to get rid of the crowd, and they're telling them to get away, and then two of those guys come up and steal the gun and shoot them. It's weird. I don't agree with it.
I thought it was just a DNO arm, but Bubbles also has an IV of propaganda in her veins, and she's only been there 10
Not
years.
propaganda. I'm literally saying that I agree with both sides.
Reality. Like anyone in America can see that like when someone points a gun at you, you have a right to shoot them in the head. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with Bubbles.
Not if it's a security personnel.
He's just like he's a security guard in the fucking.
No, he's not. He's a
security guard.
Bubbles are
Yeah, he's telling people to get away, and they're not gonna go away. I don't see what.
No, he's nothing. He's a terrorist. Call him what he is. He's a terrorist.
No, he's not. I think they're trying to disperse the crowd.
If you read his bio, by the way, Bubbles, he's a terrorist. He's done a lot of terror shit.
I think he's trying to disperse the crowd.
Terrorists that are praising the guy who died.
Bubbles is going through something.
I have a question for Bubbles. Do you think Israeli society is radicalized more today than it ever was?
Yeah.
So you understand how this is more of a systemic problem rather than just saying like, oh, just a few stupid religious kids. I mean, it's very much a product of the system that's not just enabling it, but encouraging it. I don't think it's fair to say that, oh, it's just, a couple of, like, a few bad apples of these, very aggressive settlers doing these horrible things. I think you have to look at the bigger picture, and the system quite literally, either directly or indirectly, encourages this.
Is it the system, or is it situations that have occurred over the past 5 years?
Well, the situation that occurred over the past 5 years is also a product of the system.
I don't agree with that, but I do think that the kids that live in the West Bank who do these horrible things should be separated from the rest of Israeli society.
Why are you looking for excuses, Bubbles? You're in a privileged position to be in Israel, have citizenship, to live in Tel Aviv. You can actually take a stand and fight for a better tomorrow. Why are you?
Yeah, I don't like the Palestinians. I don't like them, so I don't care.
Yeah, but they're inflaming shit with Palestinians. It's gonna end up at your doorstep eventually. You won't have your nice piece of
it gets inflamed anyway. I don't know. I don't really think it's affecting it that horribly.
It's gonna show up in Tel Aviv eventually. Eventually they're gonna fight back. This is their homes.
Maybe not. I don't know. I think they're angry today, and they were angry 5 years ago, and they're angry all the time.
This is Bubbles, and people break into their homes.
I don't agree with the kids who do this shit. I think it's dumb, and I don't agree with it.
Should they just let their houses burn? What should they do?
What do you think of the Palestinians who live in Israel that, we all call Israel?
They're not Palestinians.
Why aren't they Palestinians?
Oh my god.
They're Israeli Arabs.
What's the difference?
Bubbles, don't get hung up on it.
No, I'm curious. What's the difference?
I don't want to get hung up on it. I just think they're citizens, so it's different. They benefit from Israeli society.
Okay, they're members of Israeli society. Arabs, so you're gonna get hung up on semantics. I don't think Bubbles is really hung up on the identity.
Maybe they live a relatively more normal life than people in the West Bank, regardless of the fact that they're both Palestinians.
Okay, what's your point, Wade?
My point
I know. My cousin is an Israeli Arab and I'm a Palestinian. I know.
Yeah, exactly. Good point.
No, he's playing semantics, Joe. He's playing semantics.
No, my point is, you're gonna put blame on things in the West Bank because they're acting aggressively. Well, no, I think they're reacting to their situation. But if you look at Palestinians who you call Israeli Arabs, their situation is a lot different. And if you can't recognize that there's a astronomical difference in there, not to say that life for the 1948 Palestinians is perfect, but if you're going to compare, I think you cannot just ignore the difference in their situation. One lives a relatively normal life, and the other one is living under constant security threat and surveillance and military occupation. I don't think you can.
There's no military occupation in Area A.
There you go.
This occurred
What
in
do
an
you
area.
say? Like, what do you say to someone like this? What do you
Of
say?
course the experience is different. Of course. And I don't agree with these people, these crazy people living in the West Bank who are creating chaos there. I don't agree with it. I don't know what to say.
And you
But I
just said
still
that
don't trust the Palestinians. I don't.
There's no occupation.
And I agree with all these checkpoints and all of the military actions occurring right now. That's my point of view.
Okay, all the stuff that took place today is in Area A. You say there's no occupation in Area A. What would like?
There's no military, whatever he said there.
There's no military.
Are Jews allowed to go there?
Are you sure? Do you know what you're talking about, or you're just?
So were they trespassing? Was it an aggressive act to walk in there?
Yes, yeah. I mean, like, I don't know why we're so hung up on this. I already told you I don't agree with it. I don't know what you want me to say more. I think it was idiotic and stupid and
deadly,
provocative, and I don't agree with it. I mean, and deadly, but I also think you can't steal the gun of someone who's trying to disperse a crowd. I agree with both sides.
Why? What happened to you, Bubbles? Like, you like your life, stand up.
Both sides. Why can't we play both sides?
Kids in Israel, you want it to be safe for you, then don't attack a population that's trapped. They're sitting ducks.
I just watched the video, guys. So those security guys, is it like Palestinian know those are security, or is there a way to know that those are security, those are not settlers?
They're settlers and security, they're both. So it's really
I understand. So I think Bob's point is that those security guys, they just wanted to disturb us because it's their
it's
job.
like a weird distinction she's making. It's true.
But like Palestinians, can they distinguish that those are security?
No, and that's part of the problem in this situation too.
So how do Palestinians know that those people who point the gun at them, they are not settlers, they are security?
And there were also people in the group who had guns too, right?
So I mean, the question is that if Palestinians don't know that person who's pointing the gun at their head is a settler or security, so why should they?
Well, there were people in uniform there.
No, I know, but in the video that I watched, that person who pulled the gun was not with.
Yeah, the people who they were in regular clothes. Clothes. I'm exhausted, and I'm worried for.
It's a really unfortunate situation. I do believe that every single one of those Palestinian men, though, probably would want to destroy my life if given the chance. So, fuck them. But it sucks.
Oh my god.
I don't think they know this shit.
Sorry, it's what I believe. I wouldn't go as far as destroying their homes or going in places where they live.
Wait, how is this surprising to you?
That's the radicalization of Israeli society that the one guy was talking about. I don't know who it was.
So, like, Bubbles, she's a she moved there 10 years ago. She's American. She understands the stand your ground culture that we have in America. She understands that people don't want to like just trespass.
Yeah, Bubbles living a bubble.
Okay, listen, hold on.
Her dad
I live in a bubble. I love my bubble.
Buttercup. Despite the fact that Jews in America tend to vote Democrat traditionally, especially now that it's shit.
I hate when you explain Jews to me.
Yeah. In Israel, they tend to be a lot more right wing. Just because
yeah, no shit. I'm talking about Bubbles specifically.
Yeah, no, but this is common. This is the mindset of the kind of Jew that would move to Israel.
I heard because she's a friend of mine and I know where she comes from and her political.
I'm just not surprised.
Because you don't know her very well. You're stereotyping her with all the Jews like you always do.
No, I think that this is quite common actually. Like, what Jews want for America and what Jews want for Israel are very different. They want a melting pot culture for America and a very, ethno-national state for Israel. This is quite common.
Bubbles is well educated. Her family has most of them are liberals, right? She has her sister who's lefty and opposes the occupation. She's able to think broadly. She can stretch her mind to understand multiple perspectives. And yet, she buys the bullshit, She drinks the Kool-Aid, and it's very interesting to me.
Well, living in it is different than biting the Kool-Aid. I mean, you live in it. Like, my points of view are shaped through my experiences in life, which are way more traumatic than the average American Jew.
Happened to you recently, Bubbles?
I've lived in Israel for 10 years. So everything that's happened in Israel for the past 10 years has been my life. I mean, that's a totally different experience than an American Jew just, like, trying to figure out what they want for Israel. But I live here.
Your life
Yeah,
seems
but you live
pretty
in Tel Aviv,
idyllic.
which is the equivalent of living in Los Angeles. You live in La La Land.
No, it's not. We experience terrorism, we experience wars, we experience everything.
Only recently, after the Iran war.
No,
Which you
no.
support somehow.
What do you mean only recently? There's ongoing
You never
missiles from
had Tel Aviv
Hamas
burning to the
every
ground
single
in
year. Every single year there's ongoing missiles from Hamas to Tel Aviv. Every year.
They've
In
never
the spring.
Hamas has reached Tel Aviv before?
Yes, every single year I've lived in Israel. For 10 years.
It's true.
Oh, didn't you know Hamas reached Tel Aviv before October 7th?
Absolutely.
Have they ever actually reached there, or they were intercepted before they got
Yes,
there?
yes. What do you mean? Did they
Why?
reach or intercept it? Doesn't fucking matter. You're in a bomb shelter because there's missiles being detected in your area.
How often?
Who cares? You don't think that's
There's an Ashkelon
more
where
traumatic
they
than
have
a New
it all
York
the time.
Jew getting on the subway?
In 2012, rockets hit my city, Rishon LeZion, and hit a building from Gaza.
Okay, listen, I agree with you. It is a tough place to live. That doesn't
But it shapes your point of view, and that's why, I mean, the one guy here says it's radicalized for systematic reason. I think it's radicalized because of lived through experiences, or both.
Bubbles, I also see you as like, listen, you're a person who wants to raise a family in Israel, right? You're a person who wants a better future for your kids. You probably don't want your kids to serve in the army, and yet you're not interested in anything. You're kind of blasé about things that make things worse, and don't do anything to make it better. I just don't get that. Why would you want to? If you're invested in this country and you have the privilege to actually make things better, why are you just shrugging your shoulders at the people who are making things significantly worse and more violent?
I'm not shrugging my shoulders. I don't agree with it.
Yeah, but you also don't give a shit because you've already stereotyped the people they attacked as hating you.
No, I do care. I do think it's bad. I do think it's provocative.
But it affects
I don't
you
think it
and your
helps
kids.
anything.
Your kids will continue to be fighting for their lives because of you being blasé about it.
I'm not blasé.
Well, then protest the settler movement. Go and help farmers, defend them. I don't know, fucking do something.
I'm not helping Palestinian farmers. Fuck that. But I don't agree with the people doing what they're doing.
For the hostages, to free the hostages?
Of course.
Did you protest against
Those are my people.
Supreme Court reform?
Yes.
You did? Okay, good girl. Did you, did you protest against the children who were murdered in Gaza?
No, I don't care about them.
You don't care about children, the babies, like that protest.
I'm not having this conversation with you, but it's not my people, so I don't really care.
Why do you have to care about the babies and children that in Gaza, but she's Israeli, so...
Because it's bad to kill children. You don't think it's bad to kill children?
I only protest for my people. I only give money to Jewish homeless people.
You only give money to Jewish homeless people?
Yes.
Damn, you're really brainwashed. What do your parents think about this? Your dad must be so disappointed in you.
Nobody, your children in Gaza, like, for sure not Israelis.
He's just disappointed I'm giving my money away.
Hold on, I'm actually kind of interested now. Bubble, given your history, what made you, adopt this identity or like?
Because we're sick of it. We're sick of the terror. We're sick of trying to make deals. We're sick of trying to do this.
You were in America.
How do you make Aliyah if you have lefty parents? Or your dad at least?
I don't have lefty parents.
I think they're moderate parents. They don't believe in like settler crazy shit.
Uncle Buttercup fucking exaggerates everything.
I love Buttercup.
No, they're lefty compared to her.
What, like they're not communists?
Only half of my family is. But Buttercup, I don't really want to share the politics of my family with this group of people I don't know. It's like...
You just speak about your personal experience.
I have a sister who made Aliyah, who reminds me of Bubbles. Bubbles has an older sister who's critical of the occupation, who reminds her of me, and that's why we're friends, because it's like engaging with my sister when I talk to her, and that's why it's like a little. Sometimes it pains me a little bit when we find these like insurmountable differences,
Yeah. Well,
what can you do?
What's the topic of discussion?
A cottage. I want to know why Bubbles have pictures of so many cottages.
because it was the best day of my week, finding it.
I heard there is lack of cottage recently.
There's a shortage in Israel, right?
And there was a shortage, yeah.
Yeah, and then I heard that the ones they're putting out now are actually bad in summer, so I'm nervous. Anyway.
Cottage cheese looks too much like discharge, which is why I find it so disgusting.
Anyway,
And what are you, sir?
Anyway, Benny, you have.
I can't say it. If I say it, I'm gonna get moved out.
No, he has personally. Just I don't want to talk about politics and family and then.
As a matter of fact, I want
family members. Yes, right.
As a matter of fact, I want you to repeat to everyone in this room what you just fucking called him.
A beater.
What?
He called me
He's a beater.
A beater?
Beater.
Oh, that's not nice. You have to go down now because that's racist.
Okay, but I'm a sand nigger.
Okay, you're going down.
Yes! Get him! God, that was so
I have a
awesome.
hard and fast rule. Benny, in 5 minutes after timeout, you can come back up.
Man, that was so cool. Buttercup coming to my defense, man.
Who is this, Goo?
Yeah, it is.
You're like a Latino, that's why he called you like that?
You're just going down because you're Goo.
No!
Goo.
Ah! I heard like a yell on the way down.
I only had one conversation with Goo, and he was very misogynistic in the conversation.
He's disgusting. He's been like disgusting to me from the beginning, and then then I got doxxed, and all of a sudden he's like, if I knew you were hot, I wouldn't be such a dick.
Ew. That's so gooey.
Yeah, gross. I felt dirty. Alright, I'm sorry, Goo, you gotta go from this room.
You see, Buttercup, I'm screaming at you even after you've been doxxed.
You're what? Yeah, I know. That's how sincere you are.
Yeah.
In your beliefs.
Of course.
Betsy, I just want you to know I talk to you harshly because I talk to my family. It's because I think you're a good person underneath it, and I think there's hope for you still after all this with all the brainwashing and all.
Don't say hope. Don't say hope.
Oh yeah, hope is bad. I don't know what Israelis hope for. They might hope for my destruction. You know, I'm scared.
Honestly, that was kind of worth it.
A good throwback. What, throwing Goo out?
No, saying what I said to get moved down. That was kind of worth
it. Greater Rome?
Yeah.
Why?
It's the dream, man.
I thought the dream is to make the greater Syria.
Well, I'm willing to accept being subjugated to Greater Rome.
Fuck Rome.
Burn down the temple again, baby. Come on.
I were in there.
Did you fast for the what's it called?
No.
The Tisha B'Av? Yeah.
No, I didn't fast.
Why not, man?
Because I'm not religious. But still, fuck Rome. I don't need to fast in order to hate the Rome.
Fuck Rome.
You think you're gonna win this time?
Buttercup.
Hey.
Oh, you're under Bubbles right now? No, wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bubbles, no, Bubbles is my twin. We have the same voice, but we're not the same.
Yeah, no, but you weren't here, so I said hi for you.
Oh, okay. I said hi, but I was on mute.
Just want to say, heads up, Buttercup, your room is being staged by John Kitover.
Yeah.
Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I hope everything I said was recorded. And they give me a medal. Hope I got a medal from BB for my work tonight.
Are you worried, Albert, that they're gonna record you and send you the... What?
Why would they not? They would agree with everything I say, no?
Maybe. Well, you don't like the settlers. I don't know. You're right. You're very vanilla. You stick to the party line all the time. Rafi, what do you say?
Yeah, are we taking the West Bank and the fucking Gaza already? How long do I have to fucking wait for this?
Alright, and this room is going downhill. Nice to see
Yeah.
you. Bye, Latov. Bye. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
I don't see people don't want to be around these old ass weird people.
Here's a lefty person that finally did what Reese Waters did to take on it.
Hello? Did you not hear me fucking talking? I swear to God.
I heard you. Took a kind of kick on us here.
I don't care about versus liberal when we're talking about people fucking disrespecting each other. Are you slow?
Well, it's insane to disrespect somebody.
Bro, it has nothing to do with conservative or liberal. Most of the people walk around disrespecting people are liberals. You're not ready to talk about that, are you?
This woman disrespected
Shiloh, Shiloh.
and then another grown man on camera. And she got charged with disrespecting this grown man on
I
camera.
don't think you should get charged for disrespecting somebody. Like that's what I'm saying. Like,
You know what the charge was?
a disorderly conduct. I heard it.
It was disorderly conduct or sort of the peace. Yeah, disorderly conduct. Was she acting in a disorderly manner?
That's not what a disorderly conduct charge is.
Let's look up disorderly conduct. What state is this in? Minnesota or New York?
That's like going to jail for cursing. You can't get charged for cursing. You can get charged for cursing loudly.
Whoever does any of the following in a public or private place, including on a school bus, knowing or having reasonable grounds to know.
What?
I don't give a fuck if you're done. So going up to someone with a camera and asking them to call you a nigger because you just saw them call someone else a nigger.
He didn't ask her to call him a nigger.
Yes, that's what they just said.
He did not ask me to call her a nigger.
Yo, didn't you guys say he went up and was like, well, call me that? Why you calling that little kid a nigger?
Yeah. That's not fair.
Bro, yo, Florida, can you go back and chill? Listen.
That's not what this guy did.
Can you go back to the pits of hell from which you came from?
I could.
Please?
I could.
Go back.
I don't want to right now. That's not what this guy did. You're not that smart. That's not what this guy did.
You're not that smart.
That's not what this guy did.
So what do you do?
I'll play the video. How about that?
I don't know. No. I want you to tell me what he did.
Let's just play the video somewhere else.
I don't want to hear the video. If you play it, I'm gonna leave. I want you to tell me what he did.
Play the fucking video of what he did.
Bye.
That was easy. That was fucking easy.
Anything, Adam? Yeah, I mean, can someone explain what's going on?
By the way, I want you to know, Matt, Florida actually uses the N-word. So that's what I'm trying to say about dumbass liberals, bro. Dumbass fucking liberals,
Did you call the child
bro.
in the board?
The dumbass
It is my
liberals.
business. You call him a...
He acts like he gives a
Okay,
fuck
why
when
don't you
Florida
try to-
uses the N-word. Did you just hear him say, why don't you say it to me?
He said, why don't you have the balls to say it again?
Dumbass
He
nigga.
said, why
It
don't you have the balls to say it
He's
again?
alarming her and making her agitated by making her repeat something. Listen.
He was alarming him.
Listen, that's why the charges were dropped. That's why the charges were dropped, bitch.
Against the kid, not against
It
him.
don't fucking. It was dropped in general, bitch.
She was charged.
Because she did not act in a disorderly way.
She did act in a disorderly
No,
way.
she
towards
didn't.
him.
You know what's more? This whole thing is walking up to a bitch with a camera and trying to make her reenact something she already did. That's why the charges were dropped. Dumb fuck. Dumbass. I just don't want to hear from no man that call people nigger on an app and maybe in real life try to like, what the fuck do you care, bitch? This bitch just like you, Florida.
You angry. You angry. I can't argue with you.
She probably hates Donald
argue with you.
I don't want to hear nothing from no stupid Uncle Ruckus nigga.
You angry.
Fuck all the poor motherfucker. No, fuck a bitch that talks
Hello?
like you. I'm not clicking up with
Hello?
somebody black just because they black.
Hello?
I'm not clicking up with a
Hello?
nigga that hate Donald Trump just because they
Hello?
white. I don't give a fuck. Fuck all y'all
Hello?
racist people. I'm only clicking up
Hello?
with Americans that want America to come first.
Hello?
Those are my type of folks. If you love America and you want America to be first, you've got me as a friend.
You
like honky? Left side, right side, fuck you.
Shit.
Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative.
Hello?
I don't give a fuck if you a straight cracker or white or.
Jazzy, how do you feel about Kitover stealing your catchphrase?
Well, I took it from someone else. I don't care.
That's fair.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew right away after I was in the trenches in the ghetto room and I heard other people saying hello. It wasn't special to Jazzy.
Yeah, the trademark stuff. I heard it in a New York room. They were like, hello. And it's the way they said it. It was really funny.
Yeah, the way you do it's the best.
I can't even do it no more. Hey, real shit. How does it feel to be white?
It was this guy.
I don't know, but like, yo, I swear to God.
Hello?
Always. But just keep swearing to God.
Hello?
Fuck your God.
Shit. You angry. I can't argue with you. I'm happy. Leave me alone. Hello?
It must suck being stuck in Chicago with a bunch of ghetto black people. He's always imitating black folks. Like, it's the weirdest shit I've ever seen.
You know, for somebody who just said that Florida uses the N-word,
Somebody,
you use the N-word a lot. N-word.
somebody who had their balls up in the air,
My
with dirty phones in front of them, in front
dirty
of a
pants.
desk, right?
Yeah.
He calls himself a grown-ass man. I don't know how you still show your face here every day. Your balls are so swollen from no sex, right? You're backed the fuck up. There's semen in there enough to start a shitload of children, right?
You know what they say when you make assumptions, right? And
Richard, did you want to say something? You came off mic there briefly.
There's a lot going on right now, sir. I want to just let the foreplay happen.
Nah, please talk. Go ahead.
I don't know, Dr. Jasmine, she's making a lot of sense with this previous conversation from like 5 minutes ago, with Florida. Obviously, I didn't know, like, I've seen Florida, I've heard it talk before, but I don't know too much about his personality, but he's apparently like a leftist, according to Dr.
Yes,
Jasmine.
who uses the N-word, hate people that voted for Trump and hates Trump, right? But we'll call you a nigga and defend it.
And say that Trump is racist, but he's not racist.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Trump ain't ever said the N-word in my face. I ain't never heard it. So, yeah, weird.
did you watch the Trump Correspondents' Dinner?
You know something funny? Moments of Trump is when he, like in, I think it was like in sometime in December last year, and then like he said it again like just a month ago. He was like, he was like in front of a helicopter pad, and he said, "What the fuck are they doing? I just fucking announced a fucking audio recording withdrawal, like no ceasefire, like there's no firing," and then fucking immediately after beating Netanyahu in Israel, they fired missiles upon Iran or whatever, or like Libya or something, and he's like, "What the fuck? What the fuck is that? Live TV, dude," and it's fucking like recorded. That was so fucking
like they've been fighting for so long they don't even know what the fuck they're doing.
That's exactly
Yeah.
what he said.
That's exactly what, yeah. And then, like, he just recently, like, talked shit about Bibi Netanyahu, like, he was, like, talking shit about Israel. And so it's like, a lot of people are accusing, a lot of left people are accusing him for being, like, a dick sucker, Bibi Netanyahu and Israel. But he just recently, like, said, like, some shit, like negative towards like his actions. So, I apologize, guys. I'm getting ready to eat dinner. I can't talk much.
Oh, good. Yeah, this lawyer, though, is funny. He's sounding off, going on and on and on, and then when he leaves, the people are like, did you smell it on his breath? Was he sober? I think he's drunk. He did kind of lose. He did kind of seem a little off his filter, but I mean, he's probably just so fucking pissed at the judge, the prosecution. He kept saying, get rid of this woke bullshit. You people are the problem. The media right here, you won't print it. He went off.
Yeah, what everybody's saying is like he was like fighting the defense and the judge. Like that's how it was like a battle between his group and their group. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't like it was abnormally weird the whole trial, I guess.
Judge won't even let him file or record his, what do you call it, objections. You have to record it during their breaks. She wouldn't let him do that, like basic stuff. Jazzy, if a judge disrespected you, would you mouth off if you were working a case?
If I can prove it.
Yeah.
Like, for example, like, if it's just blatant disrespect, yes. But if it's, like, subtle, no, I would shut up. But if I can, like, everything's recorded, so.
And then she said, Jasmine, I will hold you in contempt if you don't stop. One more word.
I would say one.
I want to say that this woman Shiloh, they wasted her time, they wasted the court's resources. Those woke faggots in Minnesota wasted everybody's time. This piece of shit should be deported. He raped, what was it, a 13-year-old girl, 16-year-old girl? This guy's a danger to society. He should be deported. Fuck it. He should be executed. Get rid of pieces of shit like this from our midst. Send them back.
Shiloh should
Goodbye.
be getting rid too. She's just on another level of
Really? Really?
There's a lot of
Projection mirror says what? Projection mirror says what? You fat fucking piece of shit, loudmouth fucking piece of trash? Loudmouth piece of trash, fat fucking pig bitch?
I think people like that should be set down. Along with people that rape 13-year-old girls. They gotta go too. But Shiloh's no innocent person. She didn't do what he did, right? And I don't think she should have went to court at all. But I'm glad it was exposed that she calls little black boys the N-word. Thank you, Shiloh.
She's not. But I can't help it. I mean, she's one of those women that, like, you find attractive, but you're mad at yourself for finding her attractive because she's, like, white trash, you know? And it's like, you can tell she's white trash, but there's still, like, an angle. I don't know. It's hard to explain.
Yeah, she's hot. I get it. Listen, unfortunately, you can be a piece of shit and be attractive like this. And it's good. It's actually very common.
You see, Shiloh accurately diagnosed the piece of shit filming her. He is an N-word, and Shiloh was in the right. And the fact that the court is now censoring people for calling pieces of shit what they are. Hello? Go look at my underwear photo, fat ass. Go look at my underwear yoga photo, fat pig. Go look at my underwear photo, fat pig trash. Fat pig trash giggle, what? Projection mirror says what, fat fuck? Fat fuck, what? Hello, fat ass?
I mean, who calls it, you can't call a child something like that. Even if he's trying to steal from you. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I
Yeah, you're wrong, dude. When somebody kills somebody, when somebody commits an act of violence, that's breaking the law. Calling somebody a derogatory term is not breaking the law. It is the law that you can say provocative things to obnoxious, horrible people. It doesn't matter if it's unethical or moral. It's not illegal. So fat pieces of shit who are sensitive about an N-word but don't give a shit about the crime problem in this country, don't give a shit about the rapes, the murder, the harassment, the abuse, the never-ending homeless cocksuckers on the trains lighting people on fire, slicing their fucking throats. They don't give a fuck about the crime. They're more concerned about sensitivities and getting called an N-word. Hello? Hello?
Called your child a vulgar name. I'm pretty sure you beat their ass.
No, dude, I don't randomly attack people like N-words on this app. You know, if I got a problem, the first thing I'm doing is getting the fuck away. Or I'm pulling out my phone to film the fucker to put him on social media blast to get my social equity justice on the internet. I try to avoid violence. Unlike fat fucking piece of trash loudmouth cunts out of Florida and their drug dealers in Baltimore, fuck that fat piece of shit loudmouth cunt. Fucking pig bitch.
What are you talking about? Look.
Something about Jazzy.
Jesus. Why did Jazzy deserve that, man? Jeez.
Hey, what's up, Edmund? What's going on, Beaver?
How you doing, Zen?
Just zenning out.
Alright, that's always good. Do you have any thoughts on the title, or do you know anything about it, or not?
Well, I know it seems like it's free speech restrictions. Like something that's happening in Britain. I'm kind of all about.
We're kind of in the blender, bro. How you doing, AP?
What's going on, man? What's up?
Just chilling. It's a Friday night. Hanging out with all the crazies on Clubhouse, you know, the usual.
Yeah, you're right about that. Crazy in Clubhouse for a long, long time now.
If you just think back to all the big rooms, like with Nelson Apega or, Grant Cardone and all these, super successful people, and you listen to what they talk about, it's just arrogancy. It's just raw, ruthless. It's not educational. It's just basically flashy, like flashing your value, your fake value. What's the word I'm looking for? It's all fake. It's like a bunch of like selfish people with no self-esteem, inflating themselves, and never talking about anything. It's just this app.
They're grifters, right?
They're grifters, but what I'm saying is, it's like vanity. It's like the vanity show.
Did Grant grift away, or did he grift away?
Who?
Grant. He said Grant. Book said
Grant. Grant's up front, different app. He's on the other social audio app a lot right now.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Well, somebody told me that Nelson Apega and Jonathan Bing had a fallout, so he's no longer on Chatter. But I heard nobody is even on Chatter, and X is just taking everything over. I think this app will shut down eventually. The gold transfer system, the gold coins, is completely not adopted. Nobody gives a fuck about it. And I had an account where I did the whole verification with your fucking social security number, and they deleted my account. So it's like, if they're deleting a power user's account over and over, and obviously these faggot retards that run this app don't give a fuck about like the long-term value of it. And whoever the billionaire, primary investor is, he's unaware of what these faggot retards do on this app. This is just like another cool little logo in his portfolio of investments. So I think this app will shut down.
Yeah. I agree with you on that. I mean, one day you just wake up.
Damn. I guess I better stop paying for this shit. As soon as you said that shit, let me stop. Let me go ahead and cancel that
Go
shit.
ahead and cancel that shit.
God damn.
Tomorrow, AP, you'll wake up and it won't even be there anymore.
Yeah, but see, AP.
You know what? Does anybody remember the clown?
The clown?
Yeah, early on Clubhouse.
John Kitover? Edmund
He had
Dakin?
a clown. Yeah, the clown. He had the clown face on his fucking profile. Anybody remember that?
Nah, I don't know who you're talking about.
Conservative activist.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yep, that's exactly the name right there.
He croaked. He did.
Oh, he's dead. Whoa, shit, I had no idea.
But see, AP, why do you pay for Plus? Do you want to see who looked at your profile? Like, what do you use your Plus for?
Well, they just, I don't know, they started, a couple years ago. I don't know how long ago they started. But yeah, pretty much.
Because
when you spoke, yeah, I'm getting rid of it.
Well, see, I use Anonymous to go into rooms that I'm blocked from to live stream that room onto other platforms. So it has value to me. But if I'm the only one using it to basically re-platform content, well, I'm the, like, how can if I'm the only one doing it, their product is worthless. Like, there's just, it can't support the amount of data transfer and cloud they have to buy to fucking facilitate non-stop conference calls around the fucking planet. Lots of people sucking up all this fucking bandwidth. No advertisements, not enough profit. Like, this thing is shrinking. It's shrinking and shrinking. Eventually, it will just, they'll pull the plug on it and be like, it was a great experiment, guys, but we're sorry, we've got to shut it down.
Yep. Any moment. Right. Let's get back on topic. I suspect we have people on stage that might have a little disagreement with the title, but AP, I don't know if you want to take a shot at it. All opinions are welcomed. I won't be judgmental, but I think, in my opinion, there's some facts that aren't there for a lot of these things that seem to make a certain group of people portrayed a certain way. But I don't know if anybody wants to take it, but go for it. D, you can do it too if you want, D. Don't be shy. I won't boot you. Maybe. Everybody's thinking about it. I don't know. Well, I guess the app is dead. What'd you say? Yes, the app is dead. Yeah.
Did anybody see this Young Washington movie that came out in the beginning of July?
No, hadn't even heard of it, no.
It's a great movie. And historically, Washington was trying to become a British officer, according to the movie, and he slaughtered and killed all these French in order to like fulfill his ambition. And then it's such a crazy twist of fate that we're battling the French, slaughtering them in these French Indian Wars or whatever, and then we turn on the British, and then the French forgive us and arm us to the teeth to fucking kill the British. So it's like, I don't know, it's just a good movie. It's good battles, good actors, a lot of blood, and it kind of shows you maybe who George Washington was. I think there's probably a lot they leave out, but you should look up the film. Just go on YouTube. You'll enjoy the clips on YouTube. I'm not going to see the movie, but the clips enough are.
He was born in Britain, and there was one other president. I can't remember who it was. This came a few after him.
I know Jefferson Davis and Abraham Lincoln, who fought each other during the Civil War, were both fighting, I think in the Black Hawk Wars here in Illinois, like they were fighting the Indians to the death, and then they ended up fighting themselves to the death. So it's like all this violence is retarded. It's a waste of time, waste of money, waste of effort. And when you don't do guerrilla warfare and you do this lineup bullshit, this gentlemanly war bullshit where you're like, present arms, law, fire. I mean, people did gentlemanly murder, like, and they died themselves. Like, if you were a fighter, wouldn't you be a guerrilla fighter, like running through fucking ravines and doing sneak attacks, never meeting the enemy in open battle? That's the strategy. That's the terrorism strategy to basically fulfill your political goals and stay alive to win the fight. But if Trump deploys to Iran, and the moment we deploy, it signals to every one of our enemies to start sending supplies to that point of incursion on the mainland. And that's when our soldiers start incurring tremendous amounts of energy to destroy them. So keeping a distance and not winning quickly, it's a strategy. I mean, we are in perpetual war, and we're spending 1.2 trillion a year. We're not shrinking the budget for military defense. It's only expanding, and it's never stopped. So we are basically an empire policing the world, regime changing here and there, and it's just not going to stop. It won't stop. And the liberal progressives or the Democrat socialists, even if they get in power, it still will not stop because that is outside of their control. You might think politicos call the shots when it comes to the multi-trillion-dollar United States military defense industrial complex, but they do not. They are outside of that boundary. They can't penetrate that. So in a way, we have like this third government, this third economy, this third America that you're a part of or you're not a part of it, but you can't stop it because on military bases, they got UCMJ. They do not operate on the same platform that the United States of America has to operate on. So I'm just trying to accurately diagnose and identify what I view as the reality in which we live in. Hello?
So we went to war for Zionists?
No. See, that would be a summation or a condensing, in one statement, which is not accurate. The more accurate diagnosis is that America is the Zionist entity. Little Israel is just our little mouse fart in the field. We are the elephant. Israel is the mouse at our foot. But if you don't see that the enemy is within, here in America, that we are the global hegemony, the sole survivor of the Cold War, look at Russia. It's burning. Moscow is on fire. The petroleum industry is in ruins. Iran is in ruins. Saudi Arabia is standing strong. Syria regime changed. Like, we have terraformed the planet. You think that Lebanese pager attack was just the Israelis? No way. That was CIA operation, maybe in conjunction, but the CIA carries out international targeted assassinations of what we believe to be domestic or international foreign terrorists. It's the reality. We are a militarized society pretending that we're liberal progressives. But that's what the faggot retard liberals want you to think. Because they're just cosplayers putting out spam videos all day, every day, nonstop on all platforms. Every senator, every congresswoman, everybody in this woke leftist bullshit, they're just doing communication consulting, but they don't stop nothing. In fact, they just want to spend more because they know they're going to get more in donations. It's grifter upon grifter. We have like a fucking honeypot mountain of grifters. You could say the president is the chief grifter, ruling from the White House. Like, we have an interesting government. It's unlike any other historical government on the fucking planet. It's a system. It's a platform. And it's all run out of Washington, D.C. and Wall Street. I mean, those are the two pillars of our society, is Washington and Wall Street. I am complete. I am a book. I am what you should be doing and reading instead of listening to a book. And you should be reading a book instead of, wasting all your time here repeating yourself like you have brain rot from being a boxer and a 4'11" Corsican anti-Semite. It's very easy to say, we did it for the Zionists, but you fail to see that America is the big Zionist, and you a part of it. Hello?
You dipshit. You can't be an anti-Semite. You're European.
Yeah, a resistance. A guy so stupid he attacks an innocent person in the street because he's got a yarmulke on. A man of God, an innocent person. This anti-Semitic, low IQ piece of street trash attacks innocent people in the street.
How you don't know that he was a pedophile?
You're a fucking moron. You attacked an innocent person. What kind of a criminal hurts innocent people? You're a stupid fuck. You're a stupid, retarded fuckbag. You're shit.
Norm said he showed up. You're supposed to meet up and fight him, but you never showed up. He called you a coward.
Norm's a bitch just like you. Norm would never meet up with me because he know I'll knock his teeth out his mouth like I did Yusuf Haddad, the other fake Jewish faggot nigga from Israel. They have videos of me knocking his teeth out his mouth. Just like I would do to Norm.
That guy was on the app?
No, he's in Israel. He's fake, is famous Israeli propaganda.
Yo, your room is shadow banned.
Israel that comes to New York.
Your room's being shadow banned.
Serious?
I definitely did not see it in the hallway.
That's impossible.
It was the first room that showed up for me in the hallway.
I'm reloading my hallway, bro. I still don't see it, and I'm in here.
You got bad Wi-Fi.
Somebody have you blocked.
Someone has you blocked, probably.
Either you or Beaver?
No, he can be anybody on stage now. Right? I remember right there.
I don't know anybody else on stage other than Pepe.
I know you, Florida. Florida, I gotta say, I think Jazzy was inaccurate.
If you click on my profile,
Hello? Hello?
see how if you click on my profile, you see it says you can message me. That means that we're not blocked.
No, I get it. It's this fucking Kitover.
Did you just call Kitover a K word and make an anti-Semitic slur against a Christian? My mother isn't Jewish. You white trash, low IQ garbage man. My mother is Christian. Does that make me Jewish? You're calling me an anti-Semitic slur.
Look, did you block him?
Who? I don't block people. Are you kidding me?
Did you block him or no?
I don't block people. Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
No, I don't block people on this app. I get my accounts permanently deleted every other fucking week. What are you talking
I
about?
think it's the shadow band, dude. Everybody refresh your hallway.
Now check for it.
Oh, now it's there.
Okay, he was blocking. That's
Preposterous. What a kike.
I'm not blocking.
Beat me more now.
No way. I'm not blocking. I'm not blocking anybody, bro.
Oh, now let me refresh again and it should be gone. Oh, it's gone! But that's not! That's crazy.
But if you call somebody else a K word, is that projection? Like, that's like calling somebody an N word. Does that make you an N word? Is that who you are as a man? Is that how you live your life? As a man? As a rational, intelligent human being? Hello?
Charge me for disorderly conduct.
Well, isn't...
Norm show up to fight you? That's just he should be smarter than that.
Yeah, Norm's crazy like that.
Do you think that, oh, he's still here, Resistance is still here. I was going to talk shit, but no, I can't talk shit, but do you think that's a real story, that they were going to meet up and fight, or what? Resistance, are you there?
It's not a story. Anybody who was there knows. I was on the park, on the app as I'm talking now, while in the park showing the pictures. Norm is a coward-ass 60-year-old man.
I would slap the soul out of his body in real time.
Wow.
He's a
I'm
bitch.
curious though, like,
You would never meet him.
but why would you see? I'm in my 40s, and even I would not assault like somebody in their 60s. I just wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I can't see myself doing
Well, I wouldn't assault a normal elderly man in his 60s neither, but he's a Zionist piece of shit racist. Them you could persecute.
You could be like a what do you call it? Black Hebrew Israelite saying, "Fuck the white man, kicks my shoes, you cracker, fuck your little white girl."
I violated the fake
and
ass.
I still wouldn't touch him just because
I
it's
violated. Well, it's different. The Hebrew Israelite, if he's in his elderly, I don't think he'll make idle threats. See, that's where it becomes different. If you're gonna run your mouth and make fake idle threats, then I'm gonna punch you in your mouth.
Aren't you, a grown up? And don't you know that this is a free conference call app for lonely, bored retards?
Do you guys actually believe any of this?
Hello? I mean, resistance, like, nobody really is taking what you're saying seriously. This is all just stupid hypothetical.
Why would I give a fuck about what he's saying on that?
Well, why would anybody give a fuck what you have to say on this app? Ever.
This how we know you're just a fucking synthetic cokehead. I don't give a fuck about
resistance.
Is that projection?
I don't really trust that.
I don't trust like that.
I
don't trust like that.
I don't trust that way.
I don't trust like that.
Yeah, I don't trust that way, man.
If any one of you bitch niggas ever in your mind to meet me in a New York City, I would do the shit I want in real time.
Wow.
I don't care what you crack and say on the app. That's the only time you guys can say something is on the app.
If Mamdani...
Goofy goofball, that's all.
That's why white cowards like you only stand on white.
That's all I can hear from you is that you're...
The reality is you a bitch in real life. I would slap the shit out in front of your mother and you wouldn't do nothing. That's
wow.
White people are like that. They're pussy.
Wow.
That's just the facts.
Wait, is this the next?
White men are bitches. You can grab a white wife's ass in front of them. They won't do nothing.
I'm not gonna lie, but I doubt that I could probably fracture your face and you would be knocked unconscious before your head hits the floor.
The only thing you're gonna fracture is your skin tone.
You would not even know that
being inside that sun ray.
I just think it's funny.
The only thing that you would fracture is your skin for being under that tan salon. You're a bitch. You tan your skin. You wouldn't be able to beat no one.
How would you even?
That's just a fact. I beat the shit out of you in real life, in real time. You're white. A white nigga will never beat me. I'm too violent. I will fuck.
Resistance, what is your height and weight?
I'm 6'1", 220 pounds. And I will beat the shit out of one of you white boys.
Do you have any boxing experience?
Yes, I do.
What's your
and grappling experience, and gun food too, and knife game.
What's your arm? What do you got? 60 inches? What do you got?
As long as my dick.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, I have a 74-inch reach. He's bigger and taller than me, but I quite frankly, I
You're white.
You would even see the
you're
punch
white.
coming.
Pep, you're white. Get this through your thick skull. You're
Okay,
white.
so Kennedy Golovkin, we can look at the world.
You're white.
Yes, you can Canelo Alvarez is white. We can look at all of the white boys, Ricky Hatton, all of these fucking boxers that would fuck everybody up. They literally.
Ricky Hatton got my shit beat out of him.
Canelo Alvarez is literally he's fucking
Canelo Alvarez is Mexican. He's not white. Canelo Alvarez is Mexican. He's not white.
He's a white Mexican.
No. He's Mexican. He's not a white. You're a white
Mexican
European.
is a nationality, not a race.
You are a white European. You're not Mexican.
Yes. Once again, you can be European and be a Mexican.
No, you fucking cannot.
Yes, you can.
Mexicans were not raised, not born, their lineages.
No, you were talking about the.
Hello?
And their ancestors aren't from Europe.
I just want to say that peace comes from within. And always pray for other people's peace before your own.
Mexicans are not from Europe.
This is pure brain rot and a total waste of our time. Gentlemen,
Has diarrhea of the mouth, guys.
gentlemen,
Only
gentlemen,
when your mother sucks my dick.
But you know what's funny though? Like, I don't talk about beating up people in real life. It's just not something I do. But I think it's funny. So many people do it online. And look, I know boxers that would beat the fucking David Kidd. I literally know a world champion, gold medal, people that would fuck me up easily. And you know, I just to put things in perspective, I'm not a tough guy, but I just think it's really funny when people think just magically because they have this attitude that they're tough and they're prepared for a fight. And that's
That fucking white boy theory don't work here. I'm tough because I do tough things.
Oh, that's
I don't give a fuck about none of that fake white fucking psychology. I'm tough in real life. You're white in real life. If you see me in a dark street in New York, you cross the street. You're white. Just deal with the facts. You're white boys.
You know what I think is funny?
Ain't none of you cracker niggas ever hang. This is how you know. For example, you as a white cracker in New York, you would never in your life go to Brownsville, Brooklyn at 2 or 3 a.m. and hang out. You wouldn't do it. You're too cowardly. You're scared. You wouldn't go to any parts of the Bronx.
Probably wouldn't.
You wouldn't go to any of the inner city because you are a white boy. It's in your DNA to be afraid of those type of things.
Oh.
See, I'm a pure nigga. I grew up around violence. That's
you're brown.
Nothing to me.
No, I think you look like a snake from Puerto Rico. I wouldn't say you're real good.
We're violent in Puerto Rico.
Where would your judge go now? In the 1980s, you wouldn't have gone into Bensonhurst at night. Because these were literally fucking in the 1980s. Yeah, right. Yeah,
1990, 1991. Yes, when crimes were okay in New York City. We used to go gay bashing, yes. We did that to you crackers in downtown Brooklyn, Bensonhurst, Avenue T. Yes, I know all those places.
I know, it's almost like the whites can form gangs that actually have power and pull, unlike you fucking
And the
retards.
Russians used to do their little thing too,
And
Hello?
their money, but they don't
Hello?
have
Yes, they do.
Hello?
Yes, they do it. They act like cocaine degenerate, scumbag, alcoholic piece of shits. They rape women. Yes, they do.
You're just a cheap Puerto Rican spick. Shut up.
Yeah, I know. Y'all used to sniff all about coke, you fucking junkies.
No, you guys did. No, it wasn't.
Junkies.
It wasn't you guys.
Junkies.
The Colombians and the Mexicans bring it in.
You had your girls hooked on that cocaine and they sniffed it on our dicks.
That's a lie.
Alright, KB.
What's going on, fam?
KP, can you send the Avengers over here to mop up resistance? KP, how would you diagnose resistance in society as a man, as a contributor to society, or as a communicator here on Clown House?
Look, you're the clown worried about what other men do. Diagnose this dick into your sister's mouth, okay? Diagnose that.
Is that the truth of the earth, my N-word? I was asking KP a question. KP, what do you think about resistance as a man?
I'm sorry, go ahead. It was too much going on. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that resistance here is a foul-mouthed, low-IQ piece of street trash. I'm just wondering what you think about him.
Ancestors and your grandfather was a fucking homo.
No, fuck it. You know what? We'll talk about this what's tonight.
Well, I can see the Hennessy is having a good night.
You're just mad because white people are inferior to Latinos. That's all it is.
Oh, you think I go through...
I love it. It's so weaponized against me.
You're a white Mexican.
Oh, I thought you said there's no such thing as white Mexicans.
Those are the Mexicans that think they're white. Colorado Alvarez don't think he's white. You don't act white. You act white. You bleach your skin. You do fucking...
Yeah, I bleach my skin.
Donald Trump.
I bleach my skin, yet I go to the tanning salon.
You
accuse
Donald
me
Trump
of two
tanning
different
salon
things.
shit, my nigga. That's the most shit you could ever do.
I go to the tanning salon, then immediately bleach my skin afterwards.
And say you don't go to the tanning salon, Pep. Say you don't go into that fucking machine and let those fucking...
Oh, I've done it before, for sure.
I know you have. You're gay.
Yeah, super gay.
Is that a projection alert?
That's the most gayest shit.
but you allow your sisters to go and get some fucking fake eyelashes, fake hair.
Women can do that. What the fuck that got to do with a man doing it? You probably shave your asshole and you shave your fucking.
You're a dumb.
Yeah, but Kay, he's Puerto Rican. He's not one of you nappy-haired people. He's not that kind of a Puerto Rican.
So you want this big barbaric bitch standing over you with this motherfucking hair down to her asshole, telling you
Yeah, we Afro-Latinos. We Afro-Latinos. Fuck is you talking about?
Isn't it amazing the diversification and the discrimination, the discernment? All I gotta say is,
That's because we fuck all their women.
just when you think you've heard all the trash
You
talk,
like to fuck men. You want to fuck them.
You're gay. We can hear it in your slut. You drunk a 6-pack of Budweiser and you're looking for men at the bar. Shut up.
What?
it's projection, KP. The projection alert detection system.
It's just a fact, man. You white niggas squeeze each other's asses like that shit is funny.
Projection mirror says what? Projection mirror says what? Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to let you know that projection.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want you to know that Book used to squeeze his little brother's balls and then make fun like that shit was a joke because he's a weird white boy.
Projection mirror says what?
White boy.
Projection is what's called making ad hominem projection onto somebody else
It's not ad hominem.
because of your own self-esteem
White
issues.
boys do that. You go to any junior high schools in America, white boys play
Projection
those fucking silly games.
activation.
They punch each other in the nuts, slap each
Projection
other in the
detection.
ass. That's gay white behavior.
Projection
That's what y'all do.
activation. Projection
do that,
detection. The projection activation detection system has been
Y'all
activated.
gay.
You didn't go to a good fucking high school.
Yes, I did. In my high school, niggas ain't slap each other in the ass because that shit is for
No,
faggots.
you just jump off the goddamn high school table and fucking elbows.
When we went to your high schools, y'all was scared to death because you fuck your bitches.
No, you motherfuckers in the hood.
Exactly.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to point out the way that Resistance laughs. If you've heard,
a little over half Mexican, and they would have no trouble knifing a dirty spit from Puerto Rico because they don't like you guys very much for whatever reason.
Oh, yeah, the
whoa,
Mexicans scared to death of us because we fucked their Mexican wars.
whoa, what is this West Side Story?
And the reality is Mexicans are pussy.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to step away from the mic. Matt Beaver, it's a pleasure as always, but I'm going to go into the real world because this is a faggot faggot conversation, and the projection activation system has been activated. The projection detection system has been activated.
Shut up. Go to that real world, you bum.
The projection detection and activation system will record all projections.
We don't need to hear no announcements about where you're gonna go. Get the fuck out of here, you bum.
Projection activation detection system.
The loser can't leave. He's a loser. He loves Clubhouse.
The projection activation detection ad hominem system has been activated and is recording.
And leave, he'll be lonely. Loser.
You know, let me ask you a question. You know, black man, I didn't get so offended when a white person speaks. Tell me.
White people ain't got shit to say. They're a bunch of fucking clowns.
Why would you say that?
He's just saying this shit. He's just
Projection activation projection detection system is recording.
Oh, you still here, loser?
Now, let me go with this. Why would you say that when white folks gave you your fucking freedom?
White people ain't give me shit, nigga. My fucking people die with the sword in their hand.
Us beaners need you guys.
The only thing we ever did for the white people is give them our cocaine and let them OD on
What is you be talking about?
You white people, motherfucker, like you know how to sniff coke and sniff heroin and touch little kids. Fuck the white man.
guess who would get strung out? Niggas. I can't stand
To be
it,
sure, the blacks ended up becoming the crackheads, and they're the ones who got fucked the most over by cocaine, if we're being honest. The Latinos did profit off of that group the
that
most.
ain't cocaine. That's crack. That's
Yeah,
mixture
well,
of
okay, it's a
cocaine
derivative of cocaine.
Exactly. It ain't pure coke. The fuck? Coke to a
Still all comes from where? Latin America.
Exactly. My people. We gonna make sure you crackers die.
Oh, but you ended up killing off the niggas, and
so what? There's gonna be casualties, like y'all always say in America, right? Casualties. There's gonna be casualties. Stop, you're stupid. Stupid. Jesus Jones. It's just like when the white man created AIDS. They thought it was only gonna be, given to the black population or the Africans. But little they know, white niggas are a bunch of faggots like going up people's rectums. And that's
pretty
what
sure
the
AIDS
white
started with faggots. It didn't
white faggots, white ones.
Oh, from Africa? So the first person to have AIDS was white?
Was a white person who spread it to the Africans, yes. You know the Europeans wasn't fucking the black man,
That was
right?
the first white person that acquired AIDS. I'm pretty sure AIDS existed in Africa.
If
If I recall correctly, no, it did exist in Africa before white people.
No, the white man gave the AIDS to the Africans.
No.
So why you bring your AIDS so? Oh, tricked them. They gave them.
I just want to remind everybody, welcome back to Clown House in the President Trump room with Resistance. A premium clown.
Their sisters and eating their buttholes, as Resistance likes to say.
Bitch asshole. See how dumb you sound? Conversation over. Thanks, Beaver. Love you, brother.
The title of the room is incredible because it's a perversion of fact.
Okay. Well,
The woman who was accused in this case of disorderly conduct, etc., was not only shouting, she was shouting loudly at a kid using racial epithets.
She was found not guilty of that part, though.
And then she was also doing it to an adult as well.
There's no evidence.
Guilty.
Just let you know, there's no evidence.
Fuck off.
Yeah, but here's the problem.
Talk to yourself. You take care.
No, Fly.
There's no evidence of a child being told anything like that you're mentioning right now. Of course he ran. What a pussy.
Yeah. Goddamn.
Sorry,
yes.
if I don't mind me asking, why are y'all talking about that weak case, which is a misdemeanor, instead of talking about the case that happened in Georgia of the stupid white bitch and her white boyfriend that just got convicted and got 20 years and 15 years from flying the Confederate flag in an 8-year-old birthday?
That happened years ago, though.
Yeah, they got convicted today.
So,
20 years, dumb bitch got another, and the other one got 15 years. Good for them crack
They got
asses.
convicted.
And they were crying like bitches on the courtroom.
No, they got convicted several years ago.
Today, motherfucker, not several years, today.
No, because I remember they were.
I watched this shit. What do you mean?
Was it an appeal and they got sentenced to?
I don't know if it was appeal or not. It was convicted today. I seen that.
Convicted of, sir.
They were convicted of hate crime. Obviously, you jackass. That's the only way you can get 15 or 20
No,
years.
I'm asking you. I don't know. I'm asking you.
Don't be fucking asking me questions. Use your fucking computer like everyone else or ChatGPT. Typical white people always want the answers to everything so you can steal the ideas and then profit off.
He's actually dark-skinned black, by the way.
He's a white monkey.
No, I'm pretty sure he's like black, like Caribbean black or something.
You okay? Where in the Caribbean you from?
No, I'm white.
Well, we know you're white, but where part of the Caribbean you from?
No, I'm from America.
You're from no fucking America. You're from the fucking British Islands or something. musty motherfucker. That ass black bitch.
St. Thomas or some The Caribbean Latinos and the Caribbean apes are fighting.
What's up, D? Happy resistance.
What's going on? What's going on?
Anything ever? You're just rock and rolling, trying to feel much better. So,
Yeah. Are you sick or something?
Yeah, I've been sick, but I'm out of the hospital now. They admitted me over the last week.
What do you have, if you don't mind me asking?
They don't know yet. They still don't know. So. You've been shitting out your ass. Yep, that's what's happening. Yep, because I've been puking the last 4 days and shitting all over the place.
Did y'all see the other news in New York City, how Kite got stabbed by a Puerto Rican? Yeah, I saw that. Was he a convert to Islam? You know, these piece of shit Jews lie. The fucking speak said Allah white. That nigga is a retarded Spanish nigga. And this is what makes it worse. This is why I hate those fucking Jews here. He also stabbed the Chinese or Asian guy, Japanese guy. I heard that. Prior to the Jew. He got the Asian guy first. And check this crazy shit out, because this is how scum they are here in New York City. They give him a regular stabbing crime to the Asian guy, but they uplift the charges of the Jew and call it a hate crime. Well, how can they get through? I don't know. If they get through, I used to have on stage. That thing's weird. Oh, Pepper's a Jew. Pepper's cut his ass so far up the Jew's ass, it's not even funny. Yeah, I talked to Matt and Beaver, and I kept it real with them. Pepe is not somebody you want on stage. Pepe is weird.
So say it
Sav.
Sav, sorry about that, Sav. But before you guys were having a conversation, we were talking about my health, right? And you guys just decided that wasn't important at all.
No, I know. I wanted to hear it. It's just that other.
Pepe is weird. Go ahead. No, I got it. It's just kind of interesting that we talk about situations that you have no contact with, but you have a person here talk about what they've been going through. But so for the last 13 weeks, I've been having some different disease spells going in and out. So my doctor ordered a battery of tests, and it's not normal. So the next person I got to see is the infectious disease doctor. They're going to run a battery of tests to see what's causing it. I did my MRI yesterday. They've done a whole bunch of different tests. I was losing blood, so they admitted me to the hospital for 3 days. But they found out what it was, and they actually patched that part up, so the bleeding would stop. So I was at 14.3, and I dropped to 10.6, and lost a lot of blood, but made it to the hospital in time. So that was so right now I'm on the mend, so trying to get my blood count back up, and thank God I didn't have to do a blood transfusion, so I'm very happy about that.
Amen. Amen. Are you okay? Are you doing better now?
He said he's waiting to hear.
Shut up, Pepe. I'm talking to him.
Why are you coming in here to fight? We're not fighting.
I'm asking him a question. You the one that started speaking.
What was your question?
I asked him, are you doing better now?
Yes, much better. I'm doing much better.
Amen. Amen. Can I pray for you, sir?
Yes, of course. I take all the prayers in the world, man. God still heals, guys. And doctors can only do so much. But
absolutely. You was losing blood to where, though? You was throwing it up?
No. It was coming up my bottom.
Oh. So did they think?
How's mommy though?
So did they think that? So did they think that it's because of maybe like an infectious disease, like for example eating bad food or something?
No. It was nothing to do with food. What happened is they believed that there was a vessel that burst inside my colon, but they by the time they went in there the second time, whatever was happening was already closed. No, Joe, they checked that. It wasn't the kidneys neither, nor my prostate. So they checked out. They did the PSA. They did a bunch of tests. But what triggered it was my dizzy spells. Because I went to the doctor because I was having those spells, and they were happening more frequently. And now they're like 1 a day, which is great because there's like 3 a day, and they were like last
was it like triggered by like you standing up or getting up suddenly?
Yeah, that's a few times. But even when I was sitting down, it happened several times. But right, wrote everything out. So.
Thank you, Lord, for making sure that Mr. Edward is good. You know, he's gonna be better.
Amen. I appreciate it.
You will remain in my prayers. Thank you, Lord, for that. You're going to be good. You're going to be good, and you're still going to be on Clubhouse talking shit. Feel me? So I'm gonna make sure to pray for Mr. Edwards in my prayers.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Now, Mr. Edward, do you mind if I share your help that, coming through this with our other brothers and sisters?
Oh, no, you can share. Go on, man. You know me, bro. You can share it, bro.
You're like my big brother.
Yeah, I know. Come on, man. You and I go far back, man. You refer your family to me. That's a serious
Yeah,
thing.
like what, 8 years now?
Yeah. I don't take it lightly when you ask me to assist you with someone in your family that has that.
Still has to do it.
So I don't take this stuff lightly. So, just confidence, knowing that my company will serve families very well, and I thank you for trusting us.
Now you might want to close your ears for 25 seconds. You jackasses that's on here that don't know Mr. Edward. A good friend, brother of mine, assholes. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Beaver. Matt. Pepe. I'm sorry. Man, I've been listening the heck out of you.
Yeah, you can share.
What's
share
up?
I haven't been on the app, so off and on. At late night, I try to get on and just listen to you guys. But Matt, you guys, some of the conversations are pretty. I don't know where you guys going. But
I haven't been here in a while. It's like 6 years ago.
KP, you haven't been around.
What's up?
Yeah, you haven't been much around at all, bro. Yeah, I think the last time I saw you was like 2 months ago, I think.
Yeah, I've just been chilling. Just because of this kind of BS. S. You hear the S. Been hanging out. Now, I just went through some things in my life. And now I'm ready, Matt, to go there. Back to the OKB. Down, it was nice to talk to you and say, well, I'm on mute and listening.
All right. What's everybody want to talk about? I changed the title. Feel free to jump in and throw something out. I don't know.
Open discussion.
Your Minnie Mouse, Pepe.
I say, KP, you're way too fucking intoxicated to be in the room.
Alright, I'm out. I go to the audience.
Good seeing you, man.
Peace.
Peace.
Nothing personal. It's happened to me at times. You know,
I don't think I could drink that much and go on a public app.
Have you guys heard me drunk before?
No. Have you been? Really? Oh wait, you did vape one time. But you actually got drunk? I thought you don't.
Oh yeah, I've been drunk like several times.
Oh shit.
If anything, getting drunk, I like with me, I'll open my mouth a lot more. Like I just
a lot more. A lot more? How's that possible?
No, like how do I?
He's coming back. He's coming back. Hold on. He probably was.
Like I end up. So in other words, I usually try. Part of the reason why like you hear me stall when I'm talking is because I trying to think of like a way to put my thoughts into words, but like when I'm drunk, it kind of takes away that filter, and so like if anything, I'll actually talk a lot faster, and the words will come out. Just it's because they're coming out like very unfiltered. So you may not catch it because of that, but yeah, generally it's I'll be more. I'll say things that like maybe ruffle feathers a lot more.
What do you drink? Is it hard liquor or what?
Just beer.
But you get all riled up over beer like that? Yeah.
What, like double IPAs in particular?
Hey, Edward, this
you
is...
get a bad book. Do you drink book? What's going on?
Edward, I sent you that deep relaxation recording by Dr. Marty Rossman. And, this app really fucks up people's central nervous systems and their emotional responses, etc. But a very powerful hypnosis CD for deep relaxation and deep breathing is, the way to go, because these stupid doctors will put you on a treadmill, have you max out your heart as if you're some kind of a fucking treadmill marathon runner and say, oh, well, we've done a diagnostic, we've done our experiment. Edward, this app is for fucking faggot retards that like sadomasochism, are lonely, or bored, or are retarded faggots. So do the deep hypnosis, deep breathing relaxation, and ignore this piece of shit dog app with people like Resistance who are here to ruin your fucking spirit, to ruin your central nervous system, your psychology. These are retard faggots, lonely loser, profane, vulgar people that are not social people. That's why they're here. They can't communicate with people in the real world politely. They're low-class trash.
Yeah, I'm gonna take your shit there. I don't know who the fuck this person. Because that asshole out of Chicago. There you go. So you made another fucking really, bro? We just having a conversation, man. Just talking.
I'm just a book. What do I know? Well, I know a lot more than a lot of faggot retards on this app because I read books, knowledge, information,
very nice person.
wisdom
I did.
from a book.
I did.
From books.
I think you're a very nice person. Oh, damn. 7 bucks or more. Come on, man. Stop it.
Well, I apologize if I upset you because I'm a book. But you see, it's a big world out there in the world of books.
You did not upset me. I think it's weird. You always rather go for it, man. Always. It's just weird. Okay. What's up, Joe? Right. Peace.
See, people say weird when they have no more evidence to discuss, their theory or their postulate or, what their point is. They say, that's weird.
No, because shut the fuck up. The owner of the room said, "Hey, I got drunk. Okay, I'm out." So okay, yeah.
Well, I just want to dedicate this little song to Donald Trump, our glorious president, so brave. Nearly took his head off twice, but he's fighting the deep state every day. A lot of faggot retards in that deep state. All right, everybody, just take the deepest breath of the day.
Anybody watching the White House correspondence? I haven't checked in on it. Suppose it's good. I should have streamed it. I don't know. I just completely forgot about it. Oh, Joe watched it. Okay.
Come on up, everybody. It's an open discussion in the President Trump room. There's a YouTube live version of the room if you'd like to watch the room on YouTube. Production by Norm Green and John Kitover at the White House Live with Donald Trump and the new bunker. This is the President Trump room. We are the antithesis to the...
The hell was that?
I think John said something Ravoy something.
Johnny boy. Norman! Norman!
Coming, mother.
Rich, if I could ask you a personal favor just for tonight only, if you could review the YouTube community guidelines on protected classes or protected groups, and then help police that speech so the YouTube Live doesn't get a community guideline strike, I'm relying on you, buddy. Thanks.
I'll take it into consideration, and I'll get back to you.
Norman!
Coming, mother. Wait, you guys don't like Norman Bates?
Nobody talking.
What'd you say, Beaver?
Nobody's talking.
Oh, John's being coy. He's being shy.
Well, if you'd like, I could read a little poem before I head out for the night.
No, we'll talk. We'll talk.
Okay, great. We'll get back to work, everybody. Don't let me interrupt you. Don't let me interrupt you. Keep working, everybody.
Johnny boy. Let's go out drink a glass.
How? Oh, Jesus Christ, not you. Ocean, please come up. Please, God. Othello, I'd rather listen to you.
Okay, thank you. 3x1, I don't know who you are, but I appreciate you.
Oh, you say this every time, Edward.
I know. Well, thank you for letting me be me.
Yeah, every time we interact, you're like, hey, Jack, you're like, I don't know who this guy is. I can't remember voices.
Well, I don't remember your voice, so sorry.
No, I know.
So, Edward, but you're right there.
Edward, maybe you can like talk down everyone and be condescending again.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Now you remember Edward.
No, I don't.
Ocean, Edward, course.
Okay, it's all good, guys. Yeah, but the question is, with this democratic socialism, do we see the difference between the policies of what they're proposing and not, or are we just going to ignore it as conservatives?
I'd rather listen to this communist drone.
Anything to say? I'm sorry, Edward. Go ahead. Keep going, Edward.
He was moved, Edward. Continue, please.
Thanks. Well, the challenge is that it's quite interesting that most people today keep saying that they didn't know that these people existed from the Democratic side. It's kind of interesting that they said that they want to eliminate borders, they want to eliminate the Senate, they want to eliminate. I mean, is this really happening in the United States of America? And I think you guys need to be in your time, or am I missing something?
Well, I think the genocide of Israel, Gaza, is really to blame for a lot of it. It's kind of fueled it. But, yeah, it's happening. And it's very alarming. The question is, will they realize the policies won't work and then change their ways? I don't know.
Left California, and the number of productive people that have left New York, when the producers leave, what do? Do you just keep trying to take the money from the producer? I mean, does this make any sense? I'm just lost. The producer is being penalized, and the socialists are saying we need to have people pay their fair share. But the people that's paying nothing, what are they paying? I mean, I'm just trying to understand the logic.
There is no logic, so I don't know. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to understand it.
How could you be persuaded to even listen to someone like this? Hey, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna take all the landlords in New York and we're gonna put a freeze on their properties and tell them that they can't pay anymore. Okay, they can't get any more. It's like we're going to put a moratorium and the public sector is going to take over these properties. I'm just trying to learn, what have these people managed, or have they managed anything other than going to a college and never having real life experiences?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we should see what Rich has to say about it. Let's see if he mouths off again.
So you heard what Edward had to say. It did stimulate you, Beaver.
Hey,
No,
Edward.
what he said is correct.
Edward, I just wanted to remind you that if you're having dizzy spells, hypnosis works. Just by listening to instructive words like the blood is circulating through my arms, through my legs, I take the deepest breath of the day, I hold it for 10 seconds. I know it sounds stupid, but words are very powerful. And as a godly man, you believe in the word. The word is a program for the brain. Hello?
Okay, ding the dong now. Ding the dong it in.
I'm just saying that meditation is prayer.
You see how he slowed down his speech and he was like trying to concentrate on picking it up. Remember what I said, Beaver? So I appreciate it. Joe, you should come up.
So, to Edward's
question, Joe Hero.
Mamdami's freeze is temporary, lasting until September 2027. I feel like you missed out, you didn't mention that, and it's an important part of that.
But it's wrong.
Yeah, it's wrong. Sounds like it's not going to go anything. It's temporary.
Wait, is that MGK from Chillism?
Yeah, but Gerald, my question is, when did the government get the right, the public sector get the right to freeze anybody in a capitalist society? I'm just curious, when did that become a proposal?
The government does that all the time. The government sets minimum, maximum prices all the time. They set taxes on stuff. They bail out companies all the time. America is no different than communist China when it comes to that.
I agree. But that was different than communist China? Come on.
America is no different. You guys bailed out like Ford how many times exactly? There's way more competitors cars in China. So America selects winners like Tesla and Ford, subsidizes them, bails them out when they fail, and then no one can compete. It's not a free market. It's basically communism.
What communist or socialist is to you?
It's a comparison, but if you're taxing people and then you're giving that to corporations or the rich, I mean, I guess that's not really what communism is, but that's how I'm looking at it. It's not a free market. It's not true free market capitalism when
I thought we
put up rules and regulations and the government just bails out who they want to win. Right, the government said, nope, can't release that. They're policing, it was a free market. They wouldn't have been able to.
Excuse me, faggot Canadian retard. I'm about to head out for the night to go look at perfect tens and have a neutral. Many people don't know what a neutral is, but it's the new cranberry vodka of 2026. And I just want to shout out to Matt Cool and Beaver here, especially Matt, who apparently is the only Trump MAGA organizer on this godforsaken app. Cheers and kudos to you. MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. MAGA, 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 MAGA.
The rent freeze is useless. What they should do is cap the increase. You cap it at like 2% per year, and then that prevents that keeps it a lot more controlled, but it allows for increases.
Open a business and hire people and hope customers come. You're saying that I should be held to a certain amount of income, that I should have to make based on someone else's thought. I understand that correctly? That the state gets to determine what I choose and do not choose to do based on my income.
Yes, the government gets to set prices on plenty of things. That's all they're doing. Yeah, precisely.
On anything that we sell.
It's funny things happen to control pricing.
In my funeral cemetery business, where the government has priced me, tell me what I should sell something for. Please name 3 things.
I don't know anything about your industry. I'm sorry. You would have to tell me. Probably like some kind of volume fluids and chemicals. I would assume that you have to use. Yes, but chemicals are usually controlled.
It doesn't set the price. I'm just trying to find out where you. I'm sorry.
Well, let me look up some examples then.
Go for it.
I just want to say that America shouldn't have stopped at the border with Canada. We should have taken out these British faggot retards when we had the opportunity to take the entire northern continent known as America. There is no Canada. Let's be honest. They're 1/1000th of the economy of our massive empire here on the mainland. And we have to deal with these obnoxious faggot retards like Jarl. I am complete. I know I haven't said much.
I just wanted to get up here and point out how Jarl, this is where we're at with political discourse. Jarl just gaslights the stage and the audience and says, well, there's many. And it happens all the time. And then he's like, you know, when he's called on actually having to make some points, he's like, oh, well,
head over.
don't actually know one off the top of my head, so I'm going to have to, let me look some up to reaffirm my gaslighting.
I can think of many examples, like general examples, and I mentioned them. Usually they're going to be like minimum prices, but I don't see a problem with setting a maximum price either. I just don't know anything about his industry. It seems weird, like I wouldn't know anything about his industry.
I just want to point out in discourse, what you just did, you completely contradict yourself from what you said prior.
I'm not contradicting myself. Let me list out a few examples of controlled pricing in the United States. So apartment rents already in parts of the United States have controlled pricing. Electricity and natural gas, prescription drugs, obviously, that one's obvious, everyone knows that. Automobiles, didn't know that one. Health insurance, didn't know about that one. Raw milk, federal milk marketing orders establish minimum prices. Oh, I guess it's the minimum. Emergency necessities, so they maximum. So if you had an ambulance company, you'd have fixed pricing, you know. Medical services, yeah, those are the common ones. I don't think it's a big deal. But what a lot of those things have in common is necessities, right? Like utilities, energy, housing. Housing, I think, is a necessity. So I would see why, like, it makes sense, right? It's all like medical stuff. It's all like the basic necessities.
Can we do a quick diagnostic here? Because I think a lot of people forget that when you are having an intellectual conversation on a conference call, free conference call with random people, you're bound to meet faggot retards that can't even, that's why I like to do a diagnostic. Jarl, what is 100 times 170?
Listening? What's the question? What? You want me to answer a math question? If I heard correctly, just add the zeros. So if you want to say, like, America is capitalistic, and I'm wrong by saying it's not, like, sure, America is capitalistic, but it's not a true free market capitalism, and that's literally all my argument is.
We get it. We don't have separation of state and economy, Jarl. I mean, we've read Ayn Rand. What else do you have to contribute for us to consider not wasting any of our time listening to you on a beautiful Friday summer night? I mean, make it valuable, Jarl. Make your submission interesting, enlightening. Give us value, Jarl.
Ask you a question. Give us value. I mean, if you want value, I don't want to, whatever you guys want to talk about. I got one.
What truth do you hold to be self-evident?
I don't know. I don't think I hold any truths to be self-evident. I don't believe in truths being self-evident. truth is pretty, like, vague.
One truth is that Canada is far inferior to the USA. I mean, that's just evident. It's a fact, it's true. It's also not better, and it always will be that way. So that should get you started, Carl.
Keep insulting me, I'm gonna go start more forest fires and pollute your air, okay?
Okay. I didn't insult you, I insulted Canada.
Trump made me patriotic, so.
It made you patriotic?
Trump made like half of Canada patriotic.
Your former prime minister affirms transgender. He divorces his wife. He giggles his brother dies in a ski accident. Is he still married to Katy Perry? He arrests truckers. And the current, Trump is hip to the fact that your liberal, progressive, Democrat, pluralist, faggot retard society is full of faggot retards. You're just the byproduct of that faggot retard industrial complex known as Canada. Hello?
I think all Canadians, or most Canadians, would admit Justin Trudeau is a bit of an idiot. But I know the Americans have such a hard time admitting Trump is an idiot. It's just, they're both idiots.
Who's the best Prime Minister Canada has ever had?
So far it's Carney, but I mean it's very early to say. I don't know. That's tough, man. I don't know. I have no idea.
You see, you don't have it all figured out either, Carl. I don't know.
John Kinsey, I think, is really good, but yeah, it's long, it's complicated. But I don't know all.
So far it's carne asada.
Sorry.
You sound like you said carne asada.
That's what I heard, carne asada.
You did say that. Like, oh yeah.
Oh, English. I don't know how to say it in English. John Kinsey.
How you been, man? Long time no see, man.
Wow.
How's life? How's
Good,
life?
Good. Coming
Good.
along. How's everything with you?
Well, just I've been sitting just soccer all day. Which was good.
Who do you have to pick to win the whole thing?
I've been just live betting on some bullshit fucking leagues like Argentina's, First League, Peru, shit like that. Yeah, man. It's being good today. It's being pretty motherfucking good. Give me some carne asada.
It's a slow night tonight. I figured it'd be a little bit spicier out there, but
Isn't it Friday night? People are fucking.
Friday ain't fucking.
I was too. I just left.
There's no point to this app if the libtards aren't gnashing their teeth.
Beaver, did you hear any of that debate or not? I don't know what that was. Over in Politically Correct with those two quote-unquote MAGA/conservative people or no? I forget if you even heard any of it.
But yeah, I heard a little bit. It was the typical, tried to do a shtick. The lady didn't fall for it. The guy fell for it a little while, but the lady left. And then it just turned into a shit show.
they just firebranded the whole place. I mean, nobody's putting up with this shit anymore. You know what I mean? So I'm not surprised as how they did that, how they went about their business. I was surprised that they were actually so unreasonable at the beginning, that being the PC people. But I knew that there's no way these guys didn't know what these folks are a little bit about, because I'm sure Trent told them.
You would hope so.
Yeah, because and then someone said they had been in the room before this event. So they just no way they didn't know. They came in like just throwing chairs and just like who gives a fuck about you people,
Yeah, it's, you fight guests and then you treat them like shit, and then you get surprised that they left.
I mean, the typical clubhouse. Actually, they probably think we're better than those folks because at least we all know how we all operate. But I mean, it's no different than the usual stuff that goes on here.
Serendipity, yes, I do think that he spoke. I haven't heard it yet. I heard like the part of it. He made a joke about Nicki Minaj. What did he say about Nicki Minaj? Something about
twerking. Yeah, I heard
she started twerking when everybody else had done.
Crazy country. Crazy country.
They're just jealous.
See, that's just projection. We're actually a highly enlightened country. If you study the founding fathers and the principles of enlightenment, you will see that our craziness, our far outness, is actually theosophical, philosophical, and based in wisdom and even metaphysics. It's faggot Canadians like your former prime minister, faggot retard, who probably killed his brother and giggles and laughs about it, divorces his wife, marries a witch known as Katy Perry, and tries to destroy patriots in Canada and ruin their lives. Faggot retards like that, like losers who want to ruin their own country and ruin people's lives because they're faggot retards, like your former prime minister, Kevin Trudeau, or whatever the fuck that faggot retard's name is. Fuck him.
What happened to his brother? He killed his brother?
Yeah. His brother was skiing and his brother died, and there's a very strange interview with him, like, since the passing of your brother and blah, blah, and he's like giggling. It's the weirdest fucking like bizarre, shocking, like what the fuck? Like what really happened here? Like this is weird. I know weird is a weird thing or a stupid thing to say on this piece of shit conference call, but look it up. Anyways, I'm telling you, that guy is a faggot retard, and like we should restrict that faggot retard from ever coming into America, ever. He can never come here and visit that witch fucking piece of shit Katy Perry, who performed her witch rituals at the Joe Biden inauguration in DC in her little white witch outfit. I'm telling you, these people are Satanist ideologues. They utilize satanic, evil iconography in their communication to us as a nation. These are fucking pieces of shit faggot retards. I am complete.
Yeah, I don't think Justin Trudeau, I don't think you need to worry about him. I don't think he's like, he has no power anymore. He's like an irrelevant, like, like, I don't know why you're worried.
Well, he needs to pay for what he did.
What did he do? Other than be like a terrible communist.
Well, didn't he fuck over his truckers?
Not really. No, they won in court. They got their pay. They got their settlements. Good for them.
That's not enough.
That's definitely enough. And then the court said that the government should never do that again. The usual stuff there.
Yeah, but he needs to pay for that.
As a Canadian, he needs to pay for other things because he has like other ethics issues that like he was like taking money and stuff. Like, it's complicated, but there's other ethics issues that are way worse in Canada than that, I think.
What are we talking about?
I don't know, I just kind of want to roast Jarl for a moment. So, do y'all remember when Jarl was running around on this app talking about how tourism, how nobody wants to visit America? He went on and carried on about this all last year. Do y'all remember this?
Yeah? Was it people last year?
So we actually have the numbers. So just to point out, 68.3 million international visitors visited America. This was down 5%, 5.5% from 2024. But I just want to break it down for you. 18 million from Mexico, 16 million from Canada, and 34.3 million from overseas. So this is what leftists like Jarl do, is they carry on and on about how, oh, no one wants to visit America. He ran around on this app with this lie, and he gaslit, and he carried on, and in total, it was down 5%. Put that in comparison to how many international visitors visit Canada. 29.6 million non-resident visitors, according to Canada's statistics. Guess where the bulk of it comes from? 22.8 million from the United States alone. That's roughly 3/4 of all visitors to Canada come from America. We literally support your country. You feed off us like leeches. If it wasn't for America, y'all wouldn't even be able to survive.
Joe.
Just to clarify though, you said year over year with FIFA that it's down 5%.
No, this was 2025. Hello, we don't have statistics for 2026 yet. 2026 isn't over.
That makes sense.
I didn't say anything about FIFA. I specified 2025. See how quick they are to try and I make all these factual assertions, and Jarl has nothing to say to my factual assertions.
What do you mean? I just asked a clarification. Chill out. It's fine. I'm not saying your numbers, but I'm asking if you said it was down 5%, because that would prove my point. It's down 5%. I'm not comparing it to Canada. I'm just saying it's down.
Listen, faggot retard. I want to nominate King Nav to the Donald Trump administration. King Nav, I think your insight and analysis is spot on. And wherever you get your gossip from, it's fantastic. And I want you to be at Stephen Miller's side, helping decide the future of America. I nominate King Nav for the presidential Trump administration.
Thanks. No, but Joe, I wanted to say this. One of the biggest mistakes we made as a country was one in 1776, not pushing them further all the way up so that we could have just taken over and destroyed Canada. And then the second piece was in the War of 1812, not pushing further and taking Canada. And then third is not taking Canada when we had our shot. But again, Canada still was loyal to the king and queen. I think they still are to this day. They still have a role for them, because they weren't able to get their own independence on their own. They didn't have the balls to fight on their own, so they had to wait and beg and say, please, please give me freedom, please. And then finally, they were nice enough to relinquish and give them freedom. So, yeah, I mean, that's what happened. I mean, they had to beg and plead for it. They couldn't pick up a gun because they don't know how to. So it's not fair to compare, Joe. It's not fair to them.
I mean, I do think it's funny that you're talking as if you're not currently losing a war that you said would last 5 days, 2
We're
weeks.
losing? Can you give stats on how we're losing?
Oh, we went over this a while ago. You're not losing. America's
You
never
just said we're losing. You said we're losing the war.
Oh my God, you guys are so
But isn't that what you said?
So Bieber, I believe it was with Bieber and Matt we had this discussion last time. But what people say, what people mean when they say America is losing, is they're losing the public opinion, right? It looks really bad. They're losing in terms of image and reputation. People expected this to be over as fast as Venezuela. In that sense, it's a loss, right? But it doesn't mean America's losing the war. But it is a loss in that sense.
So you were gaslighting, hoping we wouldn't call you out. Got it. Understood. So you believe we're losing the public perception?
I'm just repeating a discussion we've had previously.
Right. So you do realize when you say to people America's losing, they don't immediately think losing the narrative. So you know what you're saying when you say. This is what Joe was saying earlier with the games you play. You should say America is losing the public perception. That's what you should say. And if that's what you believe, that's what you believe. But when you say you're losing the war, that means you're losing. And then when I ask you for stats, you then change. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. I meant meant it's the public perception. That's what it's meant. Well, you gotta say that.
Well, do you think that America has won the war?
In Iran, of course.
Okay, well, see now, okay, I'll be fair. Like, see, you just did this. You're saying America has won the war. It is won. It is won. It's over. Right?
I never said it's over. I said they won.
So you're telling me I shouldn't say America lost the war because that's not fair. It's not entirely true. But now you're saying, oh, America won the war.
So what is the definition of when a country militarily wins a war? When a country militarily wins a war, they've decimated the other side. Tell me how I can give you stats on how we've won. You can't give me stats on how we've lost. For example, we've decimated their ability to fight back. Oh man, Joe, you just lost again, man. So I can give you stats on how they won. Can you give me stats on how they're losing? Oh wait.
Yeah, I'm sure I can find stats. Yeah, like I can.
So tell me, who's lost more people in the war? Iran or the United States? Oh wait, well you
Iran.
Oh, okay. So usually who's the winner? Do the winners are the
King
winners
Nav.
usually the ones that lose less people? I'm just curious.
King Nav, we've killed America.
It's a yes no question. It's a yes no question.
You're saying
I'm asking you. It's a yes no question, and then we can go on to the next question.
Well, you're just arguing that America is winning.
Right? So I'm asking you a question again. In wars, do the winners usually? Why are you so scared to answer? Do the winners? Are the winners the ones that lose more soldiers?
The answer doesn't matter. The answer is yes. Sure. America killed more people. Go ahead.
So again, I'm asking you a question. So in wars, is the country that loses more people, are they the winners?
That's actually irrelevant to the winner of the war.
I'm just asking you a question. So are they?
Relevant to who's the winner.
Yeah. So the country that can't fight back, that loses the most military equipment and the most people, are they the ones that usually win the war? Are they the ones that ever win the war?
I'm not a historian, but I'm sure there are wars that have been won by the side who had the greater loss. I bet money on it.
Okay. All right. So you believe that Iran is winning the war, then, militarily?
I don't. No, I don't.
Okay,
I wouldn't
you
say
said that
that. I prefer to say America. If you're gonna correct me and be semantic, America is facing a loss in the sense of, like I said there. I'm not gonna repeat it. Yeah.
Yeah. So you believe that America is losing the war in public perception, but you don't believe they're losing militarily. Correct?
No, but I do think, like, if I can elaborate, it's a lot more expensive, a lot more drawn out, a lot more long than America had intended, and that is, in a sense, I don't want to say a loss. How do I word it? It's not a good thing. There. Is that better?
So do you believe that America lost the Iraq war?
No, I didn't.
Wait, but that was a lot longer than expected. Hold on, I'm going by your argument. But do you believe Canada lost the Afghan war because they joined and the war went a lot longer than expected? If you actually look at Canada at that time, I'm just going by your definition. They expected the war, and they expected to last 1 year. It went longer than that. So do you believe that Canada lost that war? And in defense of what happened in 9/11?
Sure.
Okay, so you believe Canada lost. Cool. So Canada lost that war. So your people waged a war that went on 11 years or 12 years and lost it, along with America. That's what you believe. Wow.
I don't know why we're arguing over nothing. I just think, like, if the war's still happening, you're right. No one has lost it. I think no one has won. So I'm wrong. I should have said that America lost. But I think you're wrong if you're saying America won. When there's literally a war happening right now, how could that make any sense?
But Gerald, we literally took control of the country of Afghanistan. We literally toppled Saddam Hussein, regime changed him. We literally won the war. Militarily, we won the war. You could say that the outcomes were not beneficial. That's a whole different point. But when it comes to the actual war, the military won. And even when it comes to Iran, I think it's annoying that people say, like, oh, Iran is winning. No, they're winning? How? We've killed off their leadership. Our leadership's still intact. We've decimated their fucking navy. We've been able to touch them however we want, and they cannot do anything about it. Like, militarily, we are absolutely dominating them. And so...
shots.
Yeah, and so I don't quite get why you're saying how
He's saying public perception. Pepe, his point of view is, well, I'm not saying that. Yeah, I mean, even though earlier in the war he was saying that America was losing, but he's trying to say
it's like you're factoring the entire oil for the whole world. Like there's a lot of factors at play here.
So yeah, you mean we're opening up the strait and preventing them from being able to control the world's oil, and we're doing the world a favor? That's great, including Canada. Amazing. Because you do realize, see, this is where you can tell how dumb Jarl is, right? If you don't do this, right? Iran, by the way, has had proxies doing this kind of, they're called Houthis. I'm sure Jarl will pretend like he's never heard of them, who were doing this to oil ships long before this war began. Okay, and they were invading trade routes, and by the way, some of them were Canadians. In fact, I could pull up some that happened before the war. Then you'll say, well, and your country didn't defend those. Why didn't they defend them? Because your country's chicken shit to do anything. So I think it's important you understand that somebody has to do something, otherwise these people will try to control it. Now, you could be smart like America and say, hey, we want to be energy independent, we want to start drilling our own oil, and we want to start doing that kind of stuff, but you're run by radical leftists who, don't want to do that stuff. But, in this country, they started doing that and started exporting oil and all that. So, yeah. And then they're working on solutions to create a pipeline that goes around the Strait of Hormuz for the world. So there should be some appreciation.
Is the war still going on?
It is, yep.
And you genuinely think one side has won, even though it's still happening?
I do. So, hold on, let me see this here. Wow. Well, I'm just reading something here. Oh, man. 2020, I'm looking at this. 2024, under Donald Trump, Houthis launched an attack in the sea and destroyed Canadian ships. Under Donald Trump in 2024, man, your country really defends you guys. I mean, and by the way, they were oil ships. Holy shit, that affected your economy. Oh, anyway, I'm sure Joel's okay with that because, hey, why defend your people?
Let's see what this has to do with the current war at hand.
Your exact words were, oh, you're affecting oil. Oh, you're doing all this stuff. Hey, let me ask you this. If in the end, one country's defending your ability to have free passage of oil, and that's not your country. So shouldn't there be some appreciation? I'm just asking that. I mean, your country didn't bother to defend when the Houthis came and destroyed and killed your own people.
You're saying it's always been happening, then why are the ships not crossing the strait now? It's not me you need to convince, it's the people who are not crossing the strait. It doesn't make any sense what you're saying.
What are you talking about? The ships are not crossing. So right now we have a blockade. We determine who goes in and out.
Oh, well, that's a bad look. Everybody, the whole world is seeing this. And I know some people here agree, as America just doing a stupid plan because Netanyahu convinced them on a whim, and now it was supposed to be over in 2 days, like Venezuela. It's lasting way longer than expected. The American economy is drying out of oil, and just like the weapons, a bunch of shit's running out in America. It just doesn't look good to the rest of the world. Disorder.
This is terrible. We don't look good to the rest of the world. Oh my God.
No, he's right. No, Joe, I'm going to agree with you. You were right.
You're making me told you're going to attack Canada, but you couldn't attack Canada right now. You're very busy with another war.
Joe, I got a question for you again. Do you believe, I'm being honest with you, honest question, before Donald Trump took office, Houthis attacked your people, do you say, holy shit, my country should have defended my people? Would you say, it's okay, they died, big deal, and some oil got destroyed? What's your view?
No idea. I've never thought about it. I've never looked into it.
You don't care. You don't care. And that's fair. That just tells you who you are. You don't care. I mean, the first thing I hear if somebody says an American died, I'd say, fuck them. Nobody has a right to destroy my people. But you, on the other hand, what amazing patriotism. You just lose all credibility. Amazing.
How many Canadians do you think that have been killed by the Houthis in the last decade? You think it's over 170?
I think one killing anyone of any other nation is horrible. And by the way, more Americans have died in the last, I would say, 10 years by Iran, just proxies killing Americans randomly, than we've killed them since this war began.
I like how you mentioned proxies. You looked up the number.
So you don't believe they're wow, that's incredible. Holy moly.
You have to specify proxies because it's not actually Iran.
So you mean, so if somebody, what you're saying is that this, let's see if Joe has Canadian law. I'll ask Joe here. Joe here, are you there? I don't know if Joe here. Okay. So, hey Joe, I got a question for you, Joe. If I pay someone to kill someone, am I guilty of that crime, or am I just off because I didn't pull the trigger?
You would be guilty of.
And not according to Joel. Joel says because someone else killed them, it's not me that did it. Got it. That's Canadian law. That's Canadian law.
I don't think you should shoot through hostages to try to kill like the bad person.
You believe that Iran didn't hire the groups and pay them, even though there's money evidence and Osama's administration said it. Everyone else.
No, you're just like, I don't know why you're saying that. I don't not believe that. I believe that.
So then I just said, so Iran is directly responsible for the murder of Americans all across the world. More Americans they've killed. And my view is when you kill our people, you should go back. Your view is when you and Ocean, welcome to the room. I don't know if you were here earlier, but we were talking to Jarl, and I was saying, Jarl, there's examples in 2024 of the Houthis killing Canadians, on ships and all that stuff. What would you say about it? Well, I don't know. I said, dude, you should say fuck them up, but your country just sat on their ass and was like, help me, United Nations, NATO, somebody, and nobody did anything, and you guys were like, okay, well, I guess they just died. Oh, United States, help me. That's what they did, and that's exactly what you're doing. You didn't even have the balls to say, hey, kill one Canadian man, I'll fuck you up. Like, you should have that kind of sense of pride for your country, but I guess, I don't know what's wrong with people up there. Maybe it's the water. Anyway, Ocean, what's going on?
I put a link in the chat. It's a World War II song titled "We've Done It Before and We Can Do It Again." We fought the tanker wars in the 1980s. Iraq and Iran were fighting each other, and then they started bombing ships in the Strait of Hormuz. And finally, the U.S. said enough of this, and they intervened, and it ended the Iraq-Iran war. That lasted for 7 years. So one can acknowledge and understand that people are upset, that it seemed like this would end quickly, and it didn't. But the fact that someone made a prediction and that prediction didn't come true in the realm of warfare is not shocking to realists, and the fact remains that the reasons why we went to war remain valid. And so we're fighting this war. The only thing Iran has to hang on is maybe the midterms might change, if Congress flips or something, then maybe funding will dry up, but they just passed a bill that is giving, what is it, 70 billion or something more to the war.
Alan.
So they're going to have some money for a while.
Alan, I just got to read something to Joe. I want to see his reaction. Joe, what do you think about this? Flight PS752. In January 2020, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, directly shot down Ukrainian International Airlines Flight 752. The strike killed 176 people aboard, including
55 Canadian citizens and 30 permanent residents of Canada. Charles' response? No problem.
I've heard many times.
Yeah.
Particularly the first one to bring this up.
Yeah.
I know you don't want to. Hold on, I know you don't want to hear a response from a black person because I can name a lot of shit where we was fucked up. So go ahead, person. Go ahead.
You don't need to make this a black. We're not talking about black versus white. Like, let's just keep it.
Black American is the ethnic group. It doesn't matter. I can bring up some shit where we was fucked up too.
Okay, no, but we're keeping this like,
Yeah, but we're not making it about ghetto people and the black perspective.
Alan doesn't like historical context.
Because
Alan
cares. So that's why you don't respect us. We don't respect you. So nobody gives a shit about your opinion.
You do not like historical context.
Go over, listen to the Reverend Manning, and maybe you'll learn something. But in the meantime,
you go ahead. You guys who are speaking, go ahead.
Yeah,
we're not doing this.
Yeah. In any event, yeah. I mean, you tell me that now, King, about the IRGC downing that plane when 55 Canadians were killed. I'm trying to understand why that's a bad thing.
So, King, how many children were killed in that school that America bombed?
So,
are you happy?
No, hold on. So, Joe. So, I asked you a question, and you respond with a question. When you answer mine, does it bother you that 55? You answer my question, I'll answer yours gladly. Does it bother you that 55 Canadians were killed through no fault of their own? There was no apology, and your country did not think about it. Does that bother you?
Yeah, of course that bothers me, and I think my country did think about it. You're wrong with that.
What did they do about it?
We did travel, and we put out advisories, and I'm sure there was other stuff, but that's a good start.
So I'm actually looking right now. There was no response from Canada. So there was no response from Canada. No sanctions put against the IRGC, and the IRGC claimed credit for it. No response from Canada. Your country did shit, and you brag about your country all the time. It's time to shit on your country and say 55 people died.
Well, they didn't do shit.
What did your country do after bombing a little girl's school?
Yeah.
So American school? Because you kill our people, we'll decimate.
King, now, you know what? You fucking Indian piece of shit. I'm really sick and tired of you. If you're gonna acknowledge Canada, at least do like the land rights, the land acknowledgement. Okay, so you're so insensitive.
That's right.
See, the thing is that I think Jarl is happy that those school girls got killed, and that America killed them. He gets more pleasure from the idea of America fucking up. But the fact remains that Canada did nothing. I mean, I joke and I say, well, white people will send a strongly worded letter to their congressman if they're upset about something. That's essentially what Canada did. Yeah, we killed those school kids. Yes, it's a tragedy. We didn't mean to do it. It was a mistake. But the IRGC has been killing Americans and other people throughout the world, and they're doing something about it.
But Canada was not alone.
Refuses to do, except they let
yeah, but they weren't alone.
Country, and they're probably fucking Canadian girls.
Hello, are you there? Canada was not alone in their atrocities.
You heard me speaking. You couldn't wait 2 seconds.
Well, I'm just letting you know, Canada wasn't alone.
So I just have to point out.
We're gonna hold on. No, this is how this shit starts. We're gonna let Alan finish, then Adam can respond.
Well, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank God. You're a faggot ass fucking racist, Alan, and you know it.
No,
and you can suck my dick.
I just don't.
I don't give a fuck about none of this shit. You have to.
Black people. That's all. I don't tolerate stupid black.
I said Adam can respond. I did not say your piece, Congressman. Go ahead, Adam.
Listen, I'm not here to fucking go back and forth with people. Someone else can respond.
I want to point out that when King said Canada did nothing, we took them to international courts, and there's a lot of that. We pursued an ICAO case, we applied sanctions and immigration bans, and we created, various initiatives. So Canada did really quite a bit, and that is exactly what I expect a country, a modern democratic country to do, is to not just start a fucking war.
So
big countries international.
Did they do it again after? Let's see your knowledge. Did they do it again after that? And kill Canadians?
But you just lied. You just straight up lied. You said Canada did absolutely nothing. You said I'm looking at it in front of me and Canada did nothing in response, and that's just a flat out lie. You tried to call me out on a bunch of little nitpicks, but that's just a straight up lie.
Well, what did they do? If they did it again, then what did they do?
I just listed out 5.
So you believe that what they did was effective because Iran did it again and killed Canadians? That's amazing. That is really awesome, Joel. Like that's the way you do things. No, that's what you said. You said it's really effective, and that's what a country should do. That's what you said. So that's incredible. When it happens again, I guess your view is, hey, it keeps happening, but Canada responded the right way. They did the right thing. Got it. Okay.
But it's a basic.
In a delusional manner that this is better, and it's not. This war is not working.
So you believe it's okay if a country kills one of your people, you don't take an eye for an eye. Your view is, hey, we'll do it. That's it. Oh, that's fine. That's cool.
I don't think it's okay to just go rogue, dude. Within your country, if somebody comes and robs your house, you don't get to just go do your own investigation.
Actually, Joel, if someone breaks into my house in America, I have the right to beat the shit out of them. If I feel like I'm in harm, I have the right to beat the shit out of them. Maybe not in Canada, but in the U.S. I can beat the shit out of them.
If you were in a fucking plane and it got shot down, okay, you have to do your own investigation to figure out what happened. It's not the same. It's not self-defense. Give me a break.
What are you talking about? You just gave an example. Someone breaks into your house, and I gave that example, and you say you don't have the right when someone breaks into your house to beat the shit out of them. Yeah, I do.
It's a basic part of interpersonal communications, that in order to communicate effectively, you have to speak in a way that the other person understands. The IRGC does not understand, nor do they care about anything from the any international sanctions, anything that the UN might do, anything that the World Heart might do. They just laugh. That's all. They had no respect for Canada. The fact that all of those things you listed, they laughed. The only thing they understand is military force and severe economic force, such as blowing up their ability to export oil or cutting it off. That's what they understand. So when you're talking about what Canada did, no, it was completely ineffective.
Just one second, Alan. I just want to add to this. So there was a protest that happened in January of this year, and the Canadian Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand talked about a Canadian being a Canadian citizen, and it was a major citizen, actually a member of government, that was killed at the hands of Iranian authorities, and was basically their throat was slashed and everything. Wow, Canada's response was, we're not going to do shit. The U.S. is going to do it, and then we'll condemn the U.S. Yeah, amazing. Joe, what a country. And then it also says was killed by security forces. The victim's name has not been given. Canadians, since Canada put sanctions on IRGC, which you said were effective, IRGC has harassed, captured, wounded, and killed Canadians who are traveling. Wow, through the region. That's incredible. And according to Canadian intelligence and victim association, IRGC has also subjected Canadian citizens within Canada to surveillance, online harassment, death threats in an effort to silence their demands for justice, has beaten and abused them, and the Canadian government has not responded. Wow. In the years following the crash, the IRGC's placed exit bans on relatives of victims living inside Iran, such as the mother of a prominent Canadian activist, Hamid Ismaili, barring them from leaving the country. Well, Canadian, man, they're fighting hard to get their people released. I mean, they took a prisoner. They basically have a prisoner, Canadian prisoner, who's actually a prominent person as a prisoner that's still there in Canada. Man, your Prime Minister's really negotiating for that release, man. But according to Jarl, that's the right way to do things. This is the right approach to do things, to get our people back and to avenge our people. It's good to know. Good to know how you think.
I remember in the war in Iraq and also in Kuwait, one of the things they talked about was the culture and how if two men started arguing, then literally the only way the argument would ever stop is they had to be torn apart because neither one would ever admit that they were wrong. That's the culture. The only way that you will convince them to give up fighting is that, and to give up any kind of control of the country, is they need to be overwhelmed with force. And that's that part of the world. That's the way it works. You can't change that. And the problem that the West has, and the problem that the liberals have, and we saw that with Obama, with we negotiated this. It wasn't even a real agreement. It was a political understanding with no teeth. That the problem that a lot of Americans have, and especially the West has, is they believe that people in the Middle East are operating under a Western sense, of Western set of values, and they don't. And they probably won't ever. They negotiate with the West, they walk away, and then they laugh and they do whatever the hell they're going to do. Which is what we saw with all of these negotiations with Trump and Iran and their understanding and the ceasefire agreements. We always knew they were going to break it. But Trump has to let it play out so that the United States and the world can see, they keep breaking their agreement. So now I guess it's time to take more drastic measures, which is where we're slowly getting to.
Well, Alan, I think that now that Trump played it, he made massive concessions. He made a deal with them. Trump made a deal with them that was ridiculously good for the Iranians. Ridiculously good. And I think in hindsight, he was smart to do that because when he made that deal, he won agreement from Pakistan and from the Saudis and from the Emiratis that if the Iranians broke this deal, that's it. There's no coming back from it. And so Trump very smartly, he built a coalition of the willing. He has a coalition of now 30 nations. There are 30 individual countries that are helping Trump bomb Iran. And so in hindsight, I think the smartest thing Trump did in his whole career was offer that very, very good concession, because by offering that generous deal, he unified everyone in his side. Now, if you disagree, Alan, please.
No, that's exactly, you're saying essentially what I said. It's like, look, I'm giving you guys a break. All you have to do is follow it. And they didn't. So now, like you said, he can go to those other countries and said, look guys, I gave them every chance and they still can't get their shit together and follow this agreement. So I'm gonna go full on with them, and they're on board. Meaning the other countries are on board now.
Well, the question I have for you, Alan, it's a very brief one, is do you believe China is selling Iran a lot of weapons or a little bit of weapons right now?
I don't know that.
Does anyone have an informed opinion?
And what?
I'll
How does
answer,
that
Alan.
affect anything?
Before you go down to your bed, look, Alan, hold on. The deal is supposed to be that China and Russia have agreed not to sell Iran any more weapons. That's what the deal is supposed to be.
I mean, look, I for fuck's sake, go the villain in this room and say this. Like, I do think that the Israelis were pushing very hard. We can look at, who the main donors were, the private donors, or individual donors. Paul Singer, Miriam Adelson. We can look at the pro-Israel lobby. They were obviously, they saw something and they were absolutely correct in this evaluation, where they felt like he could be probably maybe not the last president, but the last president for who knows how long, who would end up doing what he did for the state of Israel. I just look, Iran is a pain in our ass. Yes, I get it. They call us the big Satan. They say all of this shit. They've killed U.S. troops. It's always been within the vicinity of the Middle East when they've done it. There's a lot of conflation that I've always heard going on between, like, oh, well, they're your enemies, and, okay, ISIS, which, for example, committed a lot of terrorist attacks on Western soil. We're not affiliated with them. In fact, the Iranians, the Shias, hate groups like ISIS, which are Sunni, with the fucking passion. They will kill each other. I think that, that's why Israel, for example, is happy Jolani is in power in Syria. There's no longer this route in which weapons can be, smuggled from Iraq and Iran into Lebanon. I just, like, at the end of the day, I feel like we are fighting. They're going to try to give you this turd. They put on an ice cream cone, a waffle cone, and they put sprinkles on it. It still smells like shit and will taste like shit. But they want you to just, like, say, hey, this is the best thing for America to do, where I absolutely disagree. And, it's not, I love Jews. Like, I have no problem with Jews. But obviously, I look at the world through a much different lens. I'm not a small minority. I'm not a group of people that, there's been a lot of anti-white, I guess you could say, rhetoric for the last, decade or so. But at the end of the day, who's going to do anything to us? Nobody really can. But, they're scared. Israel's always has always felt or had to deal with, like, an existential threat. And so they've always kind of gone overboard in comparison to us, who we never really felt imperiled like they did. But, and I'm not saying this out of malice or because I dislike Israel, but I feel like this war was completely sold to us to basically, as if it's in our best interest. But in reality, I think it was in the best interest of Israel, obviously. And I'm trying to,
just because I actually care about Jews enough to say this, like, this is going to backfire and people are going to fucking hate you. On the left and the right, this is just like the worst route you can fucking go. Like, this is where you want to push everyday Americans into a war. It's going to, whether which class they're, people are going to have to see their sons and daughters die. And I don't know, I don't know what else to say. In a weird way, they should be mad at Jews, or I should say Zionists, if this war ends up happening. This is like, I don't know, this is fucking, it's crazy. I don't even know how else to put this.
You were off to a good start, Pepe. You were off to a good start that you brought up white people.
I wasn't even trying to bring up white people. I mean, I don't even know what percentage of the military is white at this point in time. Like, I saw, I think like 3 or 4 individuals that were actually killed when, with the strikes from Iran. There was this young Mexican woman. I'm old enough to be her dad. That's sad. That really fucking sucks. And then there's, I think at least one of them was black. There was a white guy, who I think was slightly older. When I say slightly older, I'm not old enough to be his dad, but he's still a lot younger than me. I don't know. It's what are we going to gain out of doing this with Iran? I mean, everything was kind of going smoothly until we attacked Iran. Now all of a sudden they closed the Strait of Hormuz. They're bombing all of their fucking neighbors. And one of the weirdest things I hear from Zionists is just like, look, they're bombing their neighbors. Yet they just got attacked. They're not stupid enough to not understand that, the Saudi prince, who was actually egging Trump on. There's another person, if you want to blame somebody on all of this. The Saudi Arabs, they wanted this to happen. They fucking hate Iran. But is it our fucking responsibility to have to basically sacrifice our young in order to appease these fucking people? And a lot of people will say like, oh, well, look at the benefit to America. First of all, everything was running smoothly before this. The only thing that was not running smoothly before we attacked Iran was, what was happening in Israel. Iran was funding the Houthis, the Hezbollah, Hamas. They were the number one, basically, supporters of the terrorists that were attacking Israel. That's an absolute fact. Yes, they are bad people. We're not denying that. They hate Israel. They hate Jews. They hate, and I believe they also hate us. I would. A lot of Zionists will say that. I absolutely agree with them. But at the end of the day, this is primarily a war to benefit Israel. And like people like me, I'm not willing to stay silent over something like this. Like if Israel was just like, hey, look, this is like this little fucking podunk state. Yes, we punch way above our weight. We're very industrious and innovative.